involving Spring Things, Passersby, the Quintessential Quintuplets, Chuunibyou, Mai-senpai, Kaguya, Digimon Fate, Yukino, Pervert, You Mustn't Deceive Me, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu, Jr. I am the protagonist here. Nino, you are my one and only angel. Rikka, Cursed Demon King, take this blow. Mai-senpai, you must take responsibility for me. Aisaka Ai, Miss, you'll soon have no soup left to drink. Sakura, Oniichan belongs to me alone. Chapter 1, A Journey to Another World. Yet another tranquil evening accompanied by music. A dashing, radiant young man, though certainly not as handsome as the readers, made his entrance. No seating. It is my protagonist, Gushur, busy tidying up the restroom at home. Sigh. Why doesn't a wealthy woman take me under her wing? My modeling skills are quite commendable. Just as Gushur was lost in his thoughts, a loud crash startled him, and he glanced out the window. What the heck? Where did that vehicle come from? Wait, I'm on the 7th floor. Could it be? Am I being sent to another world? This is too wonderful. I knew it. I, Gushur, am a person of great fortune. Come on, crash into me. The driver outside, seeing his ecstatic expression and urging him to crash, chuckled, thinking he had encountered a good Samaritan for his performance. All right, here I come, young man, to another world. The vehicle smashed through the wall, crushing Gushur beneath it. The driver, fearing he hadn't exerted enough force, pressed down repeatedly, leading to our protagonist's abrupt demise. Time passed, and Gushur gradually awoke. A strange feeling. Did it really work? You're awake, so explain why you appeared in my home? A voice startled him. He became aware that he was devoid of belongings while lying in bed. He turned to face the speaker, a woman with long black hair. How dare you lay hands on such an innocent young man like me? You scoundrel, you must take responsibility, woman. As Gushur feigned a pitiful expression, her face flushed redder than anything else, she swiftly punched him on the head. Ding, the system has been unlocked. What system? What features do you possess? Gift package. That's it. Yes. Would you like a beginner's package? If not, I can skip it. Yes. Hurry and give it to me. Ding, you have obtained multilingual proficiency, wisdom, medium damage resistance, poison resistance, enhanced physical qualities, small resistance to fire, ice, and mental. Effects, template, Radiant Beast, Royal Dragon Beast can transform into Royal Dragon Sword. That's all. Host, I need to rest for a while. May your new life be delightful, or rather, not so delightful. Goodbye. Goodbye? What do you mean goodbye? You haven't answered my question. The woman beside him spoke. It's nothing. How did I end up here? Gushur finally reacted and questioned the woman. You never mind. You suddenly fell from the sky into my yard. It's strange that you're not hurt. By the way, my name is Yukinoshita. Yukino, this is the Yukinoshita residence. What about you? What is your name? Yukinoshita from Spring Things. A slice of life story. Oh my, am I a joyful superhero? Gushur pondered briefly before responding. I'm Gushur. Afterward, Gushur asked Yukino several questions and learned that our country had merged with the continent, now referred to as a province, that he seized the opportunity to inquire about food, and Yukino went to fetch something to eat. Open data panel. Host, Gushur Radiant Beast 100 evolution conditions not met. Strength, SS Speed, S. Energy, S. Stamina, S. Skills, Resistance. Angel Power? Surpassing the 3 great angels. This is based on Digimon. Wisdom not detailed here, similar to the Great Sage in the manga. Royal Dragon, Beast Royal Dragon Sword, Grand. Cross-wielding 10 superheated light spheres, each equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Of course at maximum power without regard for consequences. After reviewing, Gushur exclaimed, I don't eat beef. Just then, Yukino returned, followed by a more mature woman, presumably Mrs. Yukinoshita, with an unbeatable figure. But why is Yukino so flat? Glancing at Yukino, it seems that her assets are inherited from her sister. Once Mrs. Yukinoshita entered, she instructed Yukino to serve the food and then addressed Gushur. You are Gushur, correct? You are from the continent, but according to our records, there is no one by that name. I assume you are not from a prominent family. So. You appear to have come from thin air. Before she could finish, her phone rang. Upon seeing the screen, she looked alarmed and rushed to the door to answer the call, and Yukino followed closely. Despite the voices being low, Gushur could still hear. Is this Mrs. Yukinoshita? Isn't your company facing a downturn? Yes, Mr. Maikawa. Haha, Yukinoshita. If you don't take action soon, you'll go bankrupt. I'm giving you an opportunity. One here, you have 2 daughters. Yukino trembled, whispering, Yukino. At that moment, Maikawa continued, if the 3 of you cooperate with me, I also have 2 sons. It's perfect. Mrs. Yukinoshita could no longer contain herself. Scoundrel, scum, don't even think about it. That's impossible. Humph, do you think you have a choice? In the end, you'll submit to me. It's just a matter of time. Before he could finish, Mrs. Yukinoshita hung up the phone, her composure shattered, sweat drenching her face, evoking pity. Mom, what should we do? Yukino's complexion was equally grim. I have a solution. Gusher interjected before the mother could respond. You? What solution do you have? Eat your meal and leave. Our family matters are none of your business. Mrs. Yukinoshita shouted angrily. Yukino looked at him, her eyes revealing a yearning. Yet how could it be real? He was merely an ordinary person, perhaps even a nobody. Who says I have no identity? If I told you, it would shock you. At his words, both women displayed incredulous expressions. Could this fellow truly be someone of significance? A flicker of hope ignited, but his subsequent claims left them utterly humiliated. Listen carefully. I am an angel surpassing the 3 great angels, the angel among angels, the man among men. I am Gusher. I possess supreme power. With my status, wait. What are you doing, Yukino? Yukinosan? What are you doing? Don't pull my blanket, you rogue. An angel, you say? A man, you claim. Let's see how manly you really are. Enough. Just leave, put on this fitting outfit, and go. Mrs. Yukinoshita could no longer tolerate their antics and directly ordered Gusher to leave, dragging Yukino out with her. Once Gusher dressed, he found the 2 women in the living room. Show me that information on Maikawa. What would you want to see it for? Yukino's tone slipped as she glanced at Gusher. Before them, Gusher sprouted a pair of wings atop his head, with 5 pairs extending from his back, resembling the legendary angels. I now go by Radiant Beast. If you're unfamiliar, ask Lucifer, as he represents my current self. However, I prefer to be called Gusher, which is my true name. Chapter 2, Royal Dragon Beast. You truly are? Yukino stammered, gazing at Gusher. In contrast, Mrs. Yukinoshita appeared much calmer, and before Yukino could finish, she approached him. Yoko, cease your insolence. Lord Gu, this is the information from that rascal Mai-chuan. She placed the data scale before him, respectfully gazing at Gu. After a brief glance, Gu's mind flickered with the thought of the sage and the possibility of penetrating the network, placing his hand upon the screen. Sage, initiate infiltration. Understood, Lord. Processing. Analysis complete. The sage spoke, unheard by anyone but the protagonist. Gu then indicated his intention to resolve the matter, swiftly taking flight into the sky. Be careful, Yoko murmured softly, watching the direction in which Gu had departed. The lady observed Yoko at that moment, seemingly recalling something at that juncture. Gu had already arrived at Mai-chuan's estate. What a squandered expanse, ha ha ha. Surely, many misdeeds have transpired here. Let them feel anguish. Dragon Beast, arise. He bellowed, and a chaotic mass materialized beside him, promptly revealing a dragon adorned in blades. Upon hearing the commotion, Mai-chuan and his family rushed outside to investigate. Gu noted their hurried, panting steps and their appearance, exclaiming, Goodness, this family resembles those from the underworld. The family beheld Gu, with his 6 wings unfurled, alongside the dragon beast, and immediately fell to their knees in terror. They were aware of the world's hidden mysteries. Rest assured, they are mere specters, nothing more sinister. Esteemed Lord, what brings you here? I shan't waste words with you. Dragon Beast, eliminate them all. Leave not a single soul alive, Gu commanded without hesitation. In an instant, the Mai-chuan family and their estate were reduced to dust. Ah, indeed, the sword of the Alpha Beast is formidable. A single strike has laid waste to this vast estate. Having tested the prowess of the Dragon Beast, Gu returned to Yukinoshita. As for how the authorities would handle the Mai-chuan family, they would undoubtedly act prudently. After all, he hadn't flown at breakneck speed. Satellites could still observe him. Besides, Gu was unperturbed if necessary. He could unleash a nuclear cleansing. Upon returning to their home, the 2 women anxiously regarded Gu. Are you unharmed? Will the higher-ups? Rest assured, I am unscathed. I trust they will make the right decision, Gu replied while gazing at them. Are you frightened? Well, we are merely ordinary people. It's manageable here. But beyond this, Yoko trailed off, casting a pleading glance at him. Am I not here for you? Really? Are you truly willing? What of you? Surely, I cannot bear all the burdens alone, he remarked, turning his gaze toward her immense guilt. Yoko sensed a stare and thought, men are all the same. Yet she straightened her posture, donning a false smile, a sight not lost on the lady beside her, who sighed. Inwardly, as long as you safeguard our family, I am willing to sacrifice everything, the lady declared. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Gu chuckled, suppressing his inner cynicism. Very well, you may assist me in arranging some identity matters after discussing some basics. Gu indicated he would step outside for a moment. Jiyu wandered discreetly in the sky, observing the Shikigami and Fujiwara clans among others. Lord, your system has issued a task. Upon hearing this, Gu opened the panel. Task. Joins Bu High 01. Reward. Prize deduction 1. Resurrection of the deceased 1. Failure penalty. None. Bu High. Perfect, he exclaimed, returning to Yukinoshita's home to inform them of his enrollment in Zbu High, before retreating to the room prepared for him. Meanwhile, those observing Gu via satellite were in a heated discussion. What a terrifying individual. Merely a summoned creature of such strength, what of his own power? Let us refrain from rash actions, lest we provoke him. We shall allocate time for the anomaly team to engage with him and assess the situation. How a figure of great authority spoke, and the others readily concurred. They concluded that the Meichuan family was merely a parasite, and their demise was a net gain, hence the general satisfaction among the populace. As night fell, the gentle moonlight graced the room. The doors suddenly creaked open, revealing a figure who cautiously slipped inside, spotting the sleeping occupant on the bed. She gazed at the serene face of the person, slowly pulling back the covers, only to be seized by a hand. Yoko, what are you doing? Moonlight illuminated her startled visage. Nothing, I merely wish to express my gratitude, Yoko replied, though her demeanor was anything but composed. Gu immediately discerned the truth. It was her mother who had summoned her, intending to tether him to their vessel, a tactic he recognized all too well. Your mother sent you, didn't she? You know, it was evident. What has become of your previous acting skills? Why is your performance so lacking now? Gu jested. You scoundrel. You know too well. What of it? Gu teased, gripping her hand and meeting her gaze. Are you exhausted? It must be tiring, laboring for your family and sister, to become this way. You understand? But what of it? I must adhere to her wishes, or else Yukino will. She fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am fully aware, yet I am here now. You may pursue your desires without the constraints of the past. Really? Are you not deceiving me? But Yukino, enough. With me here, everything will be fine. Trust me. He interrupted her. If you are lying, I shall despise you. Yoko expressed a torrent of emotions, but her gaze remained fixed on Gu, containing a blend of sincerity, shyness, gratitude, and an overwhelming sense of longing. Suddenly, her expression hardened with determination, and she leaned in to kiss him. Gu was taken aback, yet responded fervently. One was a lifelong bachelor, the other was a soul reborn, both inexperienced yet drawn to each other, their movements clumsy yet eager. As the night wore on, they explored each other's boundaries, lost in the moment until the early hours of the morning, when they finally succumbed to slumber. At dawn, Gu awoke in bed, scanning the room for Yoko, yet finding only the scent of plum blossoms lingering. It was not until Yoko opened the door, calling Gu for breakfast before taking him to Zbu High, that she turned to depart, walking with a slight limp. Immediately, Gu donned his attire and approached Yoko, using his divine power to heal her. Is it better now? Still in pain? No pain now, thank you, Yoko replied, testing her movement. Glad to hear it. About last night. Before he could finish, Yoko interjected, enough. Mother will be here soon. Hurry, wash up, and let's eat. She turned and headed to the living room. Gu sighed inwardly. Wasn't that precisely what your mother desired? Why the embarrassment? It's rather endearing, really. By the time Gu finished washing up and arrived for breakfast, only Yoko remained. Where's mother? The sudden question nearly caused Yoko to choke, yet she managed to blush and reply. She had matters at the company to attend to, not denying the term our mother. On the way to Zbihai, Yoko inquired from Gu, do you truly care for me? Am I worthy of such affection? I love you, Yoko. Do not utter such words again. You are indeed worthy, understand? Gus' gaze was filled with sincerity and affection. I love you too. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Zbu High. As they prepared to alight from the vehicle, Gu turned to Yoko. Should we not share a farewell kiss? Upon hearing this, Yang Nai smiled and kissed him, saying, all right, off you go. Make sure to come back by yourself after school, my little angel. Okay. Yang Mei Gusher mimicked her gesture. By the way, about Yukino. Don't worry. With me around, there won't be any accidents. Goodbye. Gone. A sound similar to Sasuke, he said as he walked into the school. After watching him enter, Yang Nai chuckled softly and drove away. Upon stepping into the Spoo High School, the system's notification chime echoed. Congratulations, you have obtained Chapter 3, A Violent Confrontation with Delinquents. Congratulations, you have received Prize Deduction 1, Resurrection of a Deceased One. Direct Prize Deduction. Ding, ding, dong. Congratulations, you have acquired Divine Protection of the World's Omni-Being, A, capable of elevating most rational skills to their maximum level Evolution Data 1. Collecting 10 data points allows for Evolution. Oh, how fortunate. Gusher expressed his satisfaction with the rewards, revealing a hint of a smile. Look, he is so handsome. Who is that? Ah, look, he's smiling. I can't take it anymore. I think I'm going to faint. I heard there's a transfer student in Class 2B. It should be him. So, he is a junior then. Listening to their voices, Gusher couldn't help but marvel at fate. He had been bestowed with an excellent model, and due to the Divine Beast template, he exuded a sacred aura that added an air of mystery around him. Afterward, Gusher followed the directions to the teacher's office, and upon entering, he was greeted by the epitome of dedication in the teaching realm, Sensei Higurizaka Shizuka. At the same time, Higurizaka Shizuka noticed Gusher and was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. You must be Sensei Shizuka. My name is Gusher. Hith. Ah. Sensei? Ah. Oh. So you're Gusher. From now on, you will be my student. All right. I'll take you to class shortly. How infuriating. Higurizaka Shizuka, what is wrong with you? He is still a student. How can you fantasize about your own student? Higurizaka Shizuka's mind was in disarray. After a silent scream within, she glanced back at Gusher, who was also staring at her, leading to an intense eye contact moment. Confirmed by contact. Stop. Higurizaka Shizuka's face instantly turned crimson. Ah, what on earth is happening? And what is that background music? No way. While she was in this mental whirlwind, Gusher observed her silent reaction, noting her inexplicable blushing. What are you blushing for? Master, she must be blushing due to your good looks. With your current appearance, you possess an almost lethal charm to all members of the opposite sex. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired special attack against the opposite sex A. Is that so? Sigh, this sinful beauty, Gusher mused internally before turning his gaze back to Higurizaka Shizuka. Sensei, are you going to take me to the classroom? Oh yes, let's. Hurry along, she replied, leading Gusher while asking numerous questions. Hey, what is your relationship with Yukinoshita? Acquaintances. Oh, just acquaintances? I doubt that, considering you are asking me to look after him. Higurizaka Shizuka thought, maintaining a calm exterior while her mind raced. Upon arriving at Class 2B, she entered first. Quiet down, everyone. The students immediately returned to their seats, falling silent as if mice before a cat upon seeing Higurizaka Shizuka. Once the class settled down, she addressed the students. We have a new classmate joining us, so please be friendly. She gestured for Gusher to enter, and, as he stepped up to the podium, he introduced himself. Hello, my name is Gusher. I look forward to your guidance, while writing his name on the blackboard. Higurizaka Shizuka directed him to his seat, which was in the vicinity of Yahama, Yamanaka, Miura, and Nakano Miku. What a coincidence! Isn't that my esteemed teacher? The founder of the self-destruct flow. At that moment, Hikiya Hachiman was sitting behind him. Gusher decided to greet him. Hello, my name is Gusher. Ah, hello, I'm Hikiya Hachiman, he replied, somewhat awkwardly. Why is he talking to me? Just looking at him, he seems like a top-tier socialite. I thought returning to school after just getting out of the hospital would allow me to make friends, but they have already formed their little groups. I suppose this guy will soon fit right in with them. Confounded socialites. Hikiya thought this is not the moment for a dog to be run over. It is due to other reasons. As expected, once Gusher entered the classroom, Everyone began discussing his striking appearance, with many girls visibly swooning. Ji Yushur then glanced at the person in front of him. This person seems to be Nishimiya Shuko. Oh, she has cochlear implants, it seems so. Next, he looked to his right. The true crown assassin, Kata Megumi. If Kata Megumi were to enter fate, there would be no place for the king. Thus, Gushur greeted her. Hello, my name is Gushur. Kata Megumi was startled by his voice, looking at him with a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Hello, I'm Kata Megumi. It's a pleasure to meet you. He actually noticed me, and he's so handsome. I'm also very pleased to meet you. After uttering those words, her face flushed a bit more. Ding ding ding. As the class concluded, Gushur had absorbed nothing after all. He possessed the wisdom of the sages, not to mention having the omni-being trait, which made him a super scholar. During the break, many classmates approached Gushur's desk, bombarding him with questions. Are you from the mainland? What type of girl do you like? And so forth. As expected, this guy is a socialite, Hachiman thought. At that moment, 3 individuals, 2 boys, and a girl stormed into the classroom and approached Shuko's desk. Shuko looked confused but smiled, speaking in a less-than-standard manner. What's going on? The kind-hearted Shuko assumed they were looking for her, but instead, they responded. Hey, why are you smiling, you jerk? And what's that ugly thing on your ears? The girl sneered. I'm sorry. Cut out. Show me that ugly thing on your ears. And then, seeing Shuko's refusal, the girl started to get physical. At that moment, Yui couldn't stand by any longer. Stop it. What are you doing? Let go of Nishimiya. Yamanaka and others began to persuade them, and some even went to find a teacher. Those present noticed that they seemed to be members of a delinquent group, causing some to shrink back in fear, clearly unwilling to provoke them. However, Gushur instantaneously teleported in front of them, kicking one delinquent aside. The power of SS was not to be trifled with, even with Gushur holding back. He still slammed him against the wall, causing a dent in his chest, likely breaking a few ribs, followed by a spurt of blood as he fell unconscious. Next, Gushur grasped another delinquent by the neck and hurled him against the wall beside his companion. The remaining girl delinquent, seeing her comrades defeated, glared at Gushur, attempting to issue a threat. But before she could speak, Gushur slapped her, sending her spinning around like a windmill, her teeth flying out. Now, do 100 of those. Upon hearing this, the delinquent attempted to retaliate, but Gushur delivered another slap to another face. Now it's 200. Do you need my assistance? No, I can do it myself, she stammered before starting to strike herself, and the classroom resonated with the sound of slaps. That Ji Yushur felt much better, as an angel, punishing evil in the river of sin. He had been incredibly angry. Shuko was such a kind person, and he couldn't bear to scold her, yet they dared to lay a hand on her. He would make sure they witnessed Satan. The onlookers were left utterly astonished as they witnessed Gu's brutal assault on those individuals, leading them to feel a surge of fear. Will they be all right? Their chests are caved in, and there is blood. But don't you think Gu is incredibly handsome? At that moment, Hiratsuka hurriedly arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the 2 individuals collapsed against the wall, bloodied and unconscious, along with the girl slapping herself, and Gu standing triumphantly in the center, she felt overwhelmed. Quickly, take those 2 to the infirmary, and also bring Gu and Nishigami out, Hiratsuka instructed, working to restore order in the classroom before making her way to the office. Chapter 4. The malevolent spirit. The 2 individuals summoned by Hiratsuka Shizuku made their way to the office under the watchful eyes of their classmates. Along the path, Kushi began to converse with Natsumi. Natsumi, are you all right? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Kushi. It's Kushi, not Kushi. My apologies. Kushi, noticing Natsumi's tendency to take the blame upon herself, felt a pang of sympathy. Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong, Natsumi. But you hit them because of me, she stammered, her voice quaking as tears began to well up in her eyes. She believed her actions had led to Kushi's punishment. Yet Kushi held an opposing view. Not at all, Natsumi. Please, do not blame yourself. They got what they deserved, and it has nothing to do with you. You are too kind, always placing the blame on yourself. Yes, so please, for once, consider yourself as well. At Kushi's words, tears began to spill from Natsumi's eyes. Kushi, seeing this, offered her a tissue. Thank you. No need for thanks. Upon entering the office, Hiratsuka Shizuku noticed the redness around Natsumi's eyes, indicating she had been crying. She turned to Kushi. Did you bully her? Kushi was immediately taken aback. No, teacher, how could I? Natsumi quickly interjected. It's all right, I was just teasing you. With that, Hiratsuka Shizuku dropped the playful tone and offered comfort to Natsumi, assuring her she could reach out if needed before sending her back. Then she turned to Kushi. While I understand your intentions were noble, your actions were rather excessive. They could have been seriously injured. They deserved it anyway. I'm not concerned about the consequences. Even if I were punished, it would mean nothing to me. Kushi's nonchalant demeanor left Hiratsuka Shizuku exasperated. Deep down, she acknowledged that Kushi was right. They were merely delinquents. Hey, teacher, look at me. What is it? As Hiratsuka turned, she was met with Kushi's intense gaze, causing her cheeks to flush. After confirming there were no others around, she let out a sigh of relief. What are you staring at? I must remind you that teacher-student relationships are strictly forbidden. Isn't it cute? Not you, you rogue. In a swift motion, she aimed a punch at Kushi, only for him to effortlessly catch her fist. Undeterred, she attempted several more strikes, even employing her legs, yet still found herself overpowered, captured in a rather compromising position against the wall. Let go of me. Kushi, realizing things had gone a bit too far, released her, though not without inadvertently squeezing her thigh. Soft, he mused, while Hiratsuka's indignation only grew. You're finished. I must assign you to a club. All right, you can head back now. I'll talk to you after school. With that, she began ushering them out. Upon returning to the classroom, Kushi was met with looks of awe and gratitude from his classmates, accompanied by some unspoken sentiments. Once seated, Kato K approached him. Are you all right, Kushi? Kushi nodded, indicating he was fine, when he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Turning around, he found Hikigaya Hachiman looking at him with an approving expression. Kushi quickly returned a thumbs up, to which Hikigaya's face turned crimson. What's with you, man? Why are you blushing? At that moment, a soft sound emanated from Kushi's desk. A note had been slipped under his hand. Thank you, Kushi. Would you care to join me for lunch? Kushi responded with a note of his own. Of course. Just call me Kushi, no need for formalities. A moment later, a response came. Then you can call me Natsumi. Kato K observed the exchange, her thoughts swirling. As lunchtime approached, Kushi turned to Kato. Kato, would you like to join me for lunch? Of course, Kushi. And you too, Natsumi. Kato's ears turned slightly pink, though she concealed it well. Then please, call me Kushi. Turning to Hikigaya, Kushi asked, do you want to join us? Sure, Hikigaya replied, initially hesitant, but ultimately agreeing. Then you can call me Hachiman. With introductions made, the four began their meal. They were taken aback by the exquisite dishes prepared for Kushi by Yuki, who had outdone herself. Do you want to try some? Kushi offered. Is that allowed? Absolutely. Receiving their approval, they eagerly sampled the food. Delicious. Indeed. The wretched capitalist. Ahem, nothing. Time flew. And soon it was the end of the school day when Hiratsuka Shizuku entered the room. Kushi and Hikigaya, please come to the office, she instructed. Goodbye, Kushi. Farewell, Kushi. See you, Kei and Natsumi, he replied before following Hachiman to catch up with Hiratsuka. Hey Hachiman, what's wrong? I don't know. Hachiman seemed lost in thought. And Kushi recalled details from his previous life. That person is Yuzora, which means there's a malevolent spirit involved. Judging by her dark circles, she must have awakened spiritual sight. Moreover, if she possessed such advanced abilities, surely he could as well. With that thought, he concentrated his angelic power into his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired spiritual sight. Now endowed with this newfound ability, Kushi perceived several malevolent spirits, as well as the holy light surrounding him, which appeared to be highly effective against the evil entities. These malevolent spirits are hideous. If I can see this holy light, then perhaps Natsumi can as well. Meanwhile, Natsumi was overjoyed, certain that Kushi must possess something capable of warding off evil. She approached him eagerly. Excuse me, may I ask you something? Yes, what is it? Kushi inquired. Have you been to a temple, or do you possess any talismans that can exorcise spirits? Natsumi requested. Not at all. I've never visited such places. I'm truly sorry. Oh, I apologize for bothering you. With that, Natsumi left, crestfallen. Yet Kushi, sensing her distress, bestowed upon her a sliver of his power, ensuring she would remain unaffected by malevolent spirits for a while. At that moment, a notification sounded. Task assigned. Kushi opened the system interface. Task: establish a supernatural paranormal club and recruit 3 members. Reward: 1 sea angel beast. Failure penalty: none. Chapter 5. The Supernatural Paranormal Club, AC Angel Beast? Not bad. Now I need not fear for healing. Upon arriving at the office, Kushi entered first, finding only Hiratsuka Shizuka present. You're here. Come quickly, she beckoned. As they stood before her, she scrutinized Kushi before turning her gaze to Hikigaya. Hikigaya, take a look at your essay. What on earth is this? Hiratsuka criticized Hikigaya's work. Hikigaya felt embarrassed while Kushi was unable to contain his laughter, clutching his stomach. Haha, this is brilliant. Stop laughing. Did I say anything about you? Hiratsuka shot a glare at Kushi. Calm down, Shizuku. Don't get angry. It'll make you look ugly. Besides, Hachiman's writing is quite good. Shizuku, you scoundrel. Who are you calling Shizuku? Speak properly. After finishing her sentence, Hiratsuka Shizuka initially contemplated striking him, but recalling that she had failed to do so in the morning, she decided against it. How dare he tease me? Could it be that he truly lacks the ability to comprehend the situation? With great effort, she suppressed her thoughts and addressed them. You haven't joined a club yet, have you? Teacher, I am from the homecoming club, Hikigaya seriously replied. Shizuka, I wish to establish a club, he added. What? What kind of club do you wish to create? She turned her gaze towards Kuru, who responded. A supernatural and paranormal club. Kuru also looked at her, but there were no extra classrooms available. Wait. Hiratsuka suddenly had a brilliant idea. We can fit you in with Yukinoshita. After all, that classroom is quite spacious, and there is only one person occupying it. She directed her words at Kuru. Oh, it must be Yukino, then. That works perfectly. Let's go. I'll take you there. Teacher, You should come too. Before Hikigaya could finish his sentence, Hiratsuka promptly interrupted him. Left with no choice, the unfortunate Hachiman had to follow along. Is this club legitimate? Hachiman pondered. Meanwhile, Hiratsuka had already pushed open the door, greeting. Yukinoshita, I'm here. Kuru also peered inside and spotted Yukino, who was sitting alone. So, this is your little sister? Ahem, Hiratsuka cleared her throat. Teacher Shizuka, can't you even knock? Is it so difficult to observe basic etiquette? Yukino, ever the sharp-tongued, remarked. It's nothing at all. Hiratsuka replied awkwardly in response to Yukino's biting words. Well, what are these two here for? You don't intend to shove them into my club, do you? She emphasized the word my. Well, yes, but one of them is here to create a club and needs to squeeze in, Hiratsuka explained. No way. You expect me, a beautiful girl, to face two boys? And that dead fish-eyed one clearly isn't a good person. As for the other, hey, this guy is quite handsome. He looks like a playboy. Not my concern. What did that dead fish-eyed one do to you? Apologize to all the dead fish-eyed people in the world, you jerk. Hachiman shouted inwardly. He seems like a scoundrel who deceives young girls everywhere. How can I trust you, Teacher Shizuka? Yukino paused to remark, directing her sharp tongue at Kuru. You'll know what I'm capable of before I even act. Kuru replied, casting a glance at her chest. What are you looking at, you pervert? Yukino immediately covered her chest and scolded Kuru. Kuru, unfazed, shot back. Do you have anything to cover? And rolled his eyes. Hiratsuka interjected. You too. Please continue. Brother Hachiman, you're amazing. Yukino was furious and directed her ire at Kuru, declaring, I will absolutely not allow you to enter. All right, everyone calm down. Yukino, let them in. Hiratsuka hurriedly called for peace as tensions began to rise. I'll let it slide this time. For Teacher Shizuka's sake, Yukino begrudgingly conceded. Having quelled the brewing conflict, Kuru decided, that's settled then. Enjoy yourselves. I'll take my leave. With that, she swiftly exited, handing Kuru the club report. Hey, what about me? Am I not a person? Hachiman exclaimed. Seeing this, Kuru invited Hachiman. Hey Hachiman, why not join my club? I promise to treat you well. He placed a paper in front of him. Oh, I can then. Hachiman signed his name. By the way, what club are we forming? The Supernatural and Paranormal Club. Oh, what kind of ridiculous club is that? Hachiman questioned. Childish. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Yukino immediately ridiculed Kuru. Kuru retorted, you haven't seen it. So how can you say it doesn't exist? Well then, perverted boy, have you seen one? Of course, I have, Kuru replied smugly. You're lying. Yukino did not believe him. Is your small chest making you small-minded too? You scoundrel, pervert. Listening to Yukino scold him, Kuru merely shrugged it off. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Hachiman glanced at them, feeling that if he lingered any longer, he might be overwhelmed by their aura. Goodbye, he echoed. Once Hachiman departed, only the two of them remained. and soon Kuru could no longer sit still. I'm off too. Farewell, little sharp tongue. Humph. Goodbye, perverted boy. Kuru looked at her with mild surprise. At that moment, Yukino was engrossed in a book, yet her slightly reddened ears betrayed her calm demeanor. Before Kuru could exit the school, he was stopped by someone. Are you Kuru? I am the principal of Subu High. Please follow me. Oh. It seems official business has come to call, Kuru remarked. All right, let us go. Please, come in. The principal respectfully gestured towards Kuru, who stood still. Upon entering, he encountered a man and a woman who promptly approached him. Hello, I am Fujimoto Kazunari, and this is my partner, Shizuka Mariko. Hello, I am Kuru. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Kuru asked. We wish to understand what kind of person you are, they stated. Kuru, being straightforward, interjected before they could finish. As long as no one provokes me, I will not engage in any wrongful actions. After their discussion, they promptly left. The principal then approached Kuru and asked, Is there anything you need? Kuru pondered briefly. Please help me decorate my clubroom. It feels too empty. With that, he departed. And the principal immediately called a renovation company for overnight work and contacted a furniture store to procure numerous items. In the conference room, the statistics were summarized. Since he means no harm, let us give a warning to the others to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. Agreed. As Kuru made his way back, he encountered a group of thugs blocking a girl. With righteous indignation, Kuru stepped forward. Today is our lucky day. Isn't it, little girls? 5 sisters I see. Boss, why waste time talking? Just go for it. One of the thugs urged. You scoundrels. Get lost. I've reported this, and they will be here soon. Nakano Ichika shouted. Shut up. I spent a fortune on a signal jammer. You think I can get a signal here? The thug leader scoffed. Boss, if you have so much money, why not head to the red light district? Do you understand anything? The boss just likes the thrill. Enough. Stop chattering. Get this done and return. Understood, boss. We'll be quick. You bastards. Don't come any closer. Nino yelled, as Ichika shielded her sisters, scolding the thugs. Someone help. Just as they were about to strike, Kuru appeared before one of them in an instant. The thug, caught off guard, intended to curse him, but Kuru's hand was already on his face. Hey, what are you? Before he could finish, Kuru unleashed his power. In a mere moment, all that remained before Kuru was a skeleton, his hand resting upon the skull. The thug's body dissolved into a pool of blood, splattering onto the other thugs. Monster! One screamed, as the others hastily fled. But Kuru was not done. A fiery orb engulfed them entirely, leaving no trace behind. The Nakano sisters released sighs of relief at the disappearance of the thugs. But upon noticing Kuru's gaze upon them, their hearts raced once more. Miku even burst into tears, pleading, Please don't eat me. I don't taste good. I smell like meat buns. The rest of the sisters were equally tense, yet silent. However, Miku called out, Kuru-kun? All eyes turned towards her. Do you know him? Yes. He is my classmate, Miku replied. Hearing Miku speak, Kuru smiled. You remember me, Nakano-san. Are they your sisters? At that moment, except for Miku, the other 4 finally noticed Kuru's handsome features. Wow, he is really cool. In the midst of their animated chatter, the 4 young ladies turned their sparkling eyes toward Gushur. Are you all right? They asked, snapping out of their daydreams only when Gushur began to speak. Oh, apologies, and thank you. Ihwa, she expressed her gratitude. Are you a superhuman? Is that your ability? The lively Shurya inquired. Ihwa Shurya. No need to be rude. Gushur replied. It's nothing. I'm not a superhuman, she clarified, igniting curiosity among the 5, who eagerly pressed her for details. An angel, she said with a smile. Oh, they exclaimed in unison. Well then, perhaps an introduction is in order, Gushur suggested. I am Shurya, just call me Shurya. I am Nakano Ihwa. You can call me Ihwa. I'm called Mai, feel free to call me Mai as well. You can just call me Sanjiu, she said shyly. I'm Nina. Just call me Nina, she exclaimed excitedly. Well, you may refer to me as Gushur, she stated. It's getting late, we should head back. I will take my leave now, she said, unfurling her 6 pairs of wings and soaring into the sky. An angel, truly an angel, Nina whispered, her voice diminishing as she feared being overheard. Fortunately, the other 4 were captivated by Gushur's departure and paid her no mind. I'm back, Auntie, Gushur announced upon returning home that evening. Is Annie not back yet? Gushur inquired. Well, thanks to you. Even the higher-ups are trying to curry favor with our family. The company is quite busy now, but we appreciate your help, Wai-Nai said with a smile. Suddenly, Wai-Nai stepped forward, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Gushir's cheek. Love you, she said playfully. By the way, why not? I want to buy a manor, Gushir mentioned. Go ahead, but do you have the money? She asked. Yes, I do. I've had the sage prepare it for me. Gushir replied. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Would you like to live with me? Are you sure those girls won't mind? She said half-jokingly. What do you mean? You know who I'm talking about. Nakano, Hina, and the others. I won't say more, Gushir asserted. But you must not leave me. And I still want to be the main character. Why not? Insisted, her gaze fixed on Gushir, as if she would cry if he said no. I will never leave you. I will always cherish you, my dearest, Gushir declared melodramatically. All right, enough already. I get it. You're so annoying. Let's eat. I've prepared a feast. After dinner, Gushir found himself gazing at Wai-nai, feeling somewhat restless. Wai-nai, unable to bear his stare, asked, What are you looking at? Well, Wai-nai, I actually have two states. Do you know what they are? What? Hunger and desire. And now that I am satisfied, I am in the latter state, Gushir said with a knowing glance her way. Wait for you. Chapter 6 would release in the morning when Gushir awoke. He discovered he was alone in the house. Fortunately, he found a note from Wai-nai on the dining table. I went to the company early. The food is in the microwave, just heat it up. As for lunch, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Yukinoshita Wai-nai. After reading the note, Gushir began to prepare for the day. With impeccable timing, Gushir entered the classroom, and as he approached Sanjiu, he softly said, Thank you, Gushir-kun. Also, here are some cookies that Nina made to express her gratitude, as he handed over the delectable treats. It's nothing, Sanjiu. Please thank Nina for me. And keep it a secret. Gushir winked at her, causing her to blush. Sanjiu replied softly, but her mind wandered to Gushir's playful demeanor. Gushir-kun is quite the flirt, she thought. Good morning, Gushir-kun, Hina greeted. Good morning, Gushir-kun, Yukino chimed in. Hey, Gushir, Hachiman added. After a while, Gushir noticed Hina was staring at him, and he turned to her, puzzled. What's wrong, Hina? Nothing, Gushir-kun, she replied with a smile that seemed somewhat forced. Gushir wondered if he had inadvertently upset her. During lunch, Gushir bought some fried noodles and bread from outside, though the taste was peculiar. Sticking to his principle of not wasting food, he paired it with Nina's cookies and ate reluctantly. Upon entering the classroom, he headed straight for Hina and Yukino. Having spent time with them the previous day, Hina had learned more about Yukino's past and felt a deep sympathy for her. Their friendship blossomed rapidly, and they became close companions. Yukino, Hina, why not join my club? Gushir asked, imitating a mentor's tone. Sure, I can do that, Yukino replied. All right. Please fill out your names, Gushir said as he handed them the club registration form. The moment they wrote their names, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have received a reward, 1 angel beast. You have unlocked the wood release technique, including Sage Mode. Luck boosts significantly during critical moments. Do not confuse it. Satisfied with the reward, Gushir closed the panel. After school, he and his friends arrived at the Supernatural Affairs Club's classroom and were taken aback by the lavish setup. I remember it wasn't like this yesterday. Did we get the wrong room? No, that's impossible. But these luxurious sofas, the gold-trimmed tables. And what are those high-end items on the shelves? Hachiman thought in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous, Gushir exclaimed, equally bewildered. Is this truly how extravagant it has become? He pondered. Meanwhile, Yukino lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping her premium tea. Not fair. I haven't even enjoyed it yet, and you've already taken my stuff, she scolded. Yukino's entrance prompted admiration from Hina and Yukino, who marveled at the opulence of the room. Wow, this decor is extravagant, Hina remarked. It's my first time seeing such luxury, Yukino added. Just then, Hachiman, recovering from his shock, turned to Gushir. Did you do this? Yes, what do you think? Gushir replied. Ugh, the evils of the wealthy, Hachiman lamented. As they expressed their astonishment, Gushir simply smiled. Then he turned to Yukino with a playful smirk. How can you use my things without my permission? He teased. Sorry, Yukino said nonchalantly. Wait, is something wrong? Gushir asked, misinterpreting her tone. You pervert. Yukino shot back. All right. You know I was just worried about you, Gushir thought to himself. Well, since I'm part of this classroom, I have the right to use its resources, he said assertively, hands on his hips. Seeing Yukino like this, Gushir had no choice but to concede. Fine, you have my permission. There were no further complaints. Gushir, do you really think anyone will come here? Hachiman asked. I doubt there will be any supernatural incidents, Yukino dismissed. However, Yukino countered. I believe there will be visitors. I trust Gusher-kun. Upon hearing this, Gusher looked at Yukino in disbelief. Could it be true? The kindness of Shoko remains unparalleled. Upon hearing Kushi praise her, Shoko's face instantly flushed, compelling her to bury her head in her chest. Though only partially concealed, it was already beyond Yukino's reach. Thank you. Shoko murmured softly. Kato-K fixed her gaze on Yukino, exclaiming, indeed, he is just a scoundrel who deceives girls everywhere. Yahachi wished to remain unseen, desperately repeating to himself, do not look at me, do not see me. In the villa district, the agent enthusiastically proclaimed, Sir, this is our finest villa, complete with all necessary amenities. Spanning over 1,000 square meters and 2 stories. All right, let's go with this one, Kushi decided after some basic discussions. With that, Kushi acquired the villa. Hey, Ayano. I've completed the purchase. When will you arrive? Kushi spoke into the phone, addressing Ayano. I'll be there shortly, and I have good news. Mom has allowed me to stay by your side without needing to go to the company. Are you sure? Ayano responded with delight. Of course. Many high-level talents have joined the company, so I have plenty of free time. Aren't you excited? Absolutely. Upon arriving at her new home, she was momentarily taken aback. Your taste is commendable. I am quite satisfied. Yes, my queen. Please come in. She was greeted with eagerness. Meanwhile, in a smaller villa adjacent to Kushi's, a radiant lady called out, Inari, hurry up, it's getting late. Let us go visit our new neighbors. Hearing her mother's voice, Inari slowly peeked out. Why must I go? I don't want to, she protested reluctantly. However, her mother was undeterred. Come on, we need to foster good neighborly relations. The occupants of that house must hold some significance. We must establish a connection. As she spoke, she began to nudge Inari along. Okay, let me change my clothes. Under her mother's gentle insistence, they finally arrived at Kushi's door. Before knocking, her mother reminded her, Inari, don't say anything inappropriate. Got it. Inari replied with impatience. Knock. Inside, Ayano heard the knocking and opened the door. Who is it? Bowing, her mother introduced herself. Hello. I'm your neighbor from next door. As she lifted her head, she recognized a familiar face. Ayano, what a surprise to see you. Ayano also recognized her. Oh, it's you, little Inari. Long time no see. Yes, it's been ages. Oh right, Inari, you should greet her. She is your senior. Only then did she remember her daughter. Inari, feeling a bit bashful, murmured, Hello, senior. Hello, Ayano replied warmly. At that moment, Kushi, inspired to prepare a meal, emerged from the kitchen and spotted the three in the living room. Seeing others present, her mother exclaimed, Who is this handsome individual? Could it be Ayano's brother? Inari. It's him. The one notorious on campus. Inari's thoughts raced. No, what am I thinking? I just want to sketch him. As she imagined the scenario, she inadvertently pictured herself as the protagonist, causing steam to rise from her head. Hello, I'm Kushi, and this is my dear younger brother, Kushi introduced. But before she could finish, Ayano interjected, Really? He seems quite impressive. Kushi, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of Inari? Her sudden comment jolted Inari awake. Mom, what are you saying? Zawamura seems quite charming and a bit tsundere, but I find it endearing, Kushi replied candidly. Inari, Ayano teased, you cheeky brother. Just wait until tonight. Do you truly believe that? If so, should we try stop? Inari, frightened of her mother's antics, hurriedly interrupted, insisting it was getting late and pulling her mother outside. Honestly, Inari, I wasn't finished. All right then, little Ayano, and Kushi-kun, goodbye. As they departed, Kushi turned to her brother. Now let us discuss you. Flirting with others in my presence. How should I punish you, you scoundrel? What do you intend to do? Kushi retorted. Well, wait. Chapter 7. Charcoal biscuits. During the morning break, Hiratsuka announced the upcoming examinations. Ahem. Everyone, please listen for a moment. This week, our school will have a joint examination with Shuchian Academy. Please study diligently to achieve good results. After glancing at Kushi, Hiratsuka departed. Oh no, another exam. This dreadful school is always testing us. The students lamented. Can you manage, Kushi? Kato-K inquired, sitting beside him. Simple enough. By the way, would you like me to tutor you? I would appreciate that. Seeing this, Shoko expressed her desire to join in, and Kushi also invited Yahachi, who readily accepted. Thus, Kushi began explaining various concepts, simplifying them for better understanding. How does your mind work, you genius? Yahachi pondered. In the clubroom, Shoko asked. So you want to bake cookies to give as gifts? Yes. Yui replied eagerly. But didn't we cover this in cooking class? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yui blinked. I didn't quite grasp it. Please teach me, Yukino. What else with the Yukino? Yet, upon seeing Yui's pleading eyes, Yukino relented. Fine. Let us head to the cooking room. Suddenly, she paused, looking at the members of the paranormal club. What about you? Are you coming? Kushi, sensing her tone, remarked. Oh, is it all right, Yukino? Perverted boy, just admit you don't want to go. She retorted. Let us go, shall we? Kushi readily agreed, inquiring of the others. I'm fine with it, Kato-K added. Sure, I have no objections, Yahachi shrugged. Thus, everyone in the club proceeded to the cooking room. Yukino demonstrated the process first. Watch closely. Begin by softening the butter, then add an appropriate amount of sugar and salt. Finally, bake in the oven at 155 to 180 degrees for 20 minutes. She placed the unbaked cookies into the oven. Now you give it a try, Yukino said, gesturing for Yui to have a go. Yui diligently followed Yukino's instructions, executing the steps with determination. Yukino's cookies were the first to emerge from the oven. Though they were not particularly visually appealing, the aroma was delightful. As she set the cookies on the table, she turned to Kushi. Would you like to try? Why? Thank you, I won't hold back. Kushi responded eagerly, popping one into his mouth. Everyone should try them. Yukino encouraged, pushing the plate forward, and the others began to sample them. Delicious. Indeed, quite good. Upon hearing their praises, Yukino glanced at Kushi. What do you think? Kushi cast a disdainful look her way, muttering, It's acceptable, but it pales in comparison to my own creations. Yukino was about to retort when the oven chimed, interrupting her. She shot Kushi a glare, resigning to silence. My turn, Yui exclaimed excitedly, and everyone awaited her cookies with anticipation. However, as she placed her baked cookies on the table, Yahachi remarked, Is this charcoal? Feeling embarrassed, Yui replied. How could you say that, Yahachi? Perhaps it merely appears unappealing. In response to Yuka's remark, Hachiman casually retorted, Then you should eat it. At that instant, she fell silent. Look at yourself. You're too afraid. Meanwhile, Yukino handed a plate of charcoal to Furukawa, casting a mischievous glance his way, suggesting, Let our esteemed gourmet provide an assessment. Furukawa, having heard her words, let out a light huff and replied, All right, let me see how these charcoal cookies taste. He then picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The onlookers immediately turned their attention to Furukawa. What is going on, Furukawa? Uebahama asked sweetly. Meanwhile, Natsukawa looked at him with concern. Furukawa-kun, you're not going to die, are you? At that moment, Furukawa, having swallowed the cookie, suddenly grabbed the remaining charcoal and shoved it into his mouth. The audience, observing this absurdity, was left speechless. Hachiman, you really eat anything, Uebahama exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Is it really that delicious? Yukino felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy, wondering if he truly despised her. As for why Furukawa behaved this way, it was merely due to the notifications. Ding. Poison resistance slightly increased. Ding. Poison resistance slightly increased. He continued until no further enhancements were possible. Once he ceased consuming charcoal, he turned to the others and stated, My assessment is that it's dry in the mouth, crumbles into dust after a while, and tastes entirely burnt. In conclusion, it is indeed charcoal, and toxic at that. Truly remarkable. To transform edible food into such a hazard, you're truly a menace, you vile orange-haired ball of mischief. Ultimately, it was only through Furukawa's guidance that she managed to learn. Before departing, Yuka cast a shy glance back at Furukawa and hurriedly left the school. This entire scene was witnessed by Kei, who felt a twinge of envy, thinking, Furukawa-kun is truly incorrigible. Furukawa looked at her in surprise. Kei simply remarked, Isn't getting late? At this moment, others also glanced at the clock and expressed their intention to leave. Goodbye, Furukawa. Status panel. Host. Furukawa template. Light beast level. 100. Not evolved. Attributes. Strength. Speed. Energy. Stamina skills. Angelic power. Wisdom. Omnipotence. Would release. World S blessing. God of Luck S blessing. King Dragon Beast. King Dragon Sword. Sea Angel Beast. Grand Cross Chapter 8. I understand. The alarm clock torments me endlessly. Yet I linger in bed as if it were my first love. I simply cannot rise in the morning. Furukawa quietly mused to himself in the classroom. Upon hearing this, Kato-K chuckled softly, a rare smile gracing her features. It must be said, her laughter is utterly adorable, prompting even Furukawa to reflect, Kei looks like an angel. Furukawa-kun. Don't say such things. You might be disliked, she cautioned. Furukawa smiled and then looked at her earnestly. No, I'm not saying anything inappropriate. I, Furukawa, never lie. I speak only the truth. Do you understand? Kato K was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably nodding her head. After a few moments, she realized the implications. Feeling an overwhelming shyness envelop her. Furukawa-kun is such a fool. I can't stand you. Yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. As time flowed on, unbeknownst to Furukawa, an amusing incident unfolded. In the school hallway, Inori walked unsteadily, and upon closer inspection, one could see the faint dark circles around her eyes. Her complexion pale and weak, her body particularly frail. The reason for her state stemmed from the chaotic thoughts echoing in her mind. Ah, go away. I'm so scared. What on earth are these things? How disgusting. Why must I endure this? Let us rewind time to last night. Last evening, within her room, Inori was engrossed in completing her manga, unaware that the protagonists bore an uncanny resemblance to Furukawa and herself. Once she finished the manga, she instinctively rubbed her eyes. And upon reopening them, she beheld a dark, indistinct mass. As she reached out to touch it, the shadow morphed into a grotesque figure, a malevolent spirit, startling her into a scream. Unfortunately, this attracted the spirit's attention, and in the blink of an eye, it was before her, repeating, "Can you see me? Can you see me?" Inori promptly shut her mouth, pretending her manga was poorly drawn. Oh dear, I must have been careless. This part is too short. I should make it longer, she muttered. She initially intended to call for Sayaka, but noticed another spirit blocking the doorway. Fearing that if Sayaka arrived, they would both be in peril, she feigned calmness, climbed into bed, and wrapped herself in the covers, forming a makeshift barrier. Yet the spirit effortlessly penetrated the blanket. Upon glimpsing the apparition again, she hastily shut her eyes, but her ears could not be covered. That would be too obvious. Thus, Inori spent the entire night ensconced in a restless slumber, haunted by the spirit. As Inori cautiously made her way, she suddenly caught sight of a girl surrounded by spirits, her classmate, Yatsugami Miko. At that moment, Miko was startled by the sudden appearance of the spirits. Though she did not vocalize her fear, her trembling body attracted the attention of several spirits, who surrounded her, inquiring, "Can you see me? Can you see me?" Frightened, Miko pulled out her phone, pretending to receive a message. "Oh, who could be messaging me? You startled me." She chuckled nervously. However, the spirits remained unconvinced and lingered near her, observing intently. Just as Miko was about to falter, Inori seized her hand from the throng of spirits, exclaiming, "Someone is looking for you. Come with me." As she was pulled away by her companion, Jeezy remained in a daze. However, upon witnessing Jeezy's escape, the malevolent spirits began to pursue them relentlessly. Thus, they fled, and the spirits pursued, leaving them feeling trapped and helpless. Just as the ominous entities were about to catch up, Lily and her friend hastily opened the door to the teacher's office and ducked inside. Once inside, they glanced back and, seeing that the spirits had not followed, let out a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor. Inside the office, Pingjong-jing noticed their distress and rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Thitsuan, are you all right? What happened?" Sitting on the floor, Lily, upon seeing Pingjong-jing's concerned expression, felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Ignoring the presence of the malevolent spirits, she threw herself into Pingjong-jing's embrace, sobbing as she recounted the harrowing ordeal. After hearing the entire story, Pingjong-jing's expression shifted to one of disbelief, yet she composed herself to comforting Lily while her mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps Gu Shi, the founder of the paranormal club, could offer assistance. Once the two girls had calmed down, she led them to the club's classroom. Since school had just ended, the hallways were mostly deserted, and even the spirits had diminished in number, a fact not overlooked by Jeezy and Lily. In the paranormal club classroom, they found the Nakano sisters, along with Yuabin, who had recently joined the service club. The Nakano sisters, preparing for an upcoming exam, sought help with their studies, prompting them to approach the service club. It was then they discovered that Gu Shi's paranormal club shared the same classroom as Yukinoshita, Yukino's service club, much to the delight of Nino, who was eager to support her beloved angels group. As the members of the club gathered, Gu Shi and Yukino began to instruct them. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Pingjong-jing and her companions rushed inside, quickly shutting the door behind them and exhaling deeply. Their unusual behavior piqued the curiosity of everyone present, drawing puzzled stares. Unlike the others, Gusher noticed the dark aura surrounding Ing Lily and Jeezy, leading him to suspect that they had encountered something sinister. However, from Jeezy and Ing Lily's perspective, Gusher radiated a divine light. Jeezy had seen this manifestation before, but it was the first time Ing Lily, aided by her spiritual sight, beheld Gusher in such a manner, causing her to shiver in fear. Gusher, noticing her reaction, felt a playful urge to tease the frightened girl. With a serious demeanor, Gusher addressed Ing Lily. "You see it, don't you?" Ing Lily, in a panic, exclaimed, "And no, I didn't see anything." Wah! She curled up, clutching her head and sobbing uncontrollably. The onlookers gasped, and Pingjong-jing quickly rushed to comfort her, asking, "Did Gusher make you cry?" Miku, with a pout, added, "Gusher, making a girl cry is a serious offense." Yui pulled at his sleeve, insisting, "Gusher, it's wrong to bully girls." Yukino chimed in, "What a despicable person you are." Gusher, feeling his face flush with embarrassment from their accusations, cleared his throat and attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "I was just teasing you, Ing Lily. My apologies." Still in tears, Ing Lily questioned, "But what are you? And what is that light surrounding you?" All eyes turned towards Gusher, except for the two who had activated their spiritual sight and the Nakano sisters, who had previously witnessed his true form. What light? They all wondered. However, Pingjong-jing's mind raced as she connected the dots. Wait, there is something wrong. Jeezy and Ing Lily can definitely see something unusual. Moreover, Ing Lily mentioned that Gusher has an unidentified light around him. Given her terrified reaction, it must be true. Also, I couldn't reach Ayano on the phone for days, even though I could before, and it only started happening after Gusher arrived at school. So, you must be the culprit, Gusher. Pingjong-jing exclaimed loudly, "I understand everything now." The others were left bewildered, exchanging confused glances. "Wait, what do you mean, Jing?" Pingjong-jing, clearly in a state of excitement, stepped forward, declaring, "Everyone, come closer. This person is dangerous." She spread her arms wide, standing protectively in front of them, glaring at Gusher. Hachiman, equally confused, asked, "Why is Gusher dangerous?" Gusher, intrigued by Pingjong-jing's deductions, adopted a detective stance, eager to hear her reasoning. "Firstly, it's evident that you are definitely not human," she declared. "Isn't that a bit harsh? And I've been trying to reach Ayano on the phone, but it has shown busy every time. Could it be that she was simply preoccupied?" Yukino gasped upon hearing her sister's name, and she leaned in, curious yet apprehensive. "The timing coincides perfectly with your arrival at school. Yukino, could it be? And based on Ing Lily's demeanor, everything points to you. Just confess, Gusher. Turn back now and save yourself." After her dramatic proclamation, Gusher pondered her words, finding them compelling. Yet he also considered whether he had made a mistake. Is it really wrong to indulge in a little mischief? While the Nakano sisters observed Pingjong-jing's articulate reasoning, the others began to contemplate whether her claims held any truth. Seeing Gusher's silence and lack of rebuttal, Yukino stepped closer, gripping his collar tightly. "What have you done to my sister? What did you do to her? Speak." In a moment of impulse, Gusher replied, "You mean Ayano? I devoured her." "Devoured? You monster!" Yukino exclaimed, her composure fracturing. "You fiend! Scoundrel! Why would you do such a thing?" The others, shocked and horrified, echoed her sentiments. "Jing, he ate her. Is that even possible?" Hachiman, realizing the gravity of the situation, muttered his farewells to his family. Gusher, realizing his blunder, scrambled to clarify, "Wait, that is not what I meant. When I said ate, I didn't mean it in the way you think." Yukino, still crying, grasped his sleeve and implored, "What do you mean by that? What else could it mean?" Well, it's not what you think." Gusher stammered, feeling embarrassed. Seeing their confused expressions, he gestured with his hands, attempting to clarify, but only furthering their confusion. "What does that even mean?" Pingjong-jing, blushing, exclaimed, "Oh, I get it now." Yui wore a somber expression, while Shizuku forced a smile. Miku's face turned red with indignation. "Gusher, how scandalous. What a pervert. We must take immediate action." Nino, standing nearby, began to mutter to herself in disbelief. "Impossible. How could my angel already? This is unbearable. Why not me? No. Meanwhile, Yukino, who understood the implications of this statement, felt her face flush with embarrassment and indignation. "You two shameless individuals. How disgusting and unprincipled." Hachiman, and the others were equally flustered, unable to meet his gaze. What on earth is that light? The golden-haired dog, who had already been frightened to the ground, asked Kushi. Upon hearing Enri's question, Miko nodded, eager to know. Well, to be honest, I, Kushi, am an angel, Kushi proclaimed proudly, lifting his head. Impossible. There's no way a scoundrel like you could be an angel. Enri scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Kushi merely muttered internally, switch, and in the blink of an eye, his previously ordinary appearance transformed, sprouting 12 pure white wings. The crowd gasped, with Hiratsuka exclaiming, "Oh, it's true. You really are an angel." Nino stared at him wide-eyed, chuckling. An angel, he. Hachiman, taken aback, was met with Yukino's astonished gaze. You lecherous angel. And according to what I know, angels typically have no more than 6 wings. Why do you possess so many? Please explain. In the Bible, the mightiest angel, Michael, is described as a seraph with 6 wings. The notion that Lucifer was once the highest archangel appears in works like Farmer Pierce and Divine Comedy, feeling more like fan fiction. I base this on the digital world. The 3 great angels in Digimon inherit the power of the light beast, Kushi clarified, observing their bewildered expressions and relishing the moment. Exhibiting divine powers was rather exhilarating. Ow! Why are you tugging at my feathers? Kushi glared at Hiratsuka, who awkwardly held a feather in her hand. I just wanted to see if it's real. Can this feather ward off evil spirits? Just give it to me. Don't be so stingy. She whined, pulling on Kushi's arm. Feeling trapped, Kushi replied with a smirk. You little pest. I won't let you off that easily. Eventually, Kushi, feeling buoyed by Hiratsuka's antics, cleared his throat. Of course, you can have some. I'm not stingy. Here, everyone can have one. As he distributed the feathers, it was evident that one of his wings had become noticeably bare. Consider this a belated welcome gift. The feathers can expel evil spirits and shield against most physical attacks. How about that? Really? Thank you, Kushi. Will this feather help me? Enri asked nervously. You and Miko cannot use them. Your spiritual sight is permanent. While you can still see evil spirits, there's no need to fear. All right, understood. By the way, others can harness the power within the feathers to perceive evil spirits. Remember to cleanse any lingering evil spirits at home. It feels rather unpleasant, Kushi advised. Then he turned to a visibly distressed Enri. Enri, have you encountered something sinister? What? Your aura feels different. It seems you've been tainted by something and need to remove it. Can you help me? Simple enough. You live next door. I'll assist you on my way home. Kushi assured, patting his chest confidently. By the way, do you want to come along? Most shook their heads, indicating they had enough to process from the day's events. At that moment, Yukino, having snapped out of her confusion, inquired softly, What about my sister? Is she at your house? Yes, she is. Then I'll join you. Chapter 10. Exorcising Evil Spirits. As dusk fell, Kushi led Yukino, Enri, and Hiratsuka to exorcise the evil spirit. Hey, why have I never heard of an angel named Kushi? Are you one of those minor angels? Enri questioned. Before Kushi could respond, Yukino rebutted, Zakamura, you're so foolish. 12 wings can't belong to a minor angel. He must have other titles. Right. The lustful angel. The great one. Kushi replied with a subtle smile. Well done, Yukino. You truly are my doppelganger. As for my other title, it's Lucifer, the morning star. No wonder. And who is your sister? She asked, her cheeks reddening. Wait, does that make you the ruler of hell, the devil Satan? That's not wrong, but I haven't fallen yet. As for Satan, there are many who bear that name. Beelzebub, Baal, and others can also be called Satan. It feels more like a title. Ding, ding, ding. Quest available. Help Enri exorcise the evil spirit. Reward, Courage Shield. Against dragon attack. As long as the shield holds, I shall have courage. Enri's home. Mom. I'm back. Welcome back. Oh, Kushi and Hiratsuka are here too. It's been a while, Yukino. Yui exclaimed cheerfully. Sorry for the intrusion. All right, Kushi, please help me. Enri implored. Help you with what? Did something happen? Yui asked, concerned. An evil spirit has appeared in the house, and it's quite powerful. Are you all right, Enri? Kushi, what is she talking about? She speaks the truth. There must be something that has recently entered your home, Kushi confirmed. Indeed, just a few days ago, we received a gift. I hope it's not what you think, Yui replied, a hint of fear in her voice. Let us summon the Aquangel. I haven't tried it yet. Don't underestimate it. Although it may seem small, it handles evil spirits with ease. Then, they summoned the Aquangel. Ugh, how dare you keep me trapped? Kushi, the Aquangel exclaimed upon appearing, venting its frustration. Apologies, you'll be by my side from now on. Seeing the creature's adorable appearance, Yui exclaimed, so cute. What is this? Can I have it as a gift for my sister? I'll trade you Enri for it. Mom, you can't just say that. Enri protested, flustered. Ahem. Yes, its name is Aquangel, and it's quite powerful, so I'll leave it to you. Humph. Just watch my grace. The Aquangel declared, springing into action. They followed the Aquangel to a vase, which it illuminated. Suddenly, the vase emitted black smoke, accompanied by a growling sound before dissipating. Ding. Congratulations. Quest completed. How about that? The Aquangel is impressive, right? Who dares to say I'm weak? It boasted, puffing out its chest. Is this it? Just this vase? Enri asked, surprised. Of course. This is the only one here. Do you still doubt me? Kushi explained. Yes. It's too heavy with negative energy. Enri was chosen to bear it. Really? I'm to blame. I'll throw it away right now, Enri declared, opening a window and tossing the vase outside to shatter it. Thank you so much, Kushi. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened. Yui said gratefully. Hey, Kushi, what do you think of Enri? Interested in having her? Mom, what are you saying? Enri exclaimed, utterly flustered. Ahem. This matter can be discussed later. Now that everything has been resolved, I shall take my leave, for Sister Yoshino is still waiting for me at home. Subsequently, Gushir took the remaining 2 individuals to his residence. Once Gushir had disappeared from view, Li, her face flushed with embarrassment, shyly remarked that she aspired to be part of the harem of that harem king. Indeed, those with capabilities like Li possessed their own privileges, not to mention Gushir. Then, leaning closer, she whispered in Li's ear, suggesting that she also harbors feelings for him and should seize the opportunity. Moreover, the way Shiyu gazed at him was rather complex. Thus, Li, do not fall behind. Upon hearing this, Li, flustered and indignant, dashed upstairs and locked herself in her room, exclaiming, what could I possibly do? Meanwhile, at Gushir's home, he entered, announcing, I'm back, Sister Yoshino. Welcome back. Should we eat first, take a bath, or indulge in something else? Yoshino playfully winked. Suddenly, she noticed the astonished expression on Oka Shizuku's face behind Gushir, as well as the complex look on her sister's face. Chapter 11. The pretense can no longer be maintained at Gushir's residence. Gushir, Oka Shizuku, and Yukino were seated on the sofa. Yukino, what brings you here? Are you missing your sister? Humph, that is not the case at all. But it seems someone is rather cheerful, she replied. And what about the company after you left? Worry not, the company is thriving now. Mother is so pleased she can't sleep. Gushir reassured her. Afterward, Yoshino shared an abundance of stories with Yukino, during which Oka Shizuku, having observed Yoshino, also drove back home. Oh, by the way, why not let Yukino move in here? There are plenty of rooms available. Hearing this, Gushir agreed. Sure, that sounds good. What about Yukino? I'm fine with it. I can move in tomorrow. No need to wait until tomorrow. I've already had Long Beast bring your belongings back. Gushir interjected. Yukino suddenly realized a flaw in her logic. How did you know where I live? You're not. Impossible. I have absolute control over the internet. Obtaining an address is a breeze. Upon hearing this, Yukino retorted, perverted guy? You're both bad. Not at all. You can call me that, but you mustn't say the same about your sister. Do you have any idea how much she has sacrificed for you? She works tirelessly for your mother, and yet you think others only recognize Yoshino and not you. After a lengthy monologue, Gushir concluded with a sip of water, while Yukino gazed at Yoshino with reddened eyes. Is this true? Why didn't you tell me? Yoshino gently wiped away her tears. It's all in the past now. What matters is that we're well. Indeed, Yukino whispered. Indeed, this family cannot function without me, Yoshino laughed. Upon hearing Gushir's words, her lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, so the head of the household will be sleeping alone tonight. I want to sleep with Yukino today. So don't hide in my arms, and let me comfort you. Cough, cough. Whatever. And when did I hide in your arms? It's always you and mine. Crying. Seeing Gushir's unfiltered remarks, Yoshino quickly covered his mouth, her lips twitching. All right, let us head to bed. Let Long Beast put the items in the room for now. I'll tidy up tomorrow, and you should get some rest. Gushir's room beeped. Please remove the award. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed one. You have obtained the Source Tree Bow, capable of ignoring defenses and concentrating magical power to unleash a powerful penetrating strike. Evolution data 2. Not bad, haha. I'm quite versatile now. At noon, Gushir called for Shizuku. Shizuku, come here. I have a gift for you. What kind of gift? Shizuku asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling as if they could emit light. Come closer. Shizuku, blushing, did as instructed. Gushir then covered her ears and channeled healing energy into her. Initially, Shizuku wanted to pull away from his touch, but gradually, as she felt the warmth radiating from her ears, she instinctively leaned into his hand. After a moment, Gushir withdrew his hand. All right, how do you like your gift? Huh, what gift? Shizuku, momentarily lost for words, suddenly noticed the item in Gushir's hand, which resembled her hearing aid. She immediately touched her ears, realizing something was amiss, and then hugged Gushir, sobbing, I can't hear. Thank you, thank you. Gushir tenderly patted Shizuku's head. Do you like it? I love it. I love you the most, she declared, burying her head against his chest. Days passed, and the bond between Gushir and Shizuku grew increasingly intimate, with only a catalyst needed to solidify their connection. The joint examination between Zhongwu High School and Shuji Academy was set for today. Ding. Esteemed one. Your new task has arrived. Upon hearing of a new task, Gushir immediately opened the task panel. Task: achieve full marks in all subjects during the joint examination, allowing the mortals to feel the weight of your prestige. Ha ha ha. Rewards: 1 indestructible New World ticket, which grants access to a new world for additional rewards and items. 1 Royal Knight lottery ticket, randomly awarding a Royal Knight. Failure penalty: none. A new world? That sounds promising, and a Royal Knight too? Excellent. It seems I can no longer maintain my pretense. Thus, Gushir utilized the power of the Wise One for every examination, submitting his papers ahead of time. Once the exams concluded, complaints began to circulate among the students. Wow, this joint examination was too difficult. Indeed, what on earth were those questions? The letters on the last big question completely confused me. How did you fare, Gushir? Not bad, he replied breezily as he awaited the results. At that moment, Shizuku shyly addressed Gushir, Gushir-kun. My family knows you healed me and wants to thank you in person. Are you free tomorrow on the weekend? Sure, Shizuku, let us arrange for tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 12. Revealing One's Heart, Gushir-kun, over here. Upon hearing her voice, Gushir turned to find Shizuku along with 2 others. Good afternoon, Shizuku, and to you too. Ma'am, and this little sister. Shizuku's mother, Nishimiya, looked at Gushir with gratitude. You are Gushir-kun, right? I cannot thank you enough for healing Shizuku. Here is a gift I prepared, though it may not be to your taste. With that, Ye produced an exquisite box. Not at all, ma'am, you are too kind. Gushir promptly accepted. Well, I'm glad you don't mind. Come in quickly. The food is ready and will get cold if we don't hurry. During the meal, Shizuku continuously served delicious dishes to Gushir. Gushir, you should eat more of this. Thank you, Shizuku, Gushir said gently, admiring her as she served him food, resembling a devoted little wife. The natural blush adorning her lovely face made it difficult for Gushir to discern who was the true angel. After finishing their meal, Gushir noted that the time was still early and decided to stay at Shizuku's home. However, Ye had to leave due to a phone call, leaving only Gushir, Shizuku, and Nishimiya Yuzuru in the house, exchanging glances. Gushir, sensing the cold atmosphere, intended to initiate conversation, but Yuzuru spoke first. Thank you for healing my sister. But I will not hand her over to you. Yet, she swiftly shifted her stance, unless you show me that adorable, plump creature mentioned by your sister, which is about this size, I cannot proceed. Gushir, following the words of Xian, immediately revealed its name, Sea Angel Beast. Ah, yes, that's the one. Cough, cough. Unless you show me the Sea Angel Beast, I won't hand over your sister. She looked at Gushir with her hands on her hips, eagerly anticipating. All right, come out. Don't hide. Upon hearing this, the Sea Angel Beast promptly deactivated its invisibility and appeared before Xian. So, is it me you wish to meet? Upon seeing it, Xian exclaimed. So cute, so cute. Gushir gazed at Xian, whose eyes sparkled. Now, can you give me your sister? Sure, I'll bring her back, Gushir replied. Mother has already consented. Really? Gushir asked, looking at Shoko. But at that moment, Shoko was already flustered by their conversation, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Shoko. Hi. What is up, Gushir? Do you want to go for a walk with me? Gushir suggested. Yes, on the bustling street. Gushir pointed to a crepe stall, asking, do you like that? I do. Then I'll go buy it. Is matcha flavor okay? Yes. Upon reaching the stall, Gushir ordered one matcha and one chocolate flavor. Here, Shoko, hold it. Thank you, Gushir. Shoko said, taking a bite. It's delicious. The two wandered around most of the stalls on the small street, and gradually, the sky began to change colors, painted with the hues of sunset. Walking side by side, Shoko said, Gushir, I am so grateful to you for everything you've done for me since we met. I truly like you. I like you the most. Gushir, hearing this, felt somewhat awkward, for his own feelings were also entwined within. What if I said that my help is because I have been interested in you all along? Would that make you happy? I would be very happy. Shoko replied. If you did all this just because you liked me, it may not seem like much to you, but it means everything to me. It's enough that I cannot contain all this gratitude. How sly of you. Gushir mused. What about you? Gushir, can I continue to play this role with you until the end of this play? Shoko gazed at Gushir with affection, eagerly awaiting his response. Gushir met her gaze warmly. I would be delighted to continue this with you, but this play is called Eternity. Are you willing to perform? Yes, I am. With that, she embraced Gushir and kissed him. Shoko's kiss was somewhat inexperienced, so Gushir gently guided her. After a long moment, they parted. Shoko, blushing furiously, said, Gushir, I like you the most. I like you too, Shoko, Gushir replied, moving to kiss her once more, but Shoko covered his mouth with her hand. All right, the sky is getting dark. If I don't return soon, Mother will start to worry. Hearing this, Gushir relented. There would be plenty of time ahead. He took Shoko's hand, and they retraced their steps. Shoko willingly allowed him to hold her hand. Gushir, while escorting Shoko home, also picked up the sea angel beast, who was happily playing with Shien. As for Ye's dinner invitation, Gushir declined, citing prior commitments. Upon returning home, Gushir lifted his gaze and saw Yukino, freshly emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, droplets of water still glistening in her hair, adding an unexpected allure. However, upon noticing Gushir's gaze, a strange sensation stirred within her. How infuriating. Why does it feel so comfortable under his gaze? What is this? Of course, she would never voice such thoughts. Pervert. Lecher. What are you staring at? Haven't you had enough fun on your date today? At that moment, Ayano intervened. All right, enough bickering. By the way, Mom has a high-profile banquet tomorrow night. Are you two going? I don't particularly care. If that's the case, I will definitely go. Otherwise, if someone has inappropriate thoughts about you, where will I go to cry? Gushir said ominously. Ayano grew curious. Oh, and what if someone truly oversteps their bounds? What will you do then? I will deal with him. No. First I will pin him down, then shatter his limbs, and finally finish him off. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Yukino interjected. What are you joking about? They are my sacred line. Besides, is this cruel? I have already shown mercy. I didn't even resort to the full Qing dynasty torture, so consider it a good deed. Who is your sacred line? Don't presume, Yukino retorted, though warmth spread through her heart. Ayano then leaned in and kissed Gushir on the cheek. At this sight, the warmth in Yukino's heart vanished, replaced by a bitter pang of jealousy. Chapter 13. The banquet in progress. Gushir, what do you think of my dress? Is it beautiful? Ayano, now dressed elegantly, approached Gushir to showcase her attire. Gushir admired the light blue gown adorned with a flower and genuinely praised. Yes, Ayano, you look splendid in that dress. It elevates your beauty. Hee, I'm glad you like it. I will wear this then. By the way, has Yukino changed yet? Just as Gushir finished speaking, Yukino's door swung open. Hearing the sound, both turned to look, and there stood Yukino in a delicate yellow dress, her lips adorned with a soft pink lipstick. Her fair calves elegantly displayed beneath the skirt. Despite a slight flaw at the chest, Gushir still deemed her appearance top-notch. Yukino, she exclaimed, blushing as she noticed their gazes fixed upon her. How do I look? Is it okay? Will it look bad? What? Bad? How could my sister look bad in anything? Exactly. Yukino looks good in everything. If anyone dares to say otherwise, I'll tear them apart, they both declared. Hearing their enthusiastic responses, Yukino felt reassured and softly said, Gushir, you should hurry and change too, or else someone might talk behind your back. I'll see who dares to speak ill of me. All right, go change quickly. Even if they don't dare to say it to your face, they will definitely talk behind your back. Besides, just look at what you're wearing. Short-sleeved floral shorts paired with those school shoes. What are you thinking? Unable to withstand Yukino's teasing, Gushir decided to comply. All right, I'll change, okay? With that, he retreated to his room to change. Hurry up. We're going to be late. Oh, after a while, one of the girls remarked, you truly look quite dashing, reminiscent of those formidable villains, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, he was striking. Upon hearing this, Gushir immediately raised his chin, looking down his nose at them. Do you even know who I am? And I must thank the two beautiful ladies for their compliments. At that moment, Gushir was dressed similarly to Neo, the protagonist from the Empire Hacker, sans sunglasses. Coupled with his striking features, he was undeniably captivating. All right, enough of the antics. Let us be on our way, Wai said before stepping out to fetch the car. Gushir and Yukino followed suit, climbing into the vehicle. They navigated their way to the venue of the banquet, parking in the designated area. Upon exiting the car, they approached the entrance of the banquet hall, where they fortuitously encountered Mrs. Yukinoshita, who was waiting for them. Now that you're here, let us head inside, she said, leading the way. Following her, Gushir and the others entered the banquet hall. As Gushir took in the crowd, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people." Hearing this, Wai began to explain, "This banquet gathers all the prominent figures of the province. It seems the Zakamura family has arrived as well. Look, my mother is chatting with them over there." She pointed to a table where a lively conversation was taking place between her mother and a girl named Kobayashi, while another girl, Eri, was indulging in delicacies on the table. Yet, Gushir's gaze was drawn to a girl with black hair and red eyes seated on a sofa, accompanied by a blonde girl. Noticing Gushir's distraction, Wai turned to see whom he was observing and remarked, "Those are the Shikigami family. The black-haired girl is Shikigami Kaguya, the eldest daughter of the family, and the blonde girl is her maid, Aisaka. What is the matter? Are you staring at them? If that is the case, I'm sure their family would be quite pleased. After all, they could be associated with someone of your stature," Wai teased. Gushir, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retorted, "Ahem, am I that kind of person? Please, don't slander me." Wai chuckled, but Yukino was less amused, "Aren't you?" At that moment, Aisaka, standing beside Kaguya, sensed an unusual gaze directed their way and turned to see its source. Gushir, "Miss, someone is staring at us," she said, her tone tinged with caution. Kaguya regarded her with curiosity. "What is so different about him?" "I don't know. It's just a feeling," Aisaka replied, her expression darkening. "Do you have an issue with me?" "No," Kaguya responded, her demeanor stiffening. "My intuition is strong. It's a woman's instinct." After this proclamation, Kaguya's expression darkened further, her grip on her cup tightening. "Is that girl implying I'm not a woman? Well, I shall see who has triggered your sixth sense." Kaguya quickly turned her gaze back to Gushir. "Is it him? He is quite handsome, though I don't think I've seen him before. The person with him must be from the recently prominent Yukinoshita family. Could he be connected to them? No, that is impossible. He is likely just a pretty boy." As Kaguya observed Gushir's wide-eyed curiosity, she silently labeled him as just another pretty boy who had never been to such a gathering. "Humph, Aisaka. It seems your judgment has faltered. He is merely an ordinary person. How could you react so strongly? Are you not doing well lately?" Kaguya remarked sharply. "Well, Aisaka, it seems you are regressing," she added with a smirk. Meanwhile, Aisaka scrutinized Gushir again, realizing he did indeed possess a somewhat rustic appearance. Could it be I misjudged? She thought, feeling somewhat helpless. She bowed to Kaguya. "I apologize, Mississippi. It seems I was mistaken." Kaguya simply replied, "Let it be a lesson for next time." Before returning to her tea, during this exchange, Gushir found himself increasingly bored as he watched everyone engage in lively conversations. Suddenly, the banquet doors, which had remained closed for quite some time, swung open, drawing the attention of the majority of attendees toward the newcomer. To their surprise, a monk entered the hall. Why is there a monk at a banquet? Wait, he seems to possess some kind of magical aura. He is likely an exorcist, Gushir mused, observing the monk's aura, which was more delicate than his own leg hair. He then drifted into his own thoughts. However, unlike Gushir, many in the crowd greeted the monk warmly, expressing their enthusiasm. "Welcome, Master Naokai. Master Naokai, it's good to see you again." For those unfamiliar with him, they turned to those who did, inquiring, "Do you know him? Who is he?" "You don't know?" He asked the renowned exorcist from the civilized province, Master Naokai. "It is said he succeeds in every exorcism, which makes him quite famous in that circle," came the explanation. Gushir overheard this and thought, "Naokai? What a ridiculous name." At that moment, Yukino gently tugged at his sleeve. "Gushir, do you think he can really exorcise spirits?" Gushir replied, "He probably can. But the claim of always succeeding is surely false. Compared to me, he is like an ant before a god, hardly worth mentioning." Just as Gushir was boasting about his prowess, The monk, amidst the flattery from the crowd, became somewhat lost in his own ego. Suddenly, he spotted Wai. Noting her beauty and solitude, and an inappropriate thought crossed his mind. What a stunning woman. If I could just, he thought, moving toward her. Hey, Gushur. That monk seems to be approaching my sister, Yukino warned. What? Gushur immediately turned to see the monk standing before Wai. Miss, I am Naokai. And I would like to make your acquaintance, he said suddenly, startling Wai. In a display of courtesy, she replied, hello. I'm Yukinoshita Wai. Oh. So you are Miss Wai? I've observed that your recent fortune seems to be lacking. Fortunately, I know some methods to turn your luck around. I would be happy to assist you today, he said, reaching out as if to touch her. The surrounding attendees seemed to lose their minds, exclaiming, is the master going to intervene? He is willing to help for free. She is so lucky. Just as the monk was about to lay his hands on Wai, Gushur swiftly seized his filthy hand. Hey, young man. What are you? Before he could finish, Gushur delivered a swift smack, sending the monk crashing against the wall with such force that it left a gaping hole and spiderweb-like cracks. The monk became embedded in the wall, unable to free himself, and his shoulder tore due to Gushur's grip, blood cascading down in torrents. Screaming in agony, he cried out, my shoulder, my shoulder. Why? Gushur merely regarded him with a cold gaze, filled with menace. He then used wood manipulation to immobilize the monk's remaining limbs before approaching him and delivering a series of strikes to his restrained body. No, please, stop. I beg you. Let me go? Regarding his pleas for mercy, Gusi remained utterly indifferent. After shattering his 3 limbs, he gazed at him with a calm demeanor and a disdainful tone. Truly a mere insect. Even if it gains some fortune and power, it remains, at its core, an insect, infinitely weak in my eyes. I scarcely dare to exert too much force, lest you disintegrate into a mist of blood. At this juncture, Gusi paused, recalling Aizen's famous adage about stepping over an ant without crushing it, a feat that is indeed challenging to master. Do you understand? Then farewell. Gusi placed his hand upon the man's head. Sensing the imminent threat, the man desperately intensified his pleas. No, I do not wish to die. I am afraid. Spare me, and I shall give you everything I possess. With a soft splatter, he was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, floating in the air, leaving behind only an arm discarded by Gusi, with nothing else remaining. Gusi observed the delicate droplets of blood descending, as if relishing a performance that belonged solely to him. Behold this beautiful spectacle of blood mist. How delightful. Why had I not felt this joy before? Never mind. I rate this performance an 86 out of 100, as you have received a score of 14. Chapter 15. The plan in motion. The onlookers who had witnessed Gusi eliminate Naochua finally regained their senses, only to be overwhelmed by endless dread. One individual stood frozen, while another, attempting to be helpful, called out, "Run now." Gusi, unfazed, employed his powers to obliterate their recent memories. Except for Yukinoshita, Yoshino, and a few others intentionally spared by Gusi, such as Shikama Kaguya, Aisaka, and the future Governor Fujiwara Chika, all others fell victim to Gusi's memory erasing technique. Instantly, those who had been running about like monkeys, screaming, now stared blankly at one another. What was I just doing? I recall we were in conversation. One suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, right. What were we discussing?" After a while, the banquet returned to its original state, while the gaping hole in the wall and the severed arm lying amongst them were ignored as if they had never existed. All orchestrated by Gusi's hand. The 3 spared individuals, Shikama and the others, found the scene bizarre beyond measure. Particularly Kaguya, who feigned calmness while internally weeping. What kind of monster is this seemingly pretty boy? Beside her, Aisaka and Fujiwara, who had approached them for conversation not long ago, were caught in their own turmoil. "Aisaka, do you remember what just happened?" Kaguya asked anxiously. "Yes, my lady, I remember, and my 6th sense is quite accurate. I was not mistaken," Aisaka replied. "Kaguya, are you still concerned about your ridiculous 6th sense? Is that really the issue at hand? What has happened to you? You were never like this before. Damn it. What nonsense. Give me back my old Aisaka." Meanwhile, Fujiwara, feeling inexplicably shy with a flushed face, wondered, why didn't he erase my memory? Does he have feelings for me? Kaguya, frustrated, retorted, "Oh great, now we have a love-struck fool." Fujiwara, what nonsense is filling your head? Did all your brain power get siphoned by those 2 lumps on your chest? After some time, sensing it was getting late, Gusi announced he would head home. The Yukinoshita family members agreed, feeling the banquet had served its purpose. As they left together, Sawamura immediately grabbed Yoshino's wrist and hurried towards Guesai. Just as Guesai was about to open the car door, they heard Sawamura's voice calling, "Wait, wait, take us with you. Yoshino, you go in first," Sawamura said with a smile, allowing Yoshino to enter before she herself got in and closed the door. Inside the vehicle, the seating arrangement had Yano driving, Yukino in the passenger seat, and Guesai on the far right in the back, behind Yano, with Yoshino in the center and Sawamura on the left. On the way back, Sawamura discreetly observed Yoshino and Guesai. Noting as Yoshino sat upright, she sighed internally. Gradually, she began to inch toward the right, attempting to squeeze Yoshino closer to Guesai. And Yoshino, too, edged nearer, almost able to catch a whiff of his scent. "Mom, what are you doing? I'm running out of space." "Oh dear. I'm so sorry, Yoshino. I simply have too much stuff. There's nowhere to put it. Just move toward Guesai. I'm sure he won't mind." Upon hearing this, Guesai quickly waved his hands. "It's fine, I don't mind." After Guesai spoke, the others in the car exchanged glances, with Yano thinking, "You're in for it tonight," and Yukino feeling a mix of disgust and bitterness toward this lecherous man. "Why does he act this way with me?" "Yoshino." Sawamura chuckled. "The plan is in motion." Upon arriving at the Sawamura residence, the two playful girls exited the vehicle. "Goodbye, little Guesai, little Yano, and little Yukino." Yoshino shyly bid farewell. "Goodbye, Guesai." "Farewell." Chapter 16. The Crimson Night Beast. "Quickly, Yatsuba. The results are out. Go check." "May, we all passed." In Neon, the passing line is the average score divided by 2. Nino looked at her results and joyfully exclaimed, "Indeed, I surpassed the average in several subjects." "Hey, is this a joke, Guesai? Even though I know you're a bit special, your scores are absurd." According to the results chart from the Neon College entrance examination, the full score is 800 points. First place, Guesai, 800 points. Second place, Shikama Kaguya, 722 points. Third place, Yukinoshita Yukino, 699 points. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task and receiving a reward. Would you like to claim it? Claim it, Guesai silently thought. Ding. You have received a non-destructible vehicle like the one used by Sister Fa. A new world ticket to explore a brand new realm. Royal Knight Lottery Ticket 1. Use the Royal Knight ticket. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the Crimson Night Beast. Not bad, not bad. Let us see what new worlds I can access. Meanwhile, in the student council of Shuchian Academy, Shikama Kaguya was watching Aisaka, who was busy searching on the computer, while Fujiwara was beside her. "Aisaka, have you found out who this Guesai is?" "Almost there, my lady. Please don't rush me." "Kaguya, why did that person from last night spare me?" Just then, Aisaka exclaimed, "I found it. I found it. Him." "Wait, what happened? What is it?" "Let me see," Kaguya asked, puzzled by Aisaka's dazed expression. "Is it him?" "Kaguya, it's him." Hearing this, Kaguya leaned in to look at the computer screen where Guesai's information appeared, but it only displayed a name and a photo. The rest was blank. Kaguya recognized Guesai's photo as the person from last night, exclaiming, "That's him. He's the one who dealt with that bald man." Suddenly, a line of text appeared on Guesai's profile. "What are you looking at, you big fool?" Aisaka and Fujiwara blushed. "He's so annoying." Kaguya, feeling provoked, thought, "He must be trying to provoke me. What does he take me for? A mere roadside attraction." Good. Good, good. So this is how you want to play. The Shikigami family received a challenge from the Wise One. Upon hearing that their young lady was going to challenge the Gu family, Aisaka Ai quickly urged her, "My lady, are you out of your mind?" Setting aside his achievements, his strength is not something we can contend with. "No, Aisaka. I mean to surpass him in terms of grades." Aisaka replied, "My lady, do you think it's possible that someone scores 800 simply because they can only score 800, while they might achieve full marks in the next exam? And you might only match him, seemingly forever unable to surpass him?" Hearing Aisaka's words, Shikigami Kaguya fell silent as well. Could it be that I will never surpass him? In the afternoon clubroom, a discussion about other worlds ensued. Is there really a parallel world? Yubihama Yukino asked, wide-eyed. "Yes," came the reply. "In that place, there are heroic spirits, which are historical figures, and some of them can summon heroic spirits as servants to fight." The Gu family elaborated about many worlds. "Oh, Arthur is a woman. The Holy Grail. How fascinating. Cough, cough. To me, this is nothing. I can defeat them single-handedly," laughed the Gu family. Do you understand the 17th Holy Grail War? Unlike Yubahama, Yukino looked grave. Are you sure? There won't be any danger? Of course. I will be fine. Hearing Yukino's concern, the Gu family paused for a moment and reiterated that there would be no issues. All right then, you must come back safe. We will be waiting for you, said Kata Megumi with a smile. Me too, added Shirogane, her eyes filled with light, fully believing that the Gu family would not deceive her, though worry gnawed at her heart. Gukuin, you must return safely. I will be waiting for you. Yes, we will too. The four-leafed clover immediately echoed in agreement, and the others nodded at the Gu family. Yari. Gu. All right, I'm off. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Having learned about the new world, the Gu family inquired with the Wise One if time would change here when he ventured into the new world. The Wise One, still malfunctioning, provided data to the Gu family. According to the analysis, when you travel to the new world, the flow of time in this world will drastically slow down. When you return from the new world, this world will only have progressed to the day after tomorrow at most. Acknowledging this with a gentle the Gu family returned to the present. Before the crowd, he murmured, Wise One, activate the new world ticket. Yes, my lord, the connection portal has been opened for you. Just as the Wise One finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared before the Gu family, instantly drawing him in. Yari, did Gu just say something? Yukino exclaimed. This guy needs to be careful. My sister and I will be waiting for you at home. Yubahama prayed with her hands clasped together, for safety, safety, safety. Gu. It's nothing, you'll get used to it, said the second sister. At that moment, the Gu family was transported to a unique location. As he entered this place, the sight before him amazed him. Countless starry particles fell like rain. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, Hey, outsider, who are you? Why are you here? Taken aback by the sudden words, the Gu family frowned and turned to the source of the voice. Before him stood a little girl. Seeing the puzzled expression on the Gu family's face, she became even more audacious, exclaiming, Despicable outsider. Speak. Gaia, look at him. He doesn't seem to know anything. Another girl beside her pulled at her. Gaia, don't mind me. I'm determined to show this guy my strength. So these two were rivals, the Gu family thought coldly, pondering how to punish them. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the Gu family, and he approached Gaia and Alea with a mischievous grin. What are you looking at? What do you want? Stop. I'm telling you to stop. Don't come closer. Gaia exclaimed as the Gu family advanced toward them. Should I stop just because you say so? That would be quite embarrassing for me. The Gu family continued, walking until he stood before them. What do you want? Alea asked first. The Gu family chuckled. To deal with you. Help. There's a lowly enthusiast. Both girls screamed in unison. Seizing the moment Alea was caught off guard, the Gu family pinned her to the ground, and with a resounding slap, he struck her rear end. Then, one slap after another landed, causing her to cry out, Why are you hitting me? I didn't say anything to you. Hit Gaia instead. After adequately punishing Alea, the Gu family turned his gaze toward Gaia. The once arrogant Gaia transformed into a meek girl upon witnessing Alea's punishment. What is a little demon? I, Gaia, am certainly not one. Remaining calm and collected, the Gu family approached her. Gaia immediately panicked, exclaiming, Wait, you hit Alea? So you can't hit me. The Gu family dealt with Gaia in the same manner. Ding. Congratulations, my lord, for arriving in the new world and receiving a reward. The Gu family excitedly inquired, Wise One, is this a reward every time I enter a new world? Indeed, my lord. You receive one every time. Would you like to open it? Yes, of course. Open it immediately. Ding. Congratulations, my lord. You have obtained the complete book of magic, allowing you to use the recorded spells without need for study. Upon realizing he could wield magic, the Gu family leaped in joy. I am indeed the chosen one. Gradually, the Gu family regained composure and approached Gaia and the other girl. Hey, I want to participate in the Holy Grail War. How do I go about it? What? You want to participate in the Holy Grail War? But no one will summon you. That's none of your concern. Just tell me where the portal is. I'll find it myself. Upon hearing the Gu family's intent to leave, the two girls immediately ushered him, as if leading a noble into the village. This way please. There is someone else who is going that way. Upon hearing this, the Gu family instantly teleported toward that person, arriving before a figure shrouded in deep shadow. The person, startled by the Gu family's sudden appearance, exclaimed, What the hell are you? Before the figure could comprehend, he was kicked away, disappearing without a trace. Get out of my way. Do you understand the Holy Grail War? It's still me, Gu, who shall prevail. Ahaha. As he leaped into the vortex, Gaia and Alea sighed heavily, relieved that this troublesome fellow had finally left. Gaia, I nearly died. Finally, he has gone. Just think about the poor heroic spirits who have to deal with him, Alea remarked. Don't blame us. We can't fight him either. The Gu family's servant profile read, servant true name, Gu family. Radiant beast Lucifer, class, berserker, gender male, height, 186 centimeters, weight, 83 kilograms. Ability parameters, note, to adapt to the worldview. The protagonist Gu's profile may confuse some readers. Strength, come forth. If you possess the capability, dare to meet me with a punch. I could strike you down effortlessly. My endurance, bolstered by the Sage mode of Wood release, allows me to fight tirelessly for an entire day. My agility may be my only weakness, but that is in comparison to my other attributes, not yours. As for my magical prowess, in Sage mode, I can engage you without relying on a master or commands. At worst, I can borrow some power from the world itself. Are you aware that I am blessed by the world's protection? Luck smiles upon me, as I am favored by the god of fortune, rendering my fortune invincible. The treasures I have acquired are numerous, and my noble phantasms are a testament to my prowess, not mere happenstance. Class skills, my madness enhancement allows for communication, and it is not a mere state of frenzy that could tarnish my sanctified essence. Even in a fallen state, such degradation is inconceivable. Ha ha ha. Exclusive skills, the blessing of the world grants me favor from every realm. Go forth, proud youth. The god of fortune's blessings enhance my luck significantly in critical moments. Indeed, you are the most fortunate of all. The wise one can discern the optimal choice within the mind, though it seems the ancient ones regard it merely as a source of amusement. The omnipotent can acquire nearly all skills that adhere to reason, and within their domain, they stand unparalleled. Do you wish to devour my colossal Buddha? It towers hundreds of meters high. Upon entering Sage mode, I can continuously draw magical energy from nature. The Grimoire of Magic allows me to directly wield various spells inscribed within its pages. The power of the angels? It is a fusion of the legendary forces from both the digital world and the realm of reason, a true power beyond perception. Noble Phantasm Information Name, Marine Angel Beast Rank, Type, Anti-Personnel Noble Phantasm Range, Maximum Capture. Person's Ultimate Form. The ring encircling its neck is known as the Sacred Ring, also found on Diabloom and Angeman, suggesting a connection to holy-type digital beasts. The inscriptions upon it remain an enigma. Though I dislike combat, my ultimate technique, Love of the Ocean, renders all adversaries devoid of their will to fight, ensuring victory by result. Name, Crimson Knight Beast Rank. Type, Anti-Personnel Noble Phantasm Range, Maximum Capture. Person's Ultimate Form. A member of the Royal Knights from the digital world, possessing both virus attributes and protective prowess. Embodying a paradoxical existence that may become dangerous should balance falter. Clad in exquisite armor forged from 99 pure digital alloy of time. Wielding the sacred speargram in the right hand and the holy shield aegis in the left. A paragon of chivalry, loyal to their lord. The ultimate technique unleashes a powerful strike royal shot with gram and radiates purifying light pure land through the sacred shield aegis. Name, King Dragon Beast Rank. Type, Anti-Personnel Self Noble Phantasm Range. Maximum Capture. Person's Ultimate Form, with valiant combat data of dragons and warriors. The digital core has created a majestic figure clad in traditional Japanese armor, wielding swords in both hands. The left blade is named Kairyu Left Great Blade, and the right is Kairyu Right Great Blade. The winged blade on the back is known as Kairuma Daime Blade. Name, Root Tree Bow Rank. Type, Anti-Personnel Noble Phantasm Range. Maximum Capture. Forged from the primordial tree, it possesses extraordinary hardness and can penetrate defenses with ease. Name, Shield of Courage Rank. Type, Anti-Personnel Self Noble Phantasm Range. Maximum Capture. As long as courage persists, the shield shall not fracture. Colossal Cross Rank. Type, once unleashed, who could remain unshaken? Range, Maximum Capture. This colossal cross releases 10 superheated orbs arranged in a planetary cross formation. Its power eclipses the 7 heavens of Seraphimon. Chapter 18. Heroic Spirit Summoning London Clock Tower. The renowned director Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald scolds his petite wife, Weber, declaring her earnest thesis to be utter nonsense. emphasizing the vital importance of a magician's lineage. Enraged and unwilling to accept such disparagement, Weber, after class, stealthily pilfers a fragment of the holy relic, the Emperor's cloak, belonging to Director Kenneth, seeking to validate his sentiments. In the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi observes the anguished expression of Matu Kaguya as he gazes at the mockery reflected in Matu Sakura's visage. Beneath Kaguya's fury, vermin occasionally wriggle within his form, a testament to the transformation he has undergone at the hands of the old worm. Yet, his life remains but a month long. The Einsburn household, Shiroamiya, has acquired the holy relic, the sheath of King Arthur, Avalon, from Ahadon's grasp. In Fuyuki City, Tosaka Tokiomi presents Tosaka Tokiomi with the serpent skin of the world's first molted snake, proclaiming that as long as it serves as a medium, summoning that heroic spirit shall ensure our victory. Do you still remember the incantation for summoning? Matu Kaguya inquires of Sakura within the insect chamber. Yes, he replies. Tosaka Tokiomi then requests that he incorporate 2 additional verses from other incantations into the chant. Hearing this, Kaguya expresses confusion, questioning why. It is simple. Your aptitude as a magician is considerably inferior to other masters, thus necessitating an enhancement of your foundational abilities through the servant's class. The servant you wish to summon possesses the berserker attribute. Meanwhile, in the forest, Weber meticulously prepares the summoning circle, filling it repeatedly, yet discarding it upon reaching fullness. Tosaka Tokiomi, grounded in silver and iron, with stone and contract as the foundation, calls upon the noble lineage of the past. Shiroamiya, place the sword sheath within the circle. Oh, noble spirits, heed my command. I entrust my fate to you, sword, if you wish to dwell within the Holy Grail. Heed this intention, adhere to this principle, and thus swear. I, who will vanquish all malevolence in this world, will bind you in chaos, with eyes clouded, heart unhinged. A prisoner ensnared by madness. I am the master of this chain. Kaguya, in a fervent declaration, proclaims, you are entwined within the 3 great words of the 7 days, originating from the wheel of restraint, the guardian of balance. Upon the completion of the summoning incantation, a puff of mist erupted within the circle, causing Weber to sit abruptly upon the ground, only to be met by the imposing figure of a red-haired man, Iskander, the great king. In the basement of the Tosaka household, Tosaka Tokiomi gazes upon the servant he has summoned, declaring to Kiritsugu, this war is ours to win. Ancient ones await me. Before him stands the heroic King Gilgamesh, the oldest of kings, the king of light. At the Matu residence, Kaguya exclaims, Hey, Sakura, what is going on? Why is there no heroic spirit and no response whatsoever? As he stares at the silent summoning circle, he shouts at Matu Sakura. Nearby, the old worm, observing Kaguya's failed summoning, also expresses confusion, pondering the strangeness of the situation. Did Kaguya not recite the summoning incantation correctly? Matu, you haven't considered abandoning Sakura, have you? Are you trying to deceive me with this counterfeit holy relic? Answer me. Did we not agree? Kaguya's thoughts drift to such possibilities as he grips Sakura's shoulders tightly. Speaking frantically, Sakura, taken aback by Kaguya's grasp, regains composure and, upon hearing his accusations, chuckles. How could the holy relic be false? It is genuine. The reason you cannot summon a servant may simply be due to your weakened state. Kaguya, it is indeed laughable that I would need to deceive you now. Yet, just as Matu Yenyi confronted the old worm, the previously dormant magic circle suddenly erupted with blinding light and a deafening roar. The two, startled by the commotion, turned to witness the magic circle emitting a pure yet sinister radiance, which caused them both a certain discomfort. With a resounding boom, the magic circle unleashed not mere smoke, but a colossal beam of light connecting to the heavens, a phenomenon visible to all of Fuyuki City. The gas in Fuyuki exploded once more. Masters from various parts of Fuyuki witnessed this spectacle, including Tosaka Tokiomi, who was serving Gilgamesh. Upon seeing this dazzling beam, his previously composed demeanor was instantly unsettled. Beside him, the gleeful Gilgamesh exclaimed, "How amusing! I never expected such a formidable entity to appear in this Holy Grail war." Though Weber and Iskander did not see it, the overwhelming aura was palpable. Weber, sensing this aura, anxiously inquired of Iskander what it could be. "I have no idea, but it undoubtedly belongs to some servant." A servant. Observing his master's fright, the Conqueror King slapped Weber on the head, saying, "What is there to fear? Am I not here? But can you defeat it? Weber stammered. Humph. We won't know until we try. The fear before battle was unbecoming of a king. A startled Eri turned to ask what was wrong, to which Yin replied, It's nothing, Eri. Just be cautious when I fight. I sense a powerful presence. In a sewer, Gillis de Rice, henceforth referred to as Bluebeard, found himself alongside the radiant boy, Ryanosuke. The sudden surge of divine energy reminded Bluebeard of the Saint Joan of Arc. Is it the saint? No, it cannot be her. Noticing Bluebeard's muttering, Ryanosuke inquired. What's wrong, old man? Are we still in this? Prompted by Ryanosuke, Bluebeard returned from his reverie, chuckling. Of course, we shall continue. For the sake of the saint. Shifting back to the Matu residence, the soaring beam shattered the roof, finally revealing the servant, Gilgamesh. At that moment, Gilgamesh, clad in a white robe with wings atop and 10 wings extending from his back, resembled a grand archangel. He opened his previously closed eyes and surveyed the two before him, ultimately fixing his gaze on Matu Yenyi. So you are my master? A bit weak. But it matters not, for you are my master. Observing from the side, Matu Zongen signaled Yenyi to inquire about his servant's fundamental information. Hello. I am Matu Yenyi, your master. And this is Matu Zongen. Oh, is that so? Then who is that little girl peeking from the corner? Upon hearing this, they turned toward the wall. Yenyi, what are you doing here? This lady is Matu Sakura. She did not intend to spy. Zongen initially believed Gilgamesh was accusing Sakura. And though he shared that sentiment, he did not plead for her as Yenyi did. Rather, he scolded her sternly. Sakura, who permitted you to come here? Get back immediately. Do you wish to be thrown into the worm pile? Sakura, terrified by Zongen's reprimand, fell to the ground, trembling. Witnessing this, Gilgamesh's mood soured at the sight of Sakura seated on the floor. He quickly approached Zongen, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. With another hand gripping his throat, Gilgamesh yanked, and with a sickening sound, Zongen's head was wrenched from his spine. Yet, Zongen's entire body transformed into countless insects. How disgusting. You cannot kill me. What does it matter if you are a servant? Hearing Zongen's mocking voice again, Gilgamesh calmly replied. There is a brain worm in that child named Sakura, isn't there? Did you truly believe I was powerless? He stepped toward Matu Sakura and unleashed his angelic power. Upon seeing Gilgamesh approach, Sakura trembled in fear, but as she felt his warm angelic aura, she gradually calmed and gazed intently at his face. Meanwhile, the brain worm within her sensed impending doom, prompting Zongen to plead, Wait, I was just joking. Please, have mercy on me. Who do you think you are to command me? You, old worm, must die today. With a final, chilling scream from Zongen, all the insects transformed into digital particles, dissipating into the air. Chapter 20 My Eyes. My eyes. Matu Yenyi, who had been a mere spectator to the extermination, was jolted back to reality by the death of Zongen, as the restless imprint worm within him caused him immense pain. Seeing this, Gilgamesh, recognizing Yenyi as his master, decided to intervene. Although his legs healed, his eyes remained afflicted. Aware that his servant had saved him, Yenyi knelt before Gilgamesh in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you. I cannot express how grateful I am. You saved both Sakura and me. Enough, rise. It was merely a trivial act, and my master ought not to be so pitiful. After Yenyi expressed his gratitude once more and stood, Gilgamesh began playfully pinching Sakura's cheeks, saying, How adorable you are. Your name is Sakura, correct? You need not fear anymore. I will ensure that all who have wronged you are punished. Is that all right, Sakura? Gilgamesh gazed earnestly into her eyes. Upon hearing his words, Sakura's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. Weeping, she collapsed into Gilgamesh's embrace, sobbing, Thank you. Thank you. Oh, great angel. Great angel? My name is Gilgamesh, also known as Lucifer, the Lord of Hell. From now on, you may call me brother, Gilgamesh Oniichan. Gilgamesh smiled at the little Sakura in his arms. Sakura lifted her adorable little head, gazing at the smiling Gilgamesh. Oniichan? Is that all right? May I truly call you that? Yes, indeed. From now on, you are my sister. And we are family, Sakura. Yes, Oniichan. Family. Meanwhile, Yenyi watched this touching scene with a sense of relief. However, upon hearing his servant's introduction, he pondered, Gilgamesh? Who is that? Is there a historical figure by that name? Lucifer. Satan. The Lord of Hell. Initially bewildered, he suddenly realized that he had drawn the short straw in a game of chance. What bad luck. What good fortune. I have exchanged an old musket for a pulse electromagnetic cannon. Are you truly the one recorded in the Bible? Yenyi asked uncertainly, seeking confirmation. After enduring much hardship, he found it hard to believe that he had drawn the grand prize, fearing deception. It was like spending all your savings on a lottery ticket, only for the last one to win you 200 million, an experience that felt unreal. Returning to the present, Gilgamesh introduced himself. That is not incorrect. But I differ from the Lucifer you know. I am Lucifer from another world, and the three great angels there have inherited my power, making me even more formidable. I, Gilgamesh, have come as a summoned servant. That is absurd. You were the one who pushed me away and took everything from me. And you refer to yourself as Matu Ganyai, right? From now on, I'll call you Ganyai. No need for the formalities. You can simply address me as Gu. Upon hearing Gu mention Matu Ganyai, a sigh of relief escaped him. At least his servant possessed a commendable character. So what shall we do next? Now, of course, it's time for a meal. I'm so hungry I could faint. I have truly descended in my original form. Afterward, Matu Ganyai, along with the transformed Gu and Matu Sakura, ventured to a fine dining establishment. Do not inquire about the source of the funds. The Matu family has existed for many years, and they still possess some wealth. Oniichan, this is delicious. Try this. Gu was being fed by Matu Sakura, his mouth filled to the brim. By the way, Sakura, let me show you something. Come forth. Aquatic angel beast. So cute. Brother, is it called aquatic angel beast? Can I play with it? Matu Sakura gazed at Gu with her big, sparkling eyes. With just a single strike, Matu Sakura unleashed an impressive attack, hitting Gu's heart with the aquatic angel beast. From now on, you will stay by Sakura's side and protect her. Understood, Gu. I shall ensure Sakura's safety. After speaking, the aquatic angel beast nestled into Sakura's embrace. Thank you, brother. You are so kind. Gu burst into laughter at Sakura's praise. Meanwhile, Matu Ganyai, as Gu's master, was left bewildered. Is this truly Lucifer? Why is he acting so foolishly? After their meal, Gu and the others returned to the Matu residence. Feeling comfortably full, Gu immediately expressed his desire to set up several magical arrays within the house. Ganyai agreed, as without a home, they would have nowhere to reside. Thus, Ganyai and Sakura watched as Gu arranged various magical arrays: a burning array, a stunning array, a nauseating array, a weakening array, and a morning sickness array. Matu Ganyai, how many is this? This has to be at least 20. Just how much magical power do you possess? And what on earth is a morning sickness array? Who did you learn magic from? I must see the panel later. Matu Sakura, holding the aquatic angel beast, sparkled with admiration, not comprehending much but aware that her brother was incredibly powerful. If I could be even stronger than brother, wouldn't that be amazing? She tightened her grip on the aquatic angel beast, drawing its attention. Sakura, are you alright? I'm fine, aquatic angel beast. After setting up no less than 50 magical arrays, Gu finally paused. Seeing Gu stop, Ganyai expressed his wish to see Gu's panel. Gu readily displayed it before him. My eyes. What in the world is this? What is all this nonsense on the screen? The lowest is. I never expected my Ganyai to summon such a being. I must be the chosen one. Sakura, brother Ganyai, what's wrong with him? Gu. He is simply overjoyed and has revealed his true appearance. I see. Sakura nodded, trusting that Gu would not deceive her. Alright, it's getting late. Sakura, hurry and sleep. Otherwise, you will become less adorable. Brother, can you tell me a story? Sakura inquired. Unable to refuse the adorable Sakura, Gu replied, Alright. I shall tell you a tale about a ninja village. Thus, in Sakura's room, Gu recounted the story until she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Ganyai had already retreated to his room during Gu's storytelling. In the pitch darkness of night, devoid of any light as if the entire world had been consumed by shadows, a figure stealthily approached the Matu residence. Chapter 21. A trip to the amusement park. At this moment, a sneaky figure neared the Matu house. One of the final incarnations of Hasen. Just as he was about to move closer, the magical array that Gu had strategically placed activated, triggering hidden effects. In an instant, Hasen felt the effects of burning, poisoning, diarrhea, and morning sickness. This male form of Hasen, slow and in excruciating pain, was met with an array that multiplied all effects by 10. Consequently, without accomplishing anything, Hasen succumbed to the agonizing effects of Gu's arrays, shattering into fragments and vanishing. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Matu house remained asleep. Morning arrived. Brother, wake up and eat. At the sound of Matu Sakura's call, Gu rose from his slumber. After freshening up, he sat beside Sakura, enjoying her generous offerings. Open wide. Ah, delicious. Did you make this, Sakura? Gu inquired as he savored the meal. Does brother like it? Sakura asked eagerly. Yes, I love everything you make. After finishing their meal, Gu, at Sakura's persistent pleading, agreed to accompany her to the amusement park. Soon, Gu and Sakura found themselves on the road outside the Matsu residence, where Gu summoned an indestructible magical vehicle, referred to as a magic car, comparable to a phantom beast. They drove towards the nearest amusement park, while Ganyai, watching the cheerful Sakura, indicated he would go gather information. To ensure Ganyai's safety, Gu cast several enhancement spells upon him, reminiscent of Bone King before battle. At the amusement park, Gu pointed to the carousel, asking, Sakura, do you want to ride that? Sakura, fixated on the carousel, jumped in surprise at his voice but quickly responded, yes, I want to ride it with brother. All right, then follow me. Gu carefully placed Sakura on the carousel before joining her, wrapping his arms around her. As Sakura felt Gu's warmth, her cheeks flushed. Sakura, which one do you want? I can grab it for you. Gu stood before the claw machine, inquiring of Matsu Sakura. I don't know, she replied, gazing at the myriad of plush toys within the machine, longing for them all. Seeing the conflicted expression on Sakura's face, Gu understood that she secretly desired them. Sighing, he thought, what can I do? She is my sister. After all, I can only indulge her. Thus, Gu crouched down, smiling at Matsu Sakura. Since you don't know, let me see if I can grab them all. Watch my skills. Brother, you're the best. Sakura exclaimed, planting a kiss on Gu's cheek, which invigorated him. All right, watch how I catch them. With sheer luck, Gu effortlessly snagged toy after toy, whether standing, sitting, or even with his eyes closed, leaving the staff bewildered. Before long, he had emptied an entire claw machine. How about that? Am I impressive, or what? Gu proudly tilted his chin, relishing in Sakura's admiring gaze. Yes, brother is the greatest. Laughing uncontrollably, the surrounding spectators chimed in. Dear, I want one too. Daddy, I want one. Forget it. Ugh. Useless. Ugh. Daddy, you're such a loser. As dusk approached, Ganyai summoned Gu and Sakura for dinner. The two, having had a day filled with excitement, returned home bearing a large bag of plush toys. Did you two rob the toy store? How did you acquire so many plushies? Ganyai looked on in disbelief at Gu, who was clutching a mountain of toys. What's wrong, Ganyai? I noticed Sakura's room was empty yesterday, so I thought these plushies would make for good decorations. Fine, put them on the sofa for now. I'll tidy up later. Hurry inside for dinner, and don't use foul language in front of Sakura. Yes. Sakura gazed at the scene before her, emotions swirling within, joy, gratitude, warmth, resulting in a single tear that fell, encapsulating their shared past. Chapter 22. The Arrival of the Crimson Night Beast. On the previous night at the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi had already conspired with Kirai Kodomine to stage a performance, intending to pit Gilgamesh against them in battle, ultimately leading to his demise at their hands. Of course, that was merely a fragment of a larger scheme, as Tokiomi aimed to feign death, allowing Kirai to seek refuge within the church, fabricating the illusion that he had been eliminated, thereby facilitating their clandestine machinations. The events unfolded as Tokiomi had envisioned, yet the uncooperative nature of Gilgamesh presented a considerable challenge. As he remarked, they are merely a bunch of amateurs. Aside from that one individual, I could not care less about the others. Hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi bowed helplessly, secretly lamenting his choice of allies, yet he resolved that victory was all that mattered. Time shifted back to the present, where the G family had just finished their dinner. I'm so full, exclaimed G, letting out a long belch. Hey, Sakura is still here. Mind your manners. Kanu Yinya said with a hint of exasperation. Having grown accustomed to his servant's antics over the past few days, realizing that she was not as fearsome as she seemed, but rather quite amiable. All right, Yinya. When did you become such a mother hen? Besides, Sakura would never disdain me. Would you, Sakura? G turned to Sakura, who replied, No, I would never dislike you. Big brother. G smiled at Sakura before addressing Yinya. Well then, since we are all well fed, it's time to get some exercise. Indeed, let us go? Yinya agreed. However, Sakura could not contain herself, her pleading eyes shimmering as she said, Big brother, I want to go with you too, please. No, Sakura, it's too dangerous. Yinya interjected before G could respond. That's true, Sakura, it might not be safe for you, G added, noticing her about to cry. But on the other hand, it might be acceptable. After all, You have your sea angel beast with you. Though small, it possesses considerable strength. Sakura's face lit up. Really? Is that true? Yet Yinya still appeared apprehensive. Ah, don't worry, Yinya. If worst comes to worst, we can let Sakura stay in the vehicle. It's indestructible, after all. Alright then. Let's all go? Yinya relented, and upon hearing this, Sakura dashed to G's side, hugging him and exclaiming, "Yay! You're the best, big brother." Yinya? Okay. Now arise. My royal knight, the Crimson Knight. As G's words echoed, a towering figure, nearly 6 meters tall and adorned in crimson and gold, materialized before them. Yinya was astounded. Sakura, your brother truly is the strongest. Crimson Knight, proceed to the location I transmitted to you. I will join you shortly. Should you wish to engage in battle, I consent. The Crimson Knight knelt before G, affirming, "As you command, my king, I shall not forget your orders." With that, he soared into the sky. G then summoned a vehicle for the three of them, instructing Sakura and the sea angel beast to fasten their seatbelts. I got it, big brother. Yes, I know, AG. Alright, let us go full throttle. Their destination was the dock. At that moment, at the dock, the king of the Dullahan was locked in combat with the Brush brother. While in the distance, Kiritsugu Amiya observed the unfolding chaos from the shadows. Meanwhile, Kirai Kotomine was discreetly gathering intelligence on the battlefield through his keen observation. The battle escalated as the Brush brother, unaware of the true nature of his Crimson Brush's piercing capabilities, sustained injuries to his abdomen and left arm, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the Emperor decided to intervene personally, but a colossal figure descended rapidly, creating a crater that sent shockwaves through the area, causing everyone to stagger back. As the dust settled, Kiritsugu, Tosaka Tokiomi, Gilgamesh, and Kirai finally discerned the nature of the figure. What is that? Kiritsugu gasped, his voice tinged with dread. In the middle of the crater stood a giant, nearly 6 meters tall, wielding a spear larger than any of them and a magnificent shield, emanating an aura that instilled deep unease among the onlookers. Hey, what is the meaning of this? He bellowed, furious that his battle had been interrupted. The Crimson Knight responded calmly, I apologize, but I did not anticipate your weakness. Merely the shockwave has rendered you all in disarray. What? You insolent fool. Prepare to face me. The Brush brother roared, enraged by the taunt. In a flash, he charged at the Crimson Knight, moving faster than before. Within moments, he reached the knight's side, but when he thrust his brush, it merely sparked against the knight's armor without leaving a mark. The Crimson Knight cast a dispassionate glance before raising his holy spear and sweeping it across, leaving the Brush brother no time to react. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing through countless containers and walls, finally stopping after flying several thousand meters, unconscious. Had it not been for the command seal keeping him barely alive, he would have already returned to the throne of heroes. Chapter 23. The enemy approaches in 5 seconds. All present gasped in astonishment at the sheer power displayed by the Crimson Knight, who had incapacitated an opponent with a single, ordinary strike. As the crowd marveled, a booming laughter echoed from above, approaching swiftly until it landed between the Crimson Knight and the others. Ha ha ha. How amusing. You, such a giant, should be formidable, right? Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the King of Conquerors, Iskander. I admire you all. Why not join me as my subordinates and conquer the world together? The Conqueror King proclaimed from atop his chariot. Absolutely not. I am the King of Britain. I would never serve you. The Brush brother retorted defiantly. The Crimson Knight declared, I am the Crimson Knight, one of the 13 royal knights. Your words are nothing but an insult to me. I serve only my king. I was merely sent to test your strength, and it appears you are woefully weak. The tension in the air thickened as the kings glared at him, their pride wounded by such a claim. Oh really? Then let me see just how strong you are. The Conqueror King, provoked, leaped from his chariot, sword raised, charging at the Crimson Knight. In response, the Crimson Knight readied his holy spear. With a clash of metal, their weapons met, yet it was evident that the Crimson Knight's spear remained steadfast, slowly pushing the Conqueror King back, his sword trembling in his grasp. Finally, the Crimson Knight struck with his shield, sending the Conqueror King crashing into his own chariot. Weber, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in concern. Are you all right? I'm afraid there's no significant matter at hand. Weber, yet his strength is indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the onlookers grew increasingly solemn. If that Crimson Lotus aimed to eliminate the target, it would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. The more one contemplated, the worse their expression became, akin to having consumed 3 pounds of mashed potatoes. However, after sending her flying, the Crimson Lotus seemed to disregard her entirely, standing still and slowly declaring, "I know there must be more servants present, right? What is the matter? Why do you hesitate to reveal yourselves? Truly pathetic beings." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure appeared on a nearby lamppost. "Jashiyo, who are you referring to?" The Crimson Knight Beast retorted, infuriated. "You, Golden Flash," he exclaimed, "curse Jashiyo. I shall show you what a true king is." Suddenly, a multitude of golden vortices emerged behind him, each revealing an array of weapons, all noble phantasms. The Crimson Knight Beast did not yield, raising the sacred shield Aegis. He confronted the onslaught of golden weapons with pure land. The Aegis erupted in deep crimson beams, and upon contact, the noble phantasms were reduced to ashes. Seeing his attack thwarted, the Golden Flash furrowed his brow slightly. "Jashiyo, I didn't expect you could withstand this. I underestimated you." Subsequently, the number of noble phantasms behind him increased dramatically, with at least 100 swirling in the vortex. Observers engaged in combat with the Crimson Knight were left in awe of their prowess, feeling as if they were being subjected to a dimensional strike. The vast disparity made them question whether they were indeed participating in the same Holy Grail war. How could they all be so monstrous? One with maxed out offense and defense. Another recklessly tossing noble phantasms as if they were mere trinkets. What a farce these two were engaging in. Oh, so many noble phantasms. How I wish I had some. The Conqueror mused, gazing at the plethora of weapons. Is this truly the war of heroic spirits? But why is it not said to be the strongest class? Looking on at their battle, Eri couldn't help but compare it to their own lackluster skirmishes. Her thoughts were inevitably overheard by those with keen hearing, and she could only offer an awkward smile in response. At that moment, the battle between the Crimson Knight Beast and his opponent intensified. Though the Golden Flash relentlessly unleashed his noble phantasms, while the Crimson Knight relied on his gun and shield to deflect them, the spectacle was enough to shock the onlookers. Considering neither seemed to be exerting their full strength, instead engaging in casual banter. "Hey, Jashiyo, you must merely be a subordinate of that fellow, right? Although you exude a similar aura, it pales in comparison to his intensity, am I correct?" The Crimson Knight Beast noted without anger, sending the last noble phantasm flying. He gazed at the Golden Flash and replied, "Indeed, I am merely a subordinate summoned by my king. Just as I suspected. Ha! I did not misjudge you. What an intriguing character you are." The Golden Flash rejoiced at receiving confirmation. However, others were not so easily convinced. If this individual was already this powerful, how formidable could his so-called king be? What kind of holy grail was this that summoned such beings? "Damn the holy grail. Do you think I desire this?" Lancelot exclaimed. "Even Gaia and Alea are beyond my reach." Just as they speculated about the identity of the king, a vehicle sped towards them. "Ah, slow down. Slow down. The dock is ahead. We'll fall into the water. Don't worry. The Omnipotent One already taught me. Sakura, the child is still in there. She'll be frightened. Oh, go faster. Go faster. Brother, the speed is exhilarating. It's fine, we've arrived. Watch me drift." The vehicle drifted to a halt right beside the Crimson Knight. As soon as the car stopped, Matu Kaguya jumped out, doubled over, and promptly expelled the meal he had just ingested. "Ugh, next time, let us take it easy on the speed. And you, Sakura, don't learn from him. Brother isn't bad." Sakura chimed, rolling down the window to speak to Kaguya. "From afar at the Tosaka residence, Sakura?" "Exactly. Kaguya, look. Sakura hasn't said a word against my family." At this moment, the onlookers were astonished. Isn't this a war? The Holy Grail War. This is no place for a picnic. Meanwhile, the Crimson Knight turned to look at the ancient family and respectfully greeted, "My king. You have arrived." The crowd gasped, "Who is he?" Chapter 24. I shall stand tall above all. Feeling the astonished gazes upon him, the ancient family adjusted his attire and hair before addressing them. "Ahem. Though I know I am quite handsome, you need not be so excited. I can feel shy too. You know." The crowd watched the self-absorbed ancient family with a mix of disbelief, internally pondering how truly narcissistic he was. "Ahem. All right, let us cease this frivolity. Everyone, do me a favor and stand down." At this proclamation, not only did the opponents appear bewildered, but even Kaguya and his companions were left in a state of shock, staring at the ancient family. The first to regain composure was Yu, who glared at the ancient family and shouted, You bastard. You think you can just call for a ceasefire? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, the ancient family finally had someone inquire about his identity. Thus, he spread his arms wide and declared emphatically, well then, listen well. I am the one who ended the strife between human, beast, and digital beings, the source of the power of the three great angels. I am the mightiest angel, the morning star, the devil, the fallen angel. I am Satan, the lord of hell, the most powerful demon, the prideful demon, summoned by the title of the strongest class. I have many names, the ancient family, the bright beast, Lucifer, they are all me. So how about that? Isn't that an impressive introduction? I've been crafting it since I got behind the wheel. The ancient family looked at them expectantly. Eri, you must agree it's impressive. Yes, indeed. It is quite impressive. Eri replied affirmatively. Ah, you're Eri, right? You're quite remarkable. When you pass on, I'll take you to heaven. At this exchange, the boldness of Eri elicited an immediate reaction, provoking a response from the ancient family. Hey, are you still going to fight? Even if you are indeed Lucifer. So what? Little brat. Silence. You may be small in stature, yet your courage is commendable. Her retort struck deep. Do you think I don't desire this? You insufferable wretch. With great force, she lunged at the ancient family, delivering a powerful strike that he effortlessly caught with one hand, even mocking her. Oh, you see. Your basic stats fail to match mine. Even my lowest agility surpasses yours. What do you think you can do against me? The crowd was left speechless. The lowest? What kind of stats are these? Amiya Kuritsugu is at a loss. This is too overwhelming. I can only seek opportunities with the master, and as for that little girl. Just as the ancient family continued his mockery, his sixth sense triggered. Who? Someone is about to harm Sakura. It must be Amiya. Let us see what you're up to, little one. The ancient family immediately invoked gravitational magic, lifting Amiya into the air. Amiya? This guy isn't even a threat. The ancient family exclaimed, capturing him in his grip. So, you must be her master, right? Hee. What do you intend to do? Let me go? Of course. I merely wish to inquire about the taste of the mashed potatoes cooked by Gao-1. What were you thinking? The ancient family's eyes gleamed mischievously. Oh, are you suggesting I would? Be quiet. She flushed a bright red, breaking free from his hold. Let my master go. Capturing a master is no feat. You lack the spirit of a knight. You despicable scoundrel. She scolded him. The ancient family merely picked his nose, flicking the residue away before responding, the spirit of a knight? I am no knight. Are you jesting with me? And as for being despicable, you do know what Satan represents, right? I couldn't care less. As long as I am entertained, that's what matters. Besides, your master was about to do something bad to my sister. I implore you, regardless of whether you were knights or kings in your previous lives, do not regale me with your hollow ideals. Here, they are but mere trifles. Though you possess commendable traits, they ultimately set you apart from me. No matter your endeavors, you shall always encounter limitations, whereas I shall continue to grow stronger, unbound by any perceived ceiling. Thus, I am destined to rise to the pinnacle. Gus's startling proclamation left most in a state of shock, save for Gilgamesh. The golden-haired king, upon hearing the words, erupted into laughter. Haha, what an amusing individual. I have indeed chosen well in considering you a worthy opponent. Gus paid little heed to him, his gaze fixated on the now silent Shiro Amiya, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. As for Shiro, the so-called killer of magicians, let him perish. Just as those words left his lips, Iliasville lunged towards Gus, weeping and pleading, wait. I beg you, do not kill Shiro. Gus smiled, though the expression was chilling. Are you jesting? He remarked, preparing to act. However, the Conqueror King suddenly appeared behind Gus, striking with his sword. Gus, intrigued, momentarily abandoned his intent to slay Shiro. He pivoted, seizing the blade, and with a deft kick, sent the Conqueror King sprawling. Realizing his mistake, she launched another attack, but wounded as she was, she could not match Gus's prowess. With a casual swipe, he knocked the sword away and grasped her smooth neck, lifting her effortlessly. His gaze then turned towards Gilgamesh. Now it is your turn. Gilgamesh, undeterred by the challenge, responded with fervor. Ah, splendid. Let us see what you are capable of. Suddenly, Gilgamesh paused, his demeanor shifting from playful to furious. You dare to command me with a spell? Who gave you the audacity? Before he could finish, he transformed into golden light, reappearing beside his master. Having expended a command spell, witnessing Gilgamesh's disappearance, Gus felt resigned, realizing he would have to wait for another opportunity. Now, it is your turn, Shiro. Yet again, Shiro stood resolutely in front of Gus. I will not allow you to harm my master. Iliasville, witnessing this, was deeply moved. You must prevail. Gus mused, how curious. I feel as though I have become the villain here. But who said I intended to approach? With that, Gus activated his magic, heart control. In an instant, a pulsating heart materialized in his hand. Gus gently pressed upon it. Ah! Shiro cried out in agony as the heart throbbed in his grasp. Iliasville immediately interceded, pleading for Shiro's life. No, please, spare him. Gus, reveling in his wicked amusement, moved Shiro closer to Iliasville. Observing this, she mistakenly believed her pleas had softened Gus's heart. Thank you. Thank you for sparing Shiro. But Gus's wicked smile revealed his true intentions. I have yet to declare his pardon. His heart remains in my possession. What do you intend to do? She shouted in fury. Gus regarded the injured Shiro. Let us engage in a game, shall we? If you win, I shall spare everyone. What do you say? All right, Iliasville, do not speak further. I agree. What is the game? He interrupted, directing his question at Gus. It is a simple matter of questions and answers. But do not even think of lying. Your heart is still within my grasp, and my magic can discern the truth. Should you answer truthfully, you shall live, and we will depart immediately. Should there be even a single falsehood, none of you shall escape. Now let us begin. Understood. Proceed with your questions. Gus posed his first inquiry. If there are 2 vehicles, one holding 4 people and the other 3, and you can only save one, which would you choose? The one with 4 people, Shiro replied without hesitation. And if the vehicle with 3 contains familiar faces, while the 4 are strangers, which would you choose then? This question compelled Shiro to ponder for a moment before he sighed heavily. I would still choose the one with 4. Is that so? Then for the final question, a group is divided into 2 rooms, each containing explosives. The first room has 20 individuals, while the second has 40. However, the first room contains your wife, Iliasville, and your daughter. Which do you choose? The 40 or your family? This last question cast a shadow over Shiro's countenance. As he lowered his head in contemplation, time slipped away, and Gus remained patient, waiting for his response. Finally, Shiro's voice trembled as he confessed, I'm sorry, Iliasville. I choose to save the room with 40 people. Tears streamed from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Gus. Ah, a truthful answer, Shiro. You have indeed chosen the majority, as expected. Iliasville released her grip on Shiro's arm. Disbelief etched across her face. Shiro, you truly would, indeed. Iliasville, I would choose the room with 40, no matter the situation, no matter how many times. Even if the other group includes you or Ilya, I would still select the larger group. So, you would genuinely forsake Ilya? You wretched scoundrel. How dare you call yourself her father? Iliasville shouted in anguish, her disappointment palpable as she fled, tears streaming down her face. Iliasville, Shiro, how can you? Enough. I am your master. You must follow me, Shiro retorted, unperturbed by her outburst. He then turned to Gus, the architect of this turmoil. May I take my leave now? Of course, at any time, Mr. Amiya. Gus returned the heart to him and departed with his family. Once Gus had left, Shiro picked up the phone. Miyu, I'm fine. Proceed with the plan. Despite his desire to resist, he was compelled to comply with Shiro's orders due to the command spells. Observing the entire spectacle, Waver remarked, They have departed. So must we. Alas, it seems we have no choice. By the way, Waver, I wish to purchase a new game. Meanwhile, Iliasville found herself unaware of how far she had run. Ultimately halting at a desolate construction site. She gasped for breath, her heart still ablaze with fury. At that moment, a car with its high beams on approached slowly. Straining to see the driver, she squinted against the light. Finally, the vehicle came to a halt beside her, revealing it to be Gus's car. The driver's window rolled down, and Gus leaned out. You certainly can run, haven't you? To have made it to such a place. Ah, but enough of that. Get in. You wouldn't wish to sleep in the wilderness, would you? What do you intend to do? If I truly wished you harm, I would have acted long ago. Do you really think I would still converse with you? Now, hurry and get in. Feeling compelled, Iliasville complied and climbed into the back seat beside Sakura. On the journey back to the Matu residence, Iliasville could not restrain her curiosity. If you were to face the last question, what would your choice be? Would you choose those you care for? Or, of course, I would choose those I care for. And what of the others? The others? Why should I concern myself with others when I do not know them? Even if there are 100, 1,000, or 10,000 individuals. If I must choose between them and one person I truly care about, I would unhesitatingly choose to save that one individual, the one who holds my heart. As for the fate of the others, I am utterly indifferent. They may despise me, but such feelings would matter little unless the person I care for also harbored resentment towards me. Yet I fear not, for I am certain that the one I cherish reciprocates my feelings. I know that I would choose them time and again, thus they will trust my judgment. Perhaps only grumbling and discontent. Gushi earnestly responded to Ai. Is that so? I understand now. By the way, may I call you Gushi? You can simply refer to me as Ai from now on. In her mind, she compared Gushi with Amiya Kiritsugu, finding the latter increasingly detestable. Sakura, the elder sister, seemed somewhat suspicious and might compete for her brother's affection. No, anyone who dares to vie for her brother must descend into the depths of hell. Her brother is solely hers. At the Matsu residence, Gushi opened a door and said to Ai, "You may sleep in this room." "Thank you, Gushi. Good night." "Good night." Ai. Chapter 26. Meanwhile, Director Ken, having spent millions to secure an entire building, was scolding his servant. Let us not blame Kenneth. It is merely that the adversary is exceptionally formidable. At that moment, Kenneth's fiancée, Sora, chimed in, smiling at Kenneth, who suddenly realized that perhaps it was the blemish on his face that endeared Sora to him. This was Kenneth's perception, although Sora's prowess could easily overcome the flaw. Thus, it was Sora's genuine affection that Kenneth felt burdened by, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Suddenly, the building shook violently, continuing much like the original narrative. At the Matsu residence, early in the morning, the news reported that several children had gone missing in Fuyuki City last night. This immediately reminded Ai of Iliasville. Meanwhile, the church proclaimed that killing the cursed would yield a spell as a reward. After learning this, Ai approached Gushi. "Can you save those children?" "I can," Gushi replied. "Why do you wish to save them, Ai?" "Because seeing them reminds me of Iliasville." At that moment, Sakura, frightened, approached Gushi, clinging to him. "Brother Gushi, I am so scared. Will I be taken away?" "You will not, Sakura. I will go and rescue them tonight, all right?" "Okay, but you must be careful." At the Tosaka residence, Gilgamesh sought out Kirai Kodomine, expressing his dissatisfaction with his master, Tosaka Tokiomi, for being excessively conservative and missing opportunities for enjoyment. As the earliest heroic spirit, he immediately perceived the ambition within Kirai's eyes. Thus, they struck a deal. Gilgamesh would assist Kirai at critical moments. But Kirai must share the intelligence gathered by Hassan with him. That night, Bluebeard arrived with hostages, children in tow. Upon reaching the doorstep, he prepared for confrontation, and Amiya Kiritsugu surprisingly agreed. The two engaged in combat, only to discover the children transformed into monstrous tentacled creatures. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Kiritsugu was momentarily restrained due to his injuries. Just then, Gushi descended from above, rescuing them. On the other side, Kiritsugu was under attack from Kenneth, whose mystic eyes of death perception kept Kiritsugu at bay. As they prepared to clash, a dragon's roar resonated through the sky as Gushi descended with Ai before them. Upon seeing Ai, Kiritsugu exclaimed, "Ai, yes, I have arrived. Enough of idle chatter, let us vanquish our foes." Indeed, she agreed. Upon Gushi's arrival, the atmosphere transformed. "O revered angel, why do you gaze upon the saint?" "Saint? Jeanne d'Arc, you say? I indeed have several of her kind. Enough of this foolishness. Behold the beast of Jeanne d'Arc." Gushi immediately summoned the King's dragon sword, cleaving through the adversary with a single stroke. To their astonishment, what they believed to be vanquished suddenly entangled its corpse with tentacles, wrapping it tightly. Realization dawned upon them as the creature morphed into a colossal monstrosity. "Gushi, what do we do?" Ai exclaimed in panic. "It is merely larger than before. I possess something far grander." What? Behold the true essence of power." With that proclamation, Gushi invoked a celestial technique, summoning a towering Buddha with thousands of hands. The creature before them shrank to the size of a chick in comparison. Is this a jest? What manner of creature is this Buddha? Is it not from the West? Transform into a Buddha, Gushi bellowed, and the multitude of hands struck the monster simultaneously, engulfing the area in smoke and tremors. As time passed, the creature's cries diminished to silence, and when Gushi ceased his assault, nothing remained but a pool of purple sludge, which soon dissipated into luminescence in the air. Observing this, Gushi surmised that the Red Lotus Knight had likely dealt with the Sunlight Boy. He then released the Buddha to descend upon the ground. "Gushi, has it been defeated?" Ai inquired, seeing Gushi return without any sign of the creature. "Merely a trivial matter. he replied. Grateful for the elimination of the threat, Ai expressed her thanks. Thank you, Gushi. I entrust her care to you. I shall protect her, he assured. But now, it is your turn. My turn. Indeed. You shall be my next opponent. Rest assured, I shall not unfairly challenge you. We shall engage in unarmed combat. Furious at the perceived insult, she charged at him with her weapons drawn. Gushi effortlessly captured her strikes, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then cast her weapon aside, and in that instant, she was pierced through the heart, dissolving into luminescence as she returned to the throne of heroes. Meanwhile, Kenneth sensed the demise of his servant. Though reluctant, he recognized his loss of the master qualification and hastily retreated from Kiritsugu, lest he find himself ensnared in a dire situation. Thus, on this fateful night, they all departed. Chapter 27 I, Gushi, shall defy convention. With the task complete, Ai was ready to leave. Oh, I'm coming. Ai glanced at Gushi, who had recovered, and bid farewell. Goodbye. Farewell, he replied, noting her subdued demeanor. Given Gushi's displayed prowess, it seemed that only a few could withstand him, while the rest would falter in mere moments. As Ai and Gushi departed, he sighed heavily, returning to Kiritsugu's side. Kiritsugu, observing Kenneth's retreat, turned to inquire. What transpired over there? Did they also arrive? Having just eliminated their presence, Alice remained by Gu's side without informing Kiritsugu Amiya. It is evident that Kiritsugu still harbors intentions towards Gu, and he has conveyed the details of the battle to Kiritsugu. The towering 1,000-meter Buddha, the peculiar sword, and the extraordinary summoned beasts. These magical forces are all of the highest caliber. Engaging in solitary combat is no longer feasible. It seems our only option is to ally with others to stand a chance. Subsequently, Kiritsugu summoned Kuyamiya. What is it, Kiritsugu? She inquired. Miya, please contact the master of the Tosaka family. I will seek out another master. We must unite to confront him. A one-on-one confrontation is impossible. Understood, Kiritsugu. After planting a kiss on Kiritsugu's cheek, Miya promptly set off for the Tosaka residence. Upon her arrival, she was met with resistance. Hey, master, how can you enough? I am the master. Kuyamiya had reached the Tosaka household, but was halted at the door. Given that the master was already aware of the situation, there was no need for concealment. Tokiomi Tosaka, I have come to negotiate terms. This is not a battle that a single servant can win. You are likely aware of this, so I propose we collaborate against him. Let her in, Tokiomi, commanded Kirai. Yes, teacher, let her enter. Once inside, Miya declared, speak. Why do you seek cooperation? Taking a deep breath, she continued, he is far too powerful. In under 10 minutes, he eliminated G. He even possesses a 1,000-meter tall Buddha, capable of striking with nearly 100 meters of force. He may have yet to reveal his full arsenal, but given the current circumstances, no servant can defeat him alone, not even yours. Thus, we must combine our strengths. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu was conversing with Weber. A partnership? Indeed, you are likely aware of his strength. Kiritsugu recounted the events that transpired the previous night. What should we do? Should we agree? Although reluctant, they recognized that there was no alternative. Upon receiving confirmation, Kiritsugu released a sigh of relief. Let us discuss the plan. Miya, did Tokiomi agree to cooperate? Yes, they have agreed to join forces and will act tonight. However, he mentioned that he will not strike first, believing that the enemy will eliminate everyone but the two of them before he intervenes. I see, understood. Let us proceed as planned. Kiritsugu then ended the call. At the Matu residence, the family had just finished their meal when they heard the distant sounds of combat and an unmistakable laughter. The front door was suddenly smashed open as the Conqueror King burst in, accompanied by Weber. Ha, we come to have a chat. I brought something good. Ugh. Open the door more carefully next time. Ha. Weber, are you alright? Gu observed the bizarre antics of the duo and lamented the damaged doorway. Really? Why must my door be destroyed? Never mind, let Weber compensate, someone suggested. Outside in the courtyard, a cup of wine was poured, and they began to drink. When it was offered to Gu, he accepted it without refusal. However, as he prepared to pour a cup for Gu, he noticed a figure emerging from the side. This is truly subpar. This wine is akin to horse urine. Gu coughed. It's fine, continue. But this is already the best on the market. Do you have something superior? The Conqueror King asked. Of course. Allow me to share my treasured wine. With that, he retrieved a bottle of golden wine from his treasury. Without hesitation, the Conqueror King poured himself a glass, and soon everyone present followed suit. Oh, delicious. Truly befitting of your wine, one remarked, their cheeks flushing. Gu, who had never tasted alcohol before, was caught off guard by the first sip, leading to a bout of coughing. What is the matter? Isn't the wine good? The Conqueror King asked, puzzled by Gu's reaction. Yet, Gilgamesh discerned the truth. Hey, you're not telling me this is your first drink? How did you know? Gu replied. Surprised. Do you even need to ask? I've lived long enough to recognize a novice drinker. As they exchanged words, Gu's naivety became apparent, prompting the Conqueror King to gently advise, if you cannot handle it, perhaps you shouldn't drink. But Gu, feeling defiant, declared, I am Gu. I shall do the opposite. What? You say I cannot drink. Then I shall drink to prove you wrong. With determination, Gu downed his glass and turned his gaze to the wine jug, lifting it to his lips and guzzling it down in one go. Chapter 28. Departure. After finishing the entire jug, Gu belched loudly. Are you truly all right? Someone asked with concern, aware that they would soon have to engage in battle, and it seemed unfair if Gu was intoxicated. I'm fine. I'm the strongest, Gu exclaimed, but soon he began to retch. Is this what you call fine? Seeing Gu vomit while insisting he was okay, they had no choice but to pat him on the back. As Gu felt the supportive hand and the faint fragrance wafting from her, combined with his inebriated state, he exclaimed, You smell wonderful. Suddenly, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Gu, my family, I'm feeling a bit hazy. I think I'll sleep now. Gilgamesh found this amusing. Weber, you've accomplished what we could not. How bizarre. An opportunity presented itself to eliminate him. Having been lurking in the shadows, one sprang forward to strike Gu, unaware that Gu had already completed several formidable feats among the assassins. Each one met a unique demise, decapitated, cleaved in half, or torn to shreds. The scene was akin to a massacre. Meanwhile, the Conqueror King, roused by a shout, activated his noble phantasm, the army of the king. The group was transported to a vast desert, divided into two factions, everyone on one side and Gu alone on the other. Wait, one shouted loudly. Before we engage, I want to ask you something. Given that I might perish in this battle, I wish to clarify our motives for seeking the Holy Grail. I'll go first. I seek the flesh to reclaim dominion over the world. Gilgamesh chuckled. Fool, I am the king of heroes, master of all treasures. The Grail rightfully belongs to me. I seek it to save my nation, to alter the fate of Britain from annihilation. The dialogue continued as per the original narrative, and I shall refrain from recounting further. And what of you? They all turned to Gu, the wise one. I believe there is merit in her desire to save her nation, which I commend. However, they make valid points. Perhaps you are ill-suited to rule, resembling more of a knight. The Grail would be quite useful to me, and that is all. Gu spoke with a calm demeanor before assuming a combat stance. Very well, let us commence. With that, Gu charged forward, prompting the others to engage. A multitude of soldiers surged toward the ancient realm of Gu, and just as they prepared to encircle and attack, Gu extended his arms to invoke the celestial magic of the falling sky. A series of magical circles materialized in the air, beams of light, cascading down and rapidly expanding. The soldiers encircling Gu were vaporized instantly upon contact with the beams. Once the spell was unleashed, Gu charged into the throng, seizing a horse's leg and swinging it around. Upon noticing an approaching foe, he struck them down with a swift motion. Realizing the overwhelming number of adversaries, he unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky, channeling his energy into a magnificent cross. 10 colossal spheres of searing light arranged in a cross formation hovered in the air, resembling a divine gaze upon mere mortals. Weber, will you follow me and serve as a vassal to Alexander the Great in this pivotal moment? The Conqueror King inquired. Aware that this battle would lead to the Conqueror's departure, Weber, tears streaming down his face, proclaimed without hesitation, I shall remain eternally loyal to you, my king. Satisfied with Weber's response, the Conqueror King smiled and set him down before resolutely charging towards Gu, accompanied by the luminous spheres above. The thunderous sound of light crashing to the ground signaled the beginning of the dissolution of the king's army, marking the Conqueror's departure, as they too succumbed to the explosive aftermath and vanished into the throne of heroes. Chapter 29. The Black Mud Elixir. Weber, feeling the absence of the Conqueror's presence, was overwhelmed with sorrow, but as a loyal subject, he could not falter. The king's departure was grand and heroic, at least as king was. The perspective shifted back to the present, where there was no time to mourn the Conqueror's exit. Now, the Night King made her entrance. She was to continue her battle against Gu, who aspired to become the ruler of a harem. With a furrowed brow, she charged at Gu, who stood still with his head bowed, seemingly unperturbed. Just as she closed the distance, poised to strike, Gu finally moved. He lowered his head just as their paths converged. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. What is happening? Are they kissing? Sakura Matsu exclaimed. What is this woman doing? How infuriating. Reacting swiftly, she retreated. What are you doing? She demanded, her face flushed and expression bewildered. However, Gu collapsed to the ground, soundly asleep. Meanwhile, as most of the heroic spirits had already been sacrificed, Iliasville's body began to ignite spontaneously, startling both Kaguya Matsu and Sakura, who hurriedly fled the scene. Miss Iliasville is self-igniting. Wake her up. Kaguya rushed to Gu's side, slapping him in an attempt to rouse him. Ilias. Upon hearing of Ilias's peril, he glanced toward the house, but it was too late. A golden chalice burst through the roof and soared into the sky, transforming into the holy grail that Iliasville had become. As for the sword sheath, Avalon, it had stealthily entered the Matsu residence while Gu and the others were ensconced in their bounded field, where Kiritsugu Amiya lay in wait. Witnessing Ilias transform into the holy grail, he seized the opportunity to take the sheath. Meanwhile, in the Tosaka residence, Tokiomi Tosaka, using his clairvoyant magic, spotted the grail. Ignoring the implications of heroic spirits, he immediately sought to command Gilgamesh. Kirai, you might want to take a look behind you. As he spoke, he plunged the teacher slayer into Tokiomi's heart, and with the help of the treasures bestowed upon him by Gilgamesh, he successfully became the master. In the Matsu household, everyone gazed at the Holy Grail, which suddenly expelled a torrent of black mud, rapidly spreading. Kiritsugu, concealed in the underbrush, was instantaneously drawn into an illusion. Within this illusion, he encountered a familiar dilemma. Before him stood a television displaying a cruise ship with 200 and 300 passengers, with only one vessel available for rescue. This brought him to a pause, having just endured a question-and-answer game. Nonetheless, he chose the vessel with 300 souls. The 300 were then divided into groups of 100 and 200, and he continued to select the group of 200. It was only then that he realized the Grail's true nature, a malevolent force that sought to fulfill wishes through the slaughter of all. Subsequently, he was transported to Ilias and Iliasville's side, where he could be with them if he made a wish. In contrast to the original narrative, Kiritsugu hesitated not for a moment. He raised his weapon and shot Ilias and Iliasville, his face serene as a placid lake, devoid of any inner turmoil. The Grail had been tainted, it must be destroyed, an imperative echoed in his mind. Upon returning to reality, he sought the stunned individuals and, at the expense of all his command spells, declared, by command spell, I order you to destroy the Grail immediately. What? Right now? She could only comply. Raising the holy sword Excalibur, the sword's radiant beam cleaved the Grail in twain, yet it returned to the battlefield of despair. Kiritsugu gazed at the obliterated Grail, his relief fleeting as terror gripped his features. The Grail transformed into a massive void suspended in the sky, causing even the seasoned Gilgamesh to gasp in shock. Suddenly, a torrent of black mud erupted from the void, cascading down upon him as he stood in the center. In an instant, Fuyuki City was engulfed in flames, with nearly all perishing in the inferno, while the Matsu family, along with Weber, were shielded by Gu's protection, impervious to the black mud. As for Gu, a flurry of urgent calls echoed, my lord, wake up. What is it, wise one? Ugh, my head aches. Why do my lips taste sweet? My lord. The black mud. The elixir. Is that true? Indeed. By absorbing this black mud, you can directly evolve into a fallen state, even attaining a demonic form. How remarkable. But will there be side effects? Gu questioned, a hint of trepidation in his tone. None. You are already a demon. What concern do you have for being a good person? Well said, but refrain from speaking further. What must I do? My lord, ascend to the sky, and I shall activate the system's capabilities. Following the Wise One's instructions, Gu soared into the air. The Wise One then initiated the abilities left by the system. And in an instant, all the black mud in Fuyuki City converged into Gu's body, leaving not a single drop behind. Hey, Wise One, why do I feel a bit unwell? My stomach aches. Oh, my lord. It's merely a 25th soul attempting to invade. It will pass. That must be younger Manu. Gu mused, just as he unexpectedly released a flatulent sound. Ah, much better. At that moment, Kaguya Matsu approached Gu with Sakura by his side, asking, "Are you leaving?" "Indeed. I must depart, but before I do, there is one last matter." The weeping Sakura implored, "Please don't go, big brother. I don't want you to leave." "Sakura," Gu reassured her, "you needn't worry. Once I depart, the world will merge with your original realm, and everyone shall be transformed by the great consciousness." "Is that so? Then when I return to my world, will Sakura?" "Indeed, Matu Sakura will grow to a similar age as yours." "I understand now. You needn't fear. For when you turn 18, we shall meet again." "Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" "Truly, truly. Then if you do trick me, I shall never speak to you again." "Very well, I shall begin." With that, Gu produced the resurrection of the dead obtained in the earlier chapters. Resurrection of the dead. Using my remaining magical energy as a vessel, resurrect Alice Phil von Einsburn. The immense magical power within Gusher surged like the tides, ultimately coalescing into the form of Eri. The resurrected Eri gazed tenderly at Gusher, murmuring his name. "Congratulations, Eri," he began, but before he could finish, Eri wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Matu Sakura watched in disbelief, her heart racing at the sight of them. That wicked white-haired devil. "I've never even kissed anyone," she thought. "Eri, you. Shoo. Thank you, Gusher." At this moment, Gusher's lower body had transformed into a golden glow, and he swiftly set Eri back on the ground to prevent her from falling. "Will we meet again?" she asked, her eyes filled with longing, focused solely on the angel before her. To others, he might be a demon from hell, but to her, he bestowed upon her a new life, offering her feelings she had never known before. In her eyes, Gusher was her one and only archangel, forever unique. "Yes, your body is a physical manifestation of my magic. There's no need to worry about lifespan or illness. Just a few more years, and we shall meet again." With these words, Gusher dissipated into glowing particles in the air. "I'll wait for you forever." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Shiro Amiya, who was tirelessly digging through the rubble to save others. After what seemed like ages, he finally uncovered a small boy who would grow up to be Shiro Amiya. Overcome with emotion, he embraced the boy, weeping freely. Chapter 30. Return and Reward. In the portal, the wise one spoke. "Ah, my reward? Surely, there must be one." "Indeed. My lord, there are 3 such rewards." "Then reveal them to me." "Congratulations, my lord. You have received the reward of pause, 9 seconds of time stop, along with 2 talismans, the dog and monkey talismans." "Excellent. Now let us utilize that reward." "Ding. Congratulations. The reward has granted you the Radiant Phoenix at level 1500. Honestly, this level seems far superior to those beasts from before. The superior protection always holds priority. Level 1500 Radiant Phoenix? Haha, I truly am destined for greatness. And that protection? Priority. Haha, cough cough cough. After a brief moment, the wise one displayed his status panel. Ding. Host, Gusher. Light Beast, Fallen Form, can directly evolve into Light Beast Satan form for 30 minutes with a cooldown of 1 day. Evolution data, 820, can evolve into Light Beast. Strength, Stellar Single Target. Summon, Radiant Phoenix. In the quiet night at Gusher's home, he exclaimed, "I'm back," as he opened the door and called out into the house. Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed into his embrace. Gusher initially thought it was Yano, considering only the 2 Yuki sisters were home. Yet it was indeed Yano. He embraced her tightly. "Yano, I didn't expect you to miss me so much. Let me take a good look at you." At his words, Yano trembled slightly, but remained silent. Is that Gusher calling me?" Yano's voice suddenly echoed from the living room, startling Gusher. As she entered the hallway, she spotted Gusher in a close embrace with her sister, Yukino. Noticing Yano's expression darkening, Gusher attempted to explain. "Wait, Yano." But Yano interjected quickly. "All right. Though I anticipated this situation, you 2 are too quick." "Yukino? I merely came to see if you were hurt. Don't get carried away." With that, she broke free from Gusher's embrace and retreated to her room. "Yano, what was that about?" "Well, you should go comfort her. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity to win her over," Yano suggested. "Is that so? I understand. I will." Upon hearing this, Yano let out a soft huff, but deep down, she felt uneasy. After all, sharing a boyfriend with her sister or anyone else was far from pleasant. What mattered most was that she had indeed developed feelings for Gusher, which only added to her frustration. Gusher sensed Yano's discomfort and stepped forward to embrace her. Whispering softly, "I'm sorry, Yano. I have always." "All right, the explanations will always boil down to the same few phrases. As long as I'm the most important and I was your first, that position is rightfully mine. I senti it? Yes, you will always be. Now go, comfort Yukino. Ever since you left, she has been preoccupied with her thoughts all day. Okay, love you, Yano. After kissing her cheek, Gusher set off to find Yukino. Yano returned to her room, and as Gusher entered Yukino's room, he pushed open the door, startling her. Who is it? It's me, Gusher. May I come in? He asked, peeking in. Yes, come in. After receiving permission, Gusher stepped fully into the room and closed the door behind him. Approaching her bed, he said, Yukino, I've realized I have feelings for you. From the moment we first met, it became more apparent. Even though it has only been a day since you left, I can't shake this feeling. Whenever you interact with my sister or other women, I feel uncomfortable. Although I don't wish to disrupt our family, I must confess, I truly like you. But what of that? You are already with my sister. Why? Why is it that if you had met me first, we would surely be together? Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Gusher. And what about you? Do you like me? Gusher asked honestly. Yes, I do, but I cannot prioritize one person over another. After a brief silence, Yukino smiled faintly, stepping forward to embrace Gusher. You are quite cunning. Do you aspire to be a harem king? What a pervert. A lecher. However, she quickly changed her tone. I don't oppose the idea of a harem, but I must evaluate those involved. I will not associate with just anyone. Understood, Yukino. Seeing Gusher agree, she playfully said, Kiss me. 2 minutes later, she gasped, I can't breathe. And why are you so experienced? Who else have you kissed besides me? Tell me. 3 people. Who? Yano, Shoko, and someone from another world. Upon hearing this, Yukino promptly pushed him away. What? You found someone from another world? Get out. I don't want to see you. Also, don't tell anyone about today. With that, Gusher left, thinking it could be considered a success. But tonight he would only seek Yano. My lord. My lord. What is it, wise one? My lord. You actually kissed King Arthur, so it's 4 people. When did that happen? Tell me. Well, it happened when I was drunk. No wonder my lips felt sweet at the time. As he spoke, Gusher opened Yano's door and made his way to the bed, pulling back the covers and lying down. What are you doing here? I'm here to play a game with you. What game? Let us skip the details here. Chapter 31. I am Matu Sakura at Tudo High School, 2nd year class. Gusher returned to his seat. Although he had only been away for a day, his classmates knew the truth and bombarded him with questions. Gusher-kun, how have you been? Are you all right? Kato asked first. It was quite enjoyable. Thank you for your concern, Kei-chan. And Gusher-kun, can you? Suddenly, the sound of high heels interrupted Kato's words as Hiratsuka entered with a serious expression. Upon seeing Gusher, she glanced at him briefly before stepping up to the podium and speaking sternly. Ahem. Today, a new student joined our class. We must all get along well. After saying this, she looked towards the door. Come in and greet everyone. Introduce yourself. Soon after, a lovely girl with purple hair stepped inside. Hello everyone. My name is Matu Sakura. I enjoy desserts and detest bitter things. How adorable. It seems I have fallen in love again. It appears she could easily be my ideal partner. Upon hearing the name Matu, the sleepy classmate, Kosher, lifted his head. When he recognized it was indeed Matu Sakura. She also turned to him, saying, Brother, it's been a while. Yes, Sakura. The rest of the class, noticing the familiarity between Kosher and Sakura, began to chatter among themselves. Oh, the new student actually knows Kosher. It seems they're siblings. If I were to pursue Sakura, would he get angry? Surely he would. Kei Akato also found it puzzling, as Kosher had never mentioned having a sister, and they looked nothing alike. Well then, Sakura, please take a seat behind Akato. Shizuku Hiratsuka pointed to the empty spot behind Kei. All right, I understand. Teacher, Matu Sakura replied and made her way to her seat. However, as she passed by Kei, she paused briefly to observe her brother. Had he just spoken to her? He seemed nothing extraordinary. After class, many students gathered around Sakura, asking her questions. They dispersed quickly upon seeing Kosher approach. Matu Sakura beamed at him, saying, Oniichan, I've missed you so much. I'm sorry for making you wait, he replied. It's fine. As long as I see you again. By the way, who are these people? Are they your friends? Sakura inquired. Yes, this is Kei Akato. The other is Shuko Nishimiya. The one with headphones is Miku Nakano, and the girl with the bun is Yubi Hamayui. As for this gloomy one, he is Hachiman Hikigaya. Just think of him as my subordinate, Kosher introduced. When he got a Hachiman, Kosher cracked a small joke. Hello, Matu. Hi. Since you are Kosher's sister, I'll call you Sakura, Hachiman said. Hi, Hachiman. And Kosher, I am not your subordinate. Haha, just kidding. Seeing this, Matu Sakura greeted them as well. So many girls. How can you do this, brother? You can only be Sakura's. At noon, Matu Sakura approached Kosher with 2 lunchboxes. Brother, this is a meal I made with my own hands. Please try it. Thank you, Sakura, Kosher said, taking the lunchbox. Upon opening it, he found all his favorite dishes and couldn't help but think how wonderful it was to have such a sister. He took a big bite and exclaimed, delicious. Sakura's cooking is amazing. Seeing Kosher's delight, Sakura provocatively glanced at the girls surrounding him, thinking, brother likes me best. Others might have found this strange. But Kei Akato understood the challenge in her gaze. Kosher, you should try my food too. With Kei taking the lead, others eagerly offered their dishes to Kosher, except Hachiman, who had gone off to find Saika. That Matu Sakura. She definitely has feelings for my brother. With the 5th Holy Grail War approaching, should I act? No. He will surely notice. Returning to the morning at Yukino's class. Hello. My name is Shiro Amiya. I love justice and despise evil. I am Rin Tosaka. Slightly annoyed by everything. I am Shinji Matu. In the afternoon at the clubroom, Kosher brought the new member, Sakura, along with the girls. While Hachiman had been lured away by Saika, arriving at the clubroom. Yukino, who had already arrived, noticed the newcomer and asked Kosher, Kosher, who is this? This is my sister, Matu Sakura. Sister? When did you get one? Yukino asked in confusion, a question shared by others. Well, technically speaking, you are not from the same world. It's due to my circumstances that our worlds have merged, and your subconscious will acknowledge each other's existence. Kosher explained as they all expressed interest. Is that so? How cool. Kosher, please tell us more. Of course, listen closely. Kosher began to recount many experiences from the Holy Grail War as they listened with rapt attention. Oh, by the way, Sakura, how is Ilias feel? Kosher suddenly remembered Ilya and asked Sakura. Sister Ilya is doing well. Because Fuyuki City was destroyed, both our families have relocated to Chiba City. And Iliasville has settled here as well. The 5th war will be held in Chiba City, and some buildings from Fuyuki will appear in Chiba. As for why, don't worry about it. My mind isn't enough to explain. Is that so? That's great. Kosher sighed in relief upon hearing Ilya was unharmed. Also, Oniichan. The 5th Holy Grail War is about to begin in Chiba City. Are you going to participate? Kosher was taken aback. So the explosion in Chiba City means Fuyuki is no longer my problem, although I've lost everything. I understand. I will participate. The Holy Grail War is being held here? How impressive. Can I join? However, Yukino quickly interjected. No, Yui. Ordinary people should not get involved. It's too dangerous. Kei Akato concurred. Indeed, Yui. If we ordinary people participate, it would be perilous, especially since Kosher mentioned some spirits can be quite malicious. After hearing this, Yui obediently replied. I get it, Yukino, okay? Chapter 32. The Invisible Boundary. A sudden knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Come in. Who is it? After Kosher spoke, Shizuku Hiratsuka entered. Wait, something's off. Teacher Shizuku wouldn't knock. Kosher thought, pointing at her. Who are you? Shizuku, being so down to earth, wouldn't act so politely. Hearing this, Shizuku's face flushed. Damn it, that annoying angel. If it weren't for something important, I wouldn't be doing this. In a fit of anger, she slammed her fist down. At that moment, Yukino pulled Kosher back. All right, Kosher. Teacher Shizuku must have something to discuss with us, right? Am I correct, teacher? Correct. Yukino understands me well, unlike that guy. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kosher quickly changed the subject. Ahem, Shizuka-sensei, please tell us what it is. I promise to handle it properly. Fine. Come in. She stepped aside, gesturing towards the door. Everyone turned to see a girl wearing an eye patch with a quirky hairstyle and another with long blonde twin tails that could drag on the ground. It was Rikka Takarada and Meiho Takamura. Awaken, reality. Tear apart, nerves. Exile, smash the road. I am the mightiest wielder of the evil eye. Shatter the world. Ignite the will. I am the wielder of the evil eye and the thunder god's warhammer. After their dramatic declarations, they struck poses they thought were heroic. While they indeed looked somewhat impressive, the rest of the group could only think, these two are definitely delusional. Suddenly, Rikka noticed the crowd in the room and seemed momentarily surprised before exclaiming, so many. Not only the Lord of Ice, but also the Shadow Assassin. Her gaze settled on Kosher. You are the strongest demon king in history. My ally, let us seek the invisible boundary together. She extended her hand in invitation. While Meiho added, hey, Demon King, I'm inviting you. If you don't accept, this is a rare opportunity. At that moment, Shizuku, who had closed the door, looked at Kosher and Yukino with a helpless expression. See, these two delusional girls have no friends due to their nature. I feel sorry for them. So I brought them to you. Meanwhile, Rikka and Meiho retorted, you're the one left behind, you know? How superficial. The invisible boundary truly exists. And I, the Demon King, shall certainly uncover it. Indeed, as Yukino glanced at Takanashi Rikka, an inexplicable wave of pity surged within her. I understand, Hiratsuka-sensei, I will assist them. Meanwhile, Gusher pondered about Takanashi Rikka. If memory serves, she was once a lively and cheerful child. But after the sudden demise of her father and the abandonment by her mother, she found herself unable to accept reality, thus manifesting symptoms of a Chuunibyou. Firmly believing that she could reunite with her family beyond the invisible boundary. What a pitiful girl. Due to her Chuunibyou, she had scarcely any friends throughout her life. Gusher was willing to indulge her performance. Although he was indeed the Demon King, proud and formidable, he mimicked the Chuunibyou lingo, declaring, with your meager magical power, do you dare to collaborate with this Demon King? How absurd. To Gusher's surprise, Rikka did not take offense. Rather, she responded with excitement. Huh? Little Demon King. You are the weak one. My Demon Eye is invincible. Oh, then, Demon Eye user, what can you do? Show me what you've got. I wish to see if you are worthy to be my ally. Upon hearing this, Rikka produced a gothic umbrella from seemingly nowhere, declaring, you need not concern yourselves with the details. She thrust it forward, exclaiming, Eternal Spear. Dark Shield. What do you think? Confidently, Rikka glanced at Gusher. While the others who knew his true identity silently pitted her, unaware that she was merely a pawn in Gusher's hands. Is that all? Demon Eye user. Your skills are far too weak. What? Dreadful Demon King. She is not weak. Tsubaki Sanai sought to defend Rikka, yet Rikka halted her, stepping forward to say, Demon King, if you claim to be powerful, then show me what you can do. Gusher chuckled. Let me demonstrate my might. He raised a hand skyward, and a dark flame suddenly ignited above it. Takanashi Rikka and Tsubaki Sanai gasped in unison. Are you serious? Magic. True magic. Can you teach me? Rikka, forgetting her Chuunibyou phrases, immediately implored Gusher for instruction. Well, it's not impossible, but my shoulder is a bit sore, Gusher replied, rubbing his shoulder. However, he was not deceiving her. Due to the merging of worlds, they possessed magical power, enabling them to learn some of his spells. Upon hearing his complaint, the two hurried behind Gusher, each pressing a hand on his shoulder. How is this? Quite nice indeed. Meanwhile, Rikka's expression grew complex as she finally summoned the courage to ask, Gusher, do you truly believe the invisible boundary exists? Since you wield magic, you must know, right? Her heart trembled, fearing Gusher might deny its existence. Even if he lied and said it was real, she would be overjoyed. But if he confirmed its non-existence, her unwavering belief would shatter her. Coincidentally, Gusher shared her thoughts. The so-called invisible boundary was merely the intersection between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead, akin to the underworld and the Dragon Kingdom, or the western realms of paradise and hell. Indeed, Rikka, the invisible boundary is real, a convergence of hell, heaven, and the human realm. In this world, I alone can guide you there. I am Gusher, also known as the mightiest angel, Lucifer, the Lord of Hell. Upon hearing Gusher affirm the existence of the invisible boundary, Rikka was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, can you take me there? She asked, worry evident in her voice. Yes, Rikka, he replied. At that moment, she felt a presence in her arms. She was embracing Gusher, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Gusher comforted her, gently stroking her head adorned with a cute tuft of hair. Chapter 33. The radiant immortal bird witnessing the two embrace without shame. The onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort. Yukino is insane. What a scoundrel. How soon she has entangled herself with another. What sort of demon king is this? Might as well become a succubus. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have acquired a special ability towards the opposite sex, evolving into a succubus saint body. Gusher, patting Rikka's head, wondered, what on earth is this? The other girls? What is going on? Why do I feel flushed upon seeing him? And in that area, all the girls present instinctively swallowed hard, their legs subconsciously drawing together, hearts aflame in their eyes. This peculiar phenomenon did not escape Gusher's keen observation. Goodness, is this power so potent? How troublesome. I must encourage more of this. Brother, you truly are mischievous. Yet, the gazes of these girls disgusted him. He wished to pluck their eyes out so that only he could behold them. While lost in thought, Sakura Matu's eyes glistened with affection as she stared at Gushur. Meanwhile, Yukino, regaining her senses, spotted several red patterns on Rikka's right hand. Curious, she inquired, Takanashi, what are those patterns on your right hand? And frankly, they look rather unsightly. Upon being addressed, Rikka trembled slightly. And upon realizing that Yukino referred to the patterns on her right hand, she excitedly broke free from Gushur's affectionate grip and extended her hand, declaring, This is proof that I, the demon eye user, am favored by the heavens. Speak plainly, Takanashi Rikka. Yukino couldn't contain her exasperation. Sacred regulator. Due to Yukino's authoritative presence, Rikka felt a bit intimidated, so she resorted to a more comprehensible explanation. I don't know. It just appeared a few days ago. I tried to erase it, but it was of no use. While others might have been oblivious, Gushur and Sakura sensed the truth. It was a curse. Most present had learned about the curses from Gushur in relation to the Holy Grail War. Yet they could only wonder why this particular curse was so bizarre, a bird motif, and a cartoonish one at that. This led Sakura to comment, Takanashi, you have been chosen by the Holy Grail as a master. However, the Holy Grail War is perilous, and one could easily lose their life. Yes, Sakura is right. The Holy Grail War is indeed deadly for ordinary individuals. Following this, Gushur explained the Holy Grail War and its implications. Does that Holy Grail truly grant any wish? Rikka gazed at Gushur with hopeful anticipation. Certainly not every wish. Otherwise, it would have been snatched up long ago. It cannot even fulfill requests beyond its specifications. Even if it could, it is not the Holy Grail we possess here. You wish to participate in the war to find the invisible boundary or resurrect your father. Do you not? If so, you need not worry. I can help you find it myself. How does that sound? Is that possible? When? Gushur pondered for a moment, deciding that the sooner, the better. Let us do it tonight. Take me to where your father is buried. All right. Then, Yukino, I shall not return tonight. I have some matters to attend to, he said to Yukino. I understand. I will inform my sister, she replied. Though these were merely mundane exchanges, to Sakura, they took on an entirely different meaning. What does this mean? Why do you need to tell Yukino you won't be coming back? Are you living together? And Yukino's sister seems to reside with you as well. Countless questions swirled in Sakura's mind, refusing to dissipate. Oniichan, what is your relationship with Yukino? Why do you live together? Hurry and tell me. Upon hearing this, the two who had just confirmed their relationship last night felt as if struck by lightning. The usually indifferent Yukino now dared not look at the ancient gentleman. It was he who rescued her from the awkwardness. Ahem, it is merely a typical cohabitation arrangement. After all, and what of Yukino's sister? She inquired. How does this girl always manage to hit the mark? The ancient gentleman mused internally, yet consoled her with words. Just friends, good friends. Even a fool can see through your deception. Sakura Matu discerned the ancient gentleman's discomfort. Humph, you scoundrel, big brother. You must have some unspeakable secret. Then she declared, I want to live with you too. Oh yes, that's fine. Let Yukino take you today. By the way, I need to inform Kaguya as well. Did you hear that, Sakura? I will tell uncle, Sakura Matu agreed. At the Tosaka residence, a series of knocks resounded. Heavenly healer. I'm back. Open the door. Rikka shouted from outside. Coming, came the reply from within. Footsteps approached, and soon the door swung open to reveal a woman resembling Rikka. Sporting a tuft of hair atop her head, Tsubaki Tosaka. Heavenly healer. I have returned. However, Tsubaki paid her no heed, instead focusing on the ancient gentleman behind her. May I ask who you are? He is the strongest demon king. My ally. Hello, I am the ancient gentleman, a friend of Rikka's. He introduced himself. I am Tsubaki Tosaka, Rikka's sister. So why are you here? To seek the invisible boundary line. Rikka exclaimed, her excitement causing her to momentarily abandon her usual dramatic speech. The invisible boundary line? Tsubaki certainly knew what that entailed, regarding it as merely a figment of her sister's imagination. Upon hearing Rikka say that the ancient gentleman was taking them to find it, she could not help but categorize him as another afflicted by her sister's delusions. Rikka is right. There is no time to lose. Let us depart, the ancient gentleman declared. Tsubaki thought so. Enough of your antics, Rikka, and you too, ancient gentleman. But the ancient gentleman paid no mind and simply uttered, "Radiant immortal bird." Where once there were only a few clouds drifting in the sky, dark clouds began to gather, crackling with golden lightning. Suddenly, a sound tore through the air, hurtling toward the ancient gentleman, eventually stopping before them. The Tosaka sisters could finally see the magnificent creature. Its body entirely golden, adorned with two antennae and a lightning-shaped feather behind them, its head sporting compound eyes. Most importantly, its size was awe-inspiring, measuring approximately 20 meters in length, while in reality, it was 850 meters, a shrunken version of a colossal bird. Upon sighting the radiant immortal bird, Tsubaki immediately shielded Rikka behind her, anxiously gazing at the ancient gentleman. That thing, it won't bite, will it? Yet Rikka, brimming with excitement, gazed at the immortal bird, exclaiming, "So cool. Ancient gentleman, are we going to ride it?" "Indeed, Miss Tsubaki, there is no need for alarm. I have cast a spell. They cannot see us. Now, let us venture forth to find the invisible boundary line." The ancient gentleman ascended onto the bird's back and extended his hand to Tsubaki. "Am I speaking of others? The invisible boundary line, if it truly exists, what shall we do upon finding it? Such a formidable being. Surely no one would dare to obstruct us," Tsubaki pondered, taking a deep breath and grasping the ancient gentleman's hand. He pulled her up, playfully squeezing her soft hand. And though Tsubaki felt it, she said nothing, her face flushing with warmth. She herself did not understand why, but found the sensation delightful. A feeling of invincibility washed over her. After assisting Rikka onto the bird, they set off toward the direction indicated by Tsubaki. Squawk. Why does something so handsome have such an uncouth call? Squawk. Can you blame me? Chapter 34. The Eternal Contract Nightfall. On the bird's back, Rikka excitedly questioned, "Ancient gentleman, is it called the Radiant Immortal Bird? Is it powerful? Will I have one in the future?" All along the way, Rikka bombarded the ancient gentleman with questions, to which he patiently responded, "Indeed, it is quite powerful, for it has the capability to annihilate worlds. Conventional missiles would likely only be thwarted by nuclear weapons." The radiant immortal bird cawed in affirmation. Rikka gasped in awe. Even her sister Tsubaki stared in astonishment, while she recognized its extraordinary nature. This was beyond comprehension. Such a creature was currently being ridden by them. Squawk. We have arrived at our destination. The radiant immortal bird descended gently to the ground, depositing the three of them safely. Once they were on solid ground, the ancient gentleman retracted the bird into his spatial realm. The Tosaka sisters turned to face a gravestone. It was their father's. The sudden loss weighed heavily upon Rikka, who still struggled to accept the reality. She longed to weep. However, the ancient gentleman placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Rikka, it is time." Gazing at the comforting smile of the ancient gentleman, which seemed to convey, "Rest easy. I shall handle this," she returned his smile, affirming, "Yes, I believe in you." Releasing her shoulder, the ancient gentleman began to channel the power of an angel. Even in a fallen state, he retained the essence of a fallen angel. A tremendous surge of magical energy surged forth, forming a colossal semicircular barrier of light, visible even to those far away. Yet there was no need for concern. Vassal would intervene. Any phenomenon caused by unreasonable entities could be explained by an explosion. While Vassal was not omnipotent, without Vassal, the Holy Grail would be utterly unreachable. At the Matsu residence, Sakura had already moved her belongings through magic and met the ancient gentleman's close friend, Iane. "Hello, you must be Sakura Matsu," she greeted politely. "Ah, you are Matsu's sister? Since you are his sister, you may simply call me sister. Hee. Seeing Sakura's cute demeanor ignited her sisterly instincts, leading her to poke and pinch Sakura's cheeks. "Oh, so soft. How delightful. Dreadful woman. Why do you smell so much like my brother? If it weren't for him, I would have." While being playfully pinched, Sakura noticed an unusual white light shimmering in the sky, and Yukino, who was also observing, took notice as well. "What is that?" Yukino inquired, moving to the window to gaze at the phenomenon. "Big brother. I would recognize this aura anywhere," she proudly boasted, indicating that she alone recognized it, while the other two were oblivious. Meanwhile, in the far eastern residence, Rin Tosaka was engrossed in arranging gems indoors when she too was drawn to the radiant light, sensing its overwhelming power, causing her to break into a cold sweat. What on earth is that? Could it be what Kiritsuga mentioned? No. That entity should have departed by now. Has it been summoned again? In the Einsburn residence, Ilya gazed out at the luminous glow and turned to her mother, "Mama. What is that?" "It's the ancient gentleman. Eri smiled at Ilya. Ah, is that the ancient gentleman you always spoke of? Yes, indeed, it is him, Ilya. Meanwhile, in the Matu residence, Kaguya Matu sighed in relief, grateful that Sakura was safe, knowing that with the ancient gentleman around, there was no need to worry about her well-being. In stark contrast, the ever-envious Shinji Matu glared menacingly. She is merely riding on the coattails of that servant. Shinji, enough. Yinyi looked helplessly at Shinji. Ever since his parents' sudden demise years ago, his demeanor had transformed into one of equal disdain for everyone, including himself. After being reprimanded, he neither apologized nor showed remorse, instead scoffing lightly before retreating to his room. In a certain church, I shall refrain from naming, a golden-haired figure gazed at the light, his lips curling into a grin. Ha ha ha, I knew you were still around. The last word didn't bring us face to face, but this time, I shall claim you for my treasury. Cawing crows appeared from nowhere outside. Shut up, wretched mongrel. A noble phantasm was unleashed, striking the crow. Caw, I'm done for. Returning to the ancient clan, a figure gradually materialized before them. Dad, I'm waiting outside for you. Once you're done talking, just step out. Without caring whether they heard her, she exited, granting them space. Time passed, and the barrier shattered, dispersing into myriad glimmers. The figures of the two appeared. Upon seeing them, the ancient clan inquired, "How was it?" Rikka did not respond but approached the ancient clan, embracing him and gazing up with teary eyes, saying, "Thank you." However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Humph, Demon King. I, the evil king, demand to forge an eternal contract with you. The contract is complete. We shall never betray one another. She kissed the ancient clan and smiled. At this moment, Toka approached, expressing her gratitude, which the ancient clan waved off. He then led them back. I must go. Rikka, are you certain you wish to participate in the Holy Grail War? He asked with concern before leaving. Toka, worried, looked towards Rikka. Will you protect me, ancient clan? Of course. Here, take this. I've left some of my magic within you to enhance your innate talents. You can learn well. The ancient clan imparted some basic, yet practical spells to her. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye. All right, goodbye. In the sky, the ancient clan circled until he found the Einsburn residence, slipping in quietly. Who's there? Iliasville exclaimed, spotting the shadow before her. And the startled Alice turned towards the commotion. What is it, Ilias? Ancient clan. Ha ha ha. Alice, it has been far too long. Ilias? Huh. Chapter 35. Alice at the Einsburn residence. The ancient clan sat on the sofa beside Alice. Alice, it must feel like ages since we last met. I missed you very much. He then turned to Ilias. So this is Ilias, how adorable. Ilias blushed at the compliment. Previously, she had been enraged by the tales Alice told of Kiritsugu Amiya, and upon hearing about the ancient clan, she had assumed he was just another old man like Kiritsugu. Ancient clan, hello? Hee. Ilias, didn't you used to call me uncle? Alice chuckled. Mom. Seeing her face redden, the ancient clan quickly intervened. All right, Alice. Is Ilias participating in the Holy Grail War too? Yes. Ilias has been selected and is preparing to summon her servant in the coming days. What's the matter? Alice noticed the peculiar expression on the ancient clan's face. Well, I have a little master as well, though she had never studied magic until today, when I finally gave her a basic magic book. Is she a little girl? But ancient clan, how could the things you give her be anything ordinary? Brother, magic can only be wielded through the core of the root, but true magic equates to manipulating the root itself. You are so kind to her. Ilias pouted, feigning a pitiful expression towards the ancient clan. That expression was clearly one of longing. Ilias, go to bed. I have important matters to discuss with your brother. Ilias pouted and said, I understand, before several maids escorted her upstairs to help her sleep. Now, the living room was left with only the ancient clan and Alice. With their only uncertainty, Ilias, gone, Alice could no longer hold back and leaped into the ancient clan's embrace, burying her head in his neck, inhaling deeply. Ancient clan, I really missed you. Do you know how I've been all these years? Alice, please calm down. The ancient clan felt overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of her hair, her soft body pressing against him, and he struggled to maintain composure. Calm down. How can I calm down? I've been holding back all these years until you returned. I can't hold back any longer. She urged. Alice, I know you have other women, right? More than one. It's fine. It's all in the future. I can handle it. Right now. Alice took the ancient clan's hand and led him to the room. Ancient clan, I love you. All right. This can be investigated. It's already late. In the early hours, the ancient clan pondered their relationship. What are we now? Lovers. Then Ilias is also your daughter. As her father, shouldn't you prepare a gift? Alice's selfishness was evident, as Ilias was also her most beloved person aside from the ancient clan. She feared for Ilias's safety. The Holy Grail and all its dangers were inconsequential. She had advised against it, but Ilias was resolute in her participation. As a mother, she could only support her. Yet she knew the dangers of the Holy Grail War. Having experienced the ancient clan's overwhelming dominance in the last battle, she understood the perils. Even if Gilgamesh had not shown much, who knew what sort of monstrosity would arise this time? However, with the ancient clan as a potential father figure, Ilias's safety should be assured. Yes, from now on, Ilias will be our daughter. A gift is certainly in order, but we shall speak of it tomorrow. For now, let us sleep. You have exhausted yourself. Thank you. They then drifted into slumber. The next morning, the ancient clan called Ilias after breakfast. Ilias, come here. I have something for you. What is it, big brother? Ilias approached, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Here, Ilias, this is a dog talisman. Ilias took the talisman, examining it closely but finding nothing special about it. She looked at the ancient clan with a pitiful expression. Big brother, what is this talisman for? The ancient clan puffed out his chest, explaining, Ilias, the little holy grail resides within you. With this dog talisman, you need not fear. Its power grants eternal youth and immortality. How about that? Aren't I good to you? Big brother, you're the best. I love you. Knowing its purpose. Ilias planted a kiss on the ancient clan's cheek. The ancient clan chuckled. Ilias is so adorable. A perfectly legal loli. Suddenly realizing the implications, he thought, wait. What is happening? Ilias only shows special affection for uncles. Why am I feeling this way? No way. Could it be that we've entered a romantic phase? Seeing the ancient clan lost in thought after her kiss, Ilias wondered, big brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Oh no, I've lost track of time. I'm late. Alice, I must go. Goodbye. In class 2, Hiratsuka Shizune arrived at the podium, surveying her students. Where's that ancient clan? Suddenly, the ancient clan rushed into the classroom, shouting, I'm here. Hiratsuka Shizune jumped. What the hell? Why are you shouting so loudly? My apologies, miss. Shizuka, I was delayed by some matters this morning. Knowing the situation, Shizuka Hiranaka reluctantly allowed him to return to his seat. Upon settling back down, Gusher immediately rested his head on the desk, gazing at the girl in front of him, Natsuko, reflecting on how long it had been since he last acknowledged her. He reached out a finger and gently poked her back. Natsuko, feeling the familiar touch, blushed instantly, quietly leaning closer to Gusher's desk and whispering, What is it? Gusher-kun? Little Natsuko, things may not be peaceful lately. I've prepared some protective spells for you, along with these talismans. Please take them home to your mother and grandmother. Gusher said, handing her the talismans. Natsuko accepted them with a soft thank you, feeling an inexplicable sense of bittersweetness. I love you, Natsuko. During the break, let us go out and have some fun, he added softly. This sudden declaration dispelled her earlier melancholy, and joy filled her heart as she shyly replied with a muffled beside them. Kei and Sakura watched intently. Kei couldn't help but feel that even Natsuko had been prioritized over her. Sakura, that guy is such a scoundrel. He already has you. Yet he still needs to entertain so many others. Chapter 36. Media after school. Gusher also provided Hachiman with several talismans, warning him that a conflict was imminent. Hachiman, it is best for you and your family to avoid going out at night. You may encounter things you should not see and could be silenced by those servants. Do you understand? You should also refrain from club activities until things settle down. Understood. Please be careful too. Gusher, Hachiman nodded heavily, aware that he could do little else but pray for their safety. Then, Gusher called out to Miku, offering her the same talismans and warnings. Gusher-kun, can I assist you in any way, even just a little? Miku asked. Thank you, but I can manage this myself. If you were to get hurt because of me, I would feel deeply pained and guilty, he replied earnestly, looking into Miku's eyes until she could no longer bear his gaze, and reluctantly agreed with a soft In the clubroom, Rikka asked, Are we really going to summon now? Gusher confirmed once again. Yes, right now? I've learned the magic in just one night. I must be a genius. Rikka declared confidently. That knowledge was imparted by me, modified for your understanding. Anyone with a bit of intelligence can learn it in a short time. It merely depends on the amount of magical power to control the output, Gushir remarked, shattering Rikka's illusion of genius. You villain. She pouted, gazing at him in discontent. Is there any need to say that? It's akin to revealing a magician's tricks in front of them. All right, the summoning circle is prepared. Do you remember the incantation? Yes. I just say it to the summoning circle, right? Precisely. Let us begin. Rikka stepped before the summoning circle, and everyone present watched her with anticipation. Only Gushir, Sakura Matu, Rikka Tosaka, and Yukinoshita remained. The others had been sent home with instructions. Rikka struck a pose, exclaiming, "By your body, I command you. My fate is bound to your sword. In response to the Holy Grail's call, obey this will, answer me. I am the one who accomplishes all good in the world, the embodiment of all evil." Entwined with the three great words of power, appear from the wheel of repression, guardian of the scales. In an instant, the summoning circle burst forth with light, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke. A figure emerged, adorned in a deep indigo cloak and purple robes. Yet their true visage concealed beneath the hood, resembling the legendary sorceress, Medea. Seeing that she had successfully summoned a servant, Rikka exclaimed with excitement, "I really summoned one. I must be a genius, right?" Hee. Medea observed her master with a hint of skepticism, wondering how her master could seem so lacking in intelligence, and whether these individuals were truly her companions. Gushir immediately recognized the identity of the servant and couldn't help but admire Rikka's luck. "Rikka, you have summoned the class of Medea." Upon hearing this, Medea was taken aback. "You recognized my identity with just a glance?" Yukino then inquired. "Medea? The one referred to as the betraying witch in Greek mythology?" Sakura added, "If that is true, she is very dangerous." Hearing their discussion, Rikka turned to her illustrious servant. "Medea?" "Indeed," Medea replied. "Though known as the betraying witch, she was originally an innocent woman. Do not judge me by my past. What was is separate from what is now. My skills as a magician are undeniably of the highest caliber." Gushir could not deny that Medea's talents were exceptional. Within her constructed domains, she was nearly unbeatable. Medea, taken aback by Gushir's words, expressed her gratitude. "All right, Medea, I am your master, the evil king's true eyes. I look forward to your guidance." Medea began to assess her master, noting the magical power emanating from her, which surpassed even her own, though her demeanor was rather peculiar. Well, Gushir assessed the situation and addressed them. "Rikka, take this monkey talisman." Rikka accepted the talisman and asked the same question as Iliasville. "What is its purpose?" The monkey talisman transforms animals, changes inanimate objects, and even biological conversions. Even if you held a garbage bag, it could become a living being, provided it's an animal. Also, a little girl named Iliasville from the Einsburn family is a participant and an ally, understood? Yes, I understand. Rikka nodded, feeling particularly delighted that Gushir had bestowed such a precious item upon her. "What can it transform? If I can change anything, what about my dragon-tooth soldiers? Even if I can turn something into an animal, wouldn't transforming it into an elephant or rhinoceros be more formidable than my dragon-tooth soldiers?" Gushir, observing the pensive Medea, sensed her thoughts. Servants can also be transformed, but that would render it less meaningful. It could be amusing to play around and transform whoever displeases you, while granting favors to those you favor. After all, the Holy Grail is mine to claim whenever I wish. It's merely a game to me. Medea, my brother Shinji has also become a master. Shinji? How could he possibly be chosen by the Holy Grail? Did you assist him? I have no idea how that useless fool was selected, she replied expressionlessly. Why does it feel like Sakura has changed so much? It's rather strange. At that moment, Medea interjected, "Master, I am not suited for direct combat. I need to construct a domain where I can truly exhibit my abilities." Upon hearing this, Rikka turned her gaze not to Medea, but to Gushir. "It's all right, Rikka. You are the master now. Everything is up to your discretion. Do as you wish, and I shall watch over you." "Yes." Rikka then looked at Medea. "I trust you. Let us build the domain together." She chose to trust her servant, although primarily, she was simply eager to play. Is it trust? Early morning, the Tosaka household. Who is this black-skinned, white-haired individual? They don't seem to fit the description. Chapter 37. The family live stream. Gushir brought Yukino and Sakura to school, only to unexpectedly encounter Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya. Rin Tosaka, Shiro Amiya? Gushir's voice was soft, yet still caught their attention. Both turned their heads simultaneously. Shiro looked at Gushir, while Rin's gaze fixated on Sakura. Yay! Sakura! Long time no see. Rin exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Matu Sakura. Sakura let out a soft scoff. But with Gu sure beside her, she had to maintain her ladylike image. Indeed, it has been a while, Tosaka-san. Rin Tosaka felt a chill as she observed Sakura's forced smile, as if she were being urged to leave. Sakura, it's me, your sister. But before she could finish, Sakura interrupted, shut up. I don't have a sister. Ever since you sent me away, all I have is my brother. Am I a clown now? At that moment, Rin glanced at the side where the ancient figure stood, who, after a brief look at her, turned his gaze towards Shiroamiya. Noticing the magical energy surrounding Rin, it was evident that Red had already been summoned. If all went according to plan, she should arrive soon. The question remained whether she would be the Lancer. As for Shiro, Avalon was indeed within him. Taken by Kiritsugu Amiya and now residing inside Shiro's body, the scene was still present. Heh. I must make my presence known. Excuse me. Do you know me? Shiro asked from the side. Oh, of course, Shiro Amiya, a noble ally of justice. Quite commendable, she replied. Not only addressing Shiro, but also the concealed Red. Enough talking. Who knows what that guy would do to ensnare us? Indeed, he must be eliminated. Shiro is not the protagonist after all, and besides, they wouldn't dare. And what is this line? I have never encountered it before either. Upon hearing the compliment, Shiro laughed. Really? Thank you for the praise. By the way, what is your name? Gu, she replied. Remember it well. All right. Then, goodbye, classmate Gu, she said before walking away. Upon hearing her call him Gu, Rin became infuriated. Gu, isn't he just a scoundrel entangled with numerous beautiful girls, even leaving no stone unturned with teachers nearing 30? Moreover, he seems to be Sakura's brother. No way. Sakura, you cannot associate with that scoundrel. He is a notorious womanizer, a demon of lust. Gu, though I know you speak the truth, it still feels quite satisfying. Indeed, over time, Gu had developed resistance to these six-eyed flying fish, and even found joy in it. What of it if I, Gu, have a harem? I take pride in it. I relish your helplessness as you witness my harem. Rin Tosaka, enough. Even if my brother is like this, it is not for you to judge. Unable to contain her anger, Sakura retorted at Rin. Let us go, Oniichan. With that, she grasped Gu's hand and, after a moment's thought, grabbed Yukino's hand as well, heading towards the classroom, leaving Rin alone, forlornly watching their retreating figures. Sakura. All right. Rin, we're going to be late, Red communicated to her. Alone, Rin ascended to the rooftop of a teaching building, finding the very formation, the soul-devouring array. Damn it, who set such a dangerous array? Just then, a figure appeared above her. It was undoubtedly the Lancer, the fortunate Chulin. Although the array was not his doing, he had come to fulfill his master's command to eliminate other masters. As Rin realized she was about to be attacked, she knew she could not remain in this confined space. There was no place to hide, and her servant was, but how could Chulin miss such an opportunity? He lunged forward, thrusting his spear with rapid, fierce strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a display of ferocity, he didn't land a single hit, merely disrupting the air around Rin. Seizing the moment, Rin concentrated her magical energy into her legs, the pathways of magic visibly coursing through her black stockings, and leaped from the rooftop. Red, who had long been waiting, caught the falling Rin, aiding her swift escape from Chulin. However, the relentless dog-like hero quickly closed the distance, raising his spear to deliver a fatal strike. Fortunately, Red intercepted Chulin's attack, allowing Rin to escape. With a sense of urgency, Red revealed her form, wielding twin daggers, while Chulin awaited her to draw her bow. Yet, Red defied expectations, flashing in close to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Chulin reacted swiftly, his gaze sharpening as he blocked her assault. Engaged in battle, he found himself enraged that a mere archer could hold her ground in close combat. His spear whirled faster, more forceful. In a matter of moments, he shattered Red's blade, preparing to stab down once more. Quick thinking, Red conjured another blade, deflecting the thrust and pushing Chulin back. Meanwhile, Gu, hidden in the grass, was conducting a group video call on his phone. Oh dear family, how is the live-action brawl going? He whispered. Yukino, this is the light of Ireland, huh? Yukino, Gu. Be careful. Ing Lily, this is terrifying. Why does the ground crack with every step they take? Sister Baiha. Ing Lily, keep it down. And go, little Gu. Ing Lily's voice chimed in, Mom. Makako, this is scarier than any evil spirit. Nino, truly a legendary figure. How impressive. Miku, no one can compare to Lord Gu. Noticing the lively chatter, Gu contemplated whether to offer them an autograph from Si Chulin, surmising they would appreciate it. After all, it was just a signature. By the way, does anyone want Si Chulin's autograph? Sister Baiha, really? The signature of a legendary hero holds great value. I want it, little Gu. I'll give you Ing Lily in exchange. Ing Lily, I want one too. Miku, count me in. Yayano, me too. Yukino, I want one. As the battle continued, just as Si Chulin was about to unleash his noble phantasm for a killing blow, our noble inheritor of justice, Shiro Amiya, made his grand entrance. Upon seeing someone witness their battle, Si Chulin's demeanor shifted, as if a malevolent spirit had detected a seer. You can see me? He lost interest in fighting Red and set his sights squarely on Shiro. Realizing the danger, Shiro turned to flee. However, flesh could not outrun spirit. Before he could even reach the door, he was pierced through the heart by a spear. With that, he fell lifelessly to the ground. Dead, dead. What do we do? Cried Ing Lily. Shut up, came the retort. It's just unfortunate luck. He shouldn't have looked. At least Gu didn't call us out, said Hachiman. Look, what is Rin Tosaka doing? EW. Is she touching the corpse? Rin dashed to the side of the deceased Shiro, contemplating taking out a red gem in light of their shared experience. A flash of red light erupted. Having completed her task, Rin departed with Red, but before leaving, Red cast one last glance at Shiro, then followed Rin out. Chapter 38, The Dog Beating Stick. Hey, what was that? She flashed, and then just walked away? It was a gem imbued with magical energy, and its potency was quite considerable. It could even revive someone who had just died. How generous of her. So impressive. Oh, is Rikka here? Yes. Midia's territory is nearly ready. She has summoned another servant named Sasaki Kojiru. Is that so? Rikka, keep up the good work. In the distance, Shiro suddenly rose from the ground. Gu immediately pointed his phone at him. Cough, cough, cough. I thought I was dead. What is happening? He looked around in confusion, touching his chest to find it intact, though the puncture wounds in his clothing told a different story. How are you not dead? I clearly pierced your heart. Came a voice from the darkness, approaching Shiro step by step. Having initially distanced himself after stabbing Shiro, he felt increasingly uneasy and followed his instincts back to check on the situation, resulting in the current predicament. It seems you are not an ordinary person. Fortunately, I returned to take a look. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. Ha ha ha, how lucky I am. Subsequently, a thrust came at him, but fortunately, Shiro managed to evade it just in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a second piercing. Once he dodged, he noticed a metal rod on the ground and hurriedly picked it up, enveloping it in his magical energy to enhance its hardness. However, in terms of combat prowess, skill, and experience, Shiro was no match for the servant, Si Chulin. With just one strike, Shiro was wounded. Even though he fought desperately to resist, he could only prolong his life momentarily, an act of desperation, yet it was his only means of survival. Ultimately, exhausted, Shiro was pierced and fell within the wooden cabin, oblivious to the summoning circle in the corner that was beginning to activate. But Shiro had inherited the monumental task of saving the world from Kiritsugu Amiya. How could he possibly perish so easily? After a fervent monologue from Shiro, one might wonder why Si Chulin didn't eliminate him during that moment. Suddenly, a command seal appeared on Shiro's palm. With a thrust, the magic circle beside him and his command seal erupted in brilliance. It was the seventh. Clang. The hound was sent flying outside by the servant, who had her back turned to Shiro. Then, illuminated by the moonlight, she turned to face him. The illustrious Gilgamesh had arrived. A classic moment indeed. She proclaimed, "Might I ask, are you my counterpart, Arthur Pendragon, the ancestral servant of the Amiya family?" Altria. She made her grand entrance without hesitation, charging toward the hound to engage him in battle, while Shiro stood there, transfixed by their clash. Seeing that the timing was right, Gilgamesh sought an autograph. Unlike the original tale, Red and Rin Tosaka seemed reluctant to oblige, descending directly beside Shiro. Startled by the sudden appearance of two individuals, Shiro exclaimed, "Whoa, close your mouth. It's so noisy, and I even saved you." Rin Tosaka retorted, while Red glanced at him with an expression of mild recognition, perhaps reminiscent of her former self. Oh, I'm sorry," Shiro stammered. Watching him, Rin wondered how he had been chosen by the Holy Grail to become a master. And moreover, as the strongest class. The three began to observe the combat unfolding. "We need to get that autograph now. Otherwise, what if Kirai Yagami takes the hound away?" Gilgamesh pondered within the grass. With the likes of Gilgamesh and Kiryu Yagami around, it was highly likely they were still alive. Now that she had spotted Sichulen, Gilgamesh could confidently conclude that his master was Kiryu Yagami. Thus, Gilgamesh stepped out of the foliage, phone in hand, snapping pictures while calling out, "Wait a moment. Spectators. Who are you?" Upon closer inspection, she gasped, "Shiro Amiya, Gilgamesh?" Rin exclaimed, "Gilgamesh. How could it be you? What are you filming?" Red, taken aback, realized she had not noticed her presence until now. The combatants also turned their attention at the mention of her name. Sichulen recognized her from the Fourth War, where she had single-handedly defeated everyone else. However, Sichulen did not recognize her. He only knew that he had been seen, and it seemed like it had been captured on film. He had no choice but to eliminate her. Gilgamesh, undeterred, produced paper and a pen, approaching the hound. Everyone silently wondered what she was up to. Standing before the hound, she handed him the paper and pen, earnestly saying, "Please sign a few autographs, Sichulen." Everyone was baffled. "What are you doing?" On the phone, a voice chimed. "Ing Lily." "Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Look at his expression, I'm in stitches." Her laughter echoed throughout the scene, causing everyone to wear expressions of disbelief, especially Sichulen, who shouted, "Hey, do you want to die?" With an impassive expression. Gilgamesh calmly replied, "I'm trying to stifle my laughter, just sign." She moved the paper and pen closer. "Ing Lily, Hiratsuka Shizuku, you little rascal. You know how to have fun. Sister Sayaka, Ing Lily. Don't get into trouble, okay? Ing Lily, little Gilgamesh. You're going to make me laugh myself to death. You better take responsibility." Unable to contain himself any longer, the hound erupted, thrusting his weapon toward Gilgamesh. Clang. "My hand is numb." He struck a golden shield adorned with a sun pattern, the shield of courage. The shield shattered in two, and Sichulen intended to strike again. But Gilgamesh's palm was faster. With a resounding slap, the hound was sent crashing into the ground, creating a fissure 10 meters wide, head down like a fallen leak. Rin exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Shiro thought, "This is terrifying." Red mused, "Is this guy even human?" Gilgamesh seized Sichulen's leg, pulling him up, and upon noticing he was unconscious, she slapped him awake before tossing him aside and retrieving the paper and pen for signatures. Yet the hound, proud as ever, refused to attack and merely looked at Gilgamesh with disdain. "What if I don't sign?" He likely thought he was quite the dashing figure. Gilgamesh, unfazed, adjusted her hair and lifted her weapon. "What are you doing? Are you going to hit me?" Boom. Ouch. The scene was chaotic, and Rin gulped as she witnessed the tragic spectacle. "I said he was a scoundrel. He wouldn't hit me like that, would he?" Chapter 39. The title is Stolen Bang. Sign or not? Bang. Will you sign? Ouch. I'm just enjoying myself here. You're making it sour. Gilgamesh put down the magical spear, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow. Sichulen, with his swollen features, looked at Gilgamesh with his beady eyes. "Damn that master. He inhuman. Why doesn't he just teleport me away? And this demon. I've never been hit like this before." Kiryu Yagami chuckled. Cough. "Hurry up and sign." Gilgamesh once again offered the paper and pen. The hound trembled as he took the pen and signed. "You want me to sign a dozen?" "Sure. That should suffice." "All right, since I've signed, I suppose this is no longer valid." With that, she kicked Sichulen far away, leaving the collateral damage to the buildings in the hands of the gods. Then, Gilgamesh turned her gaze toward the onlookers. "Everyone, look at this. This is the legendary Arthur Pendragon. How about it? I told you she was a girl, didn't I?" She instantly teleported to their side, taking a close-up shot. "Yayoi, what a beautiful little sister. Would you like to acknowledge me as your older sister?" "Yukino, sister. She could be our ancestor." "Yui, truly adorable." "Hachiman, yes indeed. But not as charming as Saika." Upon hearing this, Altria blushed deeply, recalling the initial kiss that had been snatched away during the Fourth War. "Damn it. Are you insulting me?" Altria glared fiercely at Gilgamesh, yet there was an unintentional allure in her expression. I didn't mean to. Please don't look at me like that. People might think I've done something to you." "Didn't you?" Everyone gasped, "What?" As her face flushed, Altria continued. "Not only did you insult me, but you also did something like that to me." "Yayoi Sakura Yukino, what?" "Gilgamesh, explain yourself." "What do you mean?" "I just got drunk and accidentally kissed you. Don't make it sound like I assaulted you. But that was my first kiss." "Indeed, a scoundrel." Gilgamesh, unable to withstand the banter, threw caution to the wind. So what? Listen well, Altria. Your first kiss belongs to me." Gilgamesh. What? Do you expect me to be responsible for you? Well, if you're willing, I wouldn't mind agreeing. So what do you think? Care to consider it? Shizuka Hiratsuka, this is truly absurd. Yui Kushi. Oh, Kushi is being so unreasonable, always bullying the girls. Hinata, just wait until we get home. I'll see if I can teach you a lesson. Liahumph, go ahead and hit me. She huffed and challenged Kushi. He merely gazed at her deeply, grasped her arm, and pinned her against the wall. Ah, what do you want? This is so strange. Why what? I don't dislike it. In fact, it's somewhat. Kushi transferred a small amount of his magical energy to her, enough for her to unleash an unlimited barrage for several days. Naturally, Artoria felt the surge of magic within her, and with a flushed face, she lowered her head, fearing he might discern her unusual reaction. All right, this magic should suffice. Here, take this. Kushi produced a crystal and handed it to her. Just shatter it, and I will immediately appear by your side to save you. Consider it an apology. Farewell. After summoning the radiant immortal phoenix, he took off into the moonlight. Once Kushi had departed, Rin Tosaka relaxed, her eyes still filled with lingering fear. He truly is from the Fourth Holy Grail War. Yes, that's him, Kushi, the one who left the others helpless during that war. With that confirmation, Rin's heart sank. What are we going to do? No, he seems uninterested in the Holy Grail, almost as if he is playing with us. That's what makes him terrifying, Rin. He acts on his whims, leaving us utterly clueless about his next move. One moment, he might greet you with a smile, and the next, he could wield his power to turn you into a fool. Well said. And then he'll use a monkey talisman to transform you into a pig. Rin sighed. Fine. It's getting late. Let us head back. Hey, Shiro Amiya, I advise you to withdraw quickly. The Holy Grail War is brutal, and many may die, so don't be foolish. Upon hearing this, Shiro could only capture the two keywords, brutal and many may die, fueling his overwhelming sense of justice, making it impossible for him to withdraw. Artoria Amiya? Red merely glanced at him, already aware that he would never back down. At Kushi's home, having turned off the video while on the bird's back, he was met with the women's inquiries. Hinata was the first to speak. Hey, isn't tea homegrown better than wildflowers? Why do you insist on associating with others? Sakura, this is wrong. You promised to love only me. Have you forgotten? When did I ever say that? Yukino suggested. If you can't control him, why not just lock him up? But Sakura protested. No, we can't possibly keep him locked up. Oh, it's simple. Just handle him, and he won't have the energy to stray. Leave this to me. You two go to your rooms. Hinata proposed. I accept this place, fine, she said, only to face fierce opposition from the other two. Why should it be you? I should do it. Sister, of course it's me. I am the rightful one. You almost listened to me. Thus, the three began to bicker. Suddenly, Hinata grabbed Kushi's hand and dashed toward the room, prompting the others to chase after her. In the bedroom, Hinata lay atop Kushi, while Yukino hugged his left side and Sakura clung to his right. Yukino, blushing red, exclaimed, "What is so wrong with that? Don't move, do you hear me?" Hinata teased, "You little lecher, just enjoy it, all right? Sakura, don't worry about what I said earlier, Oniichan. If you want to do something to me, it's fine. Shameless. Oh, Sakura, you're really..." Chapter 40. Hulk-like slamming Kushi. What is wrong with you? Don't die. Hikigaya looked at Kushi, who lay sprawled on the table, his face twisted in despair, fearing something terrible had happened. Ah, it's Hachiman. I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well last night, Kushi replied weakly. He vaguely recalled the restless hands and feet of the three people beside him last night, groping around, with one even grabbing him. But nothing happened, and thus, Kushi's pent-up anger had nowhere to go. Oh, right. Here is a signature from Sichulin for you. The others expressed their gratitude as they received the paper. Kushi-kun, are you really okay? Well, unless you let me kiss you, I won't recover. How about that? He joked, but Yukino blushed, feeling embarrassed for him saying such things in front of so many people. Yet, seeing Kushi's condition, she couldn't help but feel sympathy, leading to a battle within her. She kissed Kushi on the right cheek and then carefully watched him. I kissed you. Kushi-kun, please get better soon. Upon hearing this, Kushi sat up straight, energized by the kiss. Meanwhile, Rin Tosaka approached Shiro Amiya's table. Shiro Amiya, are you sure you want to give up? Shiro, startled by the thud on the table, straightened up and declared, No, I will not give up. I will seize the Holy Grail. You're utterly unreasonable. Rin huffed, clearly infuriated. You, a mere Shiro. With pitiful magical skills, even if you possess the strongest class, how can you ever unleash your true potential? No, that guy Kushi transferred his magic to you, meaning you can now wield powers even greater than before. This is terrible. That night, Shiro searched for someone, believing that as long as he avoided that perverse Kushi, he could likely defeat anyone else. He aimed to obtain the Holy Grail quickly, reducing the number of casualties. After wandering for a long time, Shiro was about to give up and head home when he encountered Iliasville and her servant, Heracles. In the original story, Heracles was a formidable adversary, only truly challenged by Gilgamesh and Black, while Ilia was Shiro's half-sister, but only a few understood the tangled relationships involved. Shiro, you're that guy's son. Since he has gone, it's your turn to take his place. After all, it's only right for a son to repay his father's debts. Ilia ordered. Eliminate them. With a roar, Heracles charged toward the weak Shiro, lifting his massive sword to strike him down. Just in time, Shiro managed to block the attack, sending Heracles staggering back. As they clashed, the force of their weapons sent Shiro flying. Seeing her attack thwarted, Ilia conjured a large sword with magic and sent it hurtling toward the fallen Shiro. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air filled the space as Shiro scrambled to evade the blow. Ilia, not deterred by her initial failure, once again directed the sword towards him. Shiro reinforced his arm with magic, and when the sword collided, the sound of tearing flesh accompanied a scream. Shiro, attracted by the scream, Heracles seized the opportunity, having previously been pressed hard, and now landed a heavy blow that sent Shiro flying. Shiro, frightened by the scene, collapsed to the ground as Ilia, seeing him in such a state, felt disgust. All this talk of justice, and yet you end up like this. Humph. Finish him. With a roar, as she prepared to strike down Shiro, several red beams of light rushed in, blocking Heracles' advance, thanks to Rin, who had been hiding in the shadows. Ultimately, Rin could not bear to watch Shiro perish and ordered Red to intercept the attack. Though reluctant, Red had no choice but to obey his master's command. However, this assault inflicted no real harm on Heracles, only serving to elevate his wrath to new heights as he once again set his sights on Shiro. The light cannon erupted instantaneously, piercing through the charging figure, obliterating much of his corporeal form. To his astonishment, however, his flesh began to mend almost immediately, and he charged towards Shiro once more. Despite his ability to unleash powerful attacks multiple times a day, he still required a moment to gather his strength. Thus, he swiftly took the initiative, whisking Shiro away, leaving his massive blade to strike nothing but air. In the midst of their escape, he found himself unable to divert his focus to protect Shiro. Gushir arrived, clutching his abdomen. Goodness, have I been feasting for too long? Is it nearly over? Before he could finish his thought, a furious roar erupted as he charged at Gushir. Roar! Shiro had already fled, leaving only the newly summoned Gushir behind. Since his uncle had never encountered him before, and Ilia had said nothing about him, his super-intelligent mind concluded that Gushir was an adversary interrupting his mission. An enemy must be eradicated. Thus, he leaped forward, aiming to slay Gushir. Ilia. It was too late. His uncle had already swung his blade down. Crimson Night Beast. Thud. Roar. Taken aback by the sudden block of his mighty attack, his uncle found himself momentarily dazed, but the Crimson Night Beast was unperturbed. Having attacked the king, it was time to show him a taste of his own medicine. Grasping his uncle's foot, it lifted him effortlessly. And at a towering height of 253, his uncle resembled a mere dog in its grip. It then commenced a series of Hulk-like slams. All right. Let him down now. Chapter 41. Send away again, brother Gushir. Can't you be a bit gentler? You've dirted me all over. Gushir chuckled sheepishly. All right. What brings you here? I'm here to give you a beating. You see, I usually have good luck, but yesterday it was dreadful. After consulting a sage, I learned the issue lay within me. It was merely a matter of being in a foul mood and itching for a fight. As for why it was red, Ilia is our ally. It was just wrong to attack her after she had helped me. Other servants were too lazy to find, so only Red was left. Ding. Task issued. Defeat Red. Reward. 1 world card. Teleport to another world. Goddess favor. Failure penalty. None. Oh dear. Now I have no choice but to fight. From the shadows, Red noticed Gushir's gaze upon her. Oh. Rin. Run. Before she could grasp the meaning of his words, Red had already embraced her, preparing to flee. But Gushir would not allow her to miss out on the reward. That goddess favor looked too enticing. In the depths of his heart, Gushir felt an overwhelming mix of guilt, joy, and exhilaration. Thus, he dropped all pretenses and transformed into his fallen form of the light beast, adorned with 6 wings, half angelic and half demonic, adding an air of nobility to Gushir. In an instant, he surged towards Red, arriving at her side in the blink of an eye. You cannot escape. Accept your fate. Curse it. Realizing evasion was futile, Red reluctantly discarded Rin and prepared to confront Gushir alone. However, she was still merely Red, and no matter how fierce her transformation, she could not overpower Gushir. Thus, the outcome was inevitable. He pummeled her soundly. During the skirmish, she attempted to retaliate with her blade, but it shattered upon contact with Gushir. What a farce. These secretive beings are terrifying. He has grown stronger. Indeed, Shiroamiya, you must not blame me, for otherwise, he would be the one striking me. Ding. Congratulations, master. Task completed. Ah, that feels good, Gushir remarked. Rin, please take him away. As soon as he spoke, he began to examine the task rewards. Sage, please elucidate the ability of Goddess Favor. I hope it is as I anticipate. Upon hearing this, the sage's notification chimed once more. Ding. Ding. God's favor is a special reward. The deity shall forever favor you, and you shall always be the most cherished child of the divine. The child shall always be protected by the adult. Ding. Divine powers significantly enhanced. Skill acquired. Divine mercy. A broad capacity to absolve the sorrowful beings, a unique compassion belonging solely to the divine. Dictatorial world. Boundary range. Shall draw enemies into the user's world, granting the user dominion over the boundary, altering it at will, such as creating comprehensible biological and natural laws. Soon after, Rin rushed to Red's side, helping her to her feet. Red appeared disgruntled, but had no choice but to swallow her indignation. What a calamity! Red gritted her teeth. Gushir waved his hand. Farewell. Suddenly, the world card in Gushir's hand shimmered, and a powerful suction drew him within. Yay! What is happening? Before Gushir could comprehend the situation, he vanished from sight. Rin and Red exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to react. It seems he has disappeared. Does this mean we have a chance to win? Hard to say. There are still others. One day after Gushir's departure, everything continued as usual in his absence. Meanwhile, Gushir had already informed them through runes that he had been transported to another location. The invincible Gushir is still soaring through the spatial turbulence. From Shiroamiya's perspective, Medusa was entangled with him in combat. Yet, mere mortals could not contend with heroic spirits, especially not with a paragon such as her. Clang. The righteous ally Shiro firmly countered her strike, yet the reverberation left him momentarily numb, nearly toppling him. The initial probing attack served as a stark warning for Shiro, yet his refusal to employ a command seal garnered Medusa's respect. I shall gently bring about your demise. With that, she vanished, reappearing before Shiro in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Shiro bore the acute pain in his hand and swiftly retreated. Just as Medusa prepared to strike again, Shiro unleashed a surge of power. Utilizing the terrain, he sidestepped behind a massive boulder. Medusa's attack missed, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Humph, a bit clever. With a cold chuckle, she waved her hand, transforming the chains into razor-sharp blades that shot towards the boulder. Boom, boom, boom. The boulder was pierced, debris scattering. Seizing the opportunity, Shiro emerged from the opposite side, his steel rod glimmering with a faint light as he swung it toward Medusa. She reacted with remarkable swiftness, gracefully leaping aside to evade the strike. She then whipped her hands, and the chains lunged at Shiro like an agile serpent, baring its fangs. Alarmed, Shiro hastily brandished his weapon in defense. The onslaught descended upon him like a relentless storm, and he gradually found himself overwhelmed. As he became ensnared, a flash of red light surged past. Rin, who had been engaged in battle with Shiro moments ago, now intervened to save his life. Realizing another had arrived, Medusa chose to withdraw. However, this also made her aware that her adversaries were the architects behind the earlier magical formation, leading them to temporarily ally against the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. In the original text, that night, several threads silently ensnared Shiro. When he awoke, he found himself within a temple, captured by Medea and Tosaka Rikka. Oh, is he the one? Indeed, Rikka. Call me. Upon hearing Medea directly address her by name, Rikka promptly corrected her. Hi. Rikka is truly adorable. All right, you go first. Understood, little one. Shiro's already limited magical energy was gradually siphoned by the temple, a manifestation of Midia's power. In her domain, victims would have their magic absorbed. Just as she prepared to eliminate Shiro, a flurry of arrows rained down upon them. Surprised that someone would come to his aid, Shiro hurriedly evaded. At this crucial moment, it was Red who saved him once more. Are you all right? I'm fine. You should be cautious. A little mouse is about to scurry in. Meanwhile, it was discovered that Shiro had gone missing. Through the lingering traces of magic, his whereabouts were quickly found. Yet, guarding the entrance was none other than the summoned saber, the false Sasaki Kojiru. Chapter 42. Reign in your spittle within the temple. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Red, Midia could not help but curse. Unable to even stop Red, she regarded him merely as a dog, for she was the true master. Only her master, Tosaka Rikka, and the Ancient One were worthy of her devotion. Red promptly realized that this was the power of a magician, almost akin to a card, since they were both magicians. Becoming a master was evidently not an issue. However, Midia's actions had already breached the rules of the Holy Grail War by establishing a base without permission and summoning a heroic spirit to serve her. But what did it matter? The Ancient One, a non-participant, was filming the Battle of the Servants with his phone, and no one dared to object. Such was the strength of the powerful. Were it not for the presence of her master, Red might have believed that Midia had somehow seized control of her own master. Yet, what could she do? In Midia's temple, no one could surpass her. As a divine magician, her prowess dwarfed that of contemporary magicians by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. However, Midia was not particularly adept in combat, which is why she summoned a heroic spirit to guard the entrance. Only within the temple could she unleash magic akin to her spells. Faced with Midia's overwhelming firepower, Red's only means of resistance was to flee. Unexpectedly, Midia launched an attack on Shiro. Next moment, Red saved his younger self, swiftly kicking Shiro away. Shiro, in an instant, Red found himself ensnared by a barrier. Yet he remained unperturbed. The twin blades he wielded suddenly flew toward him, and seizing the opportunity, Red broke through the barrier, charging straight toward Midia in the air. Black magic. Rikka's self-imposed black flames. Rikka's sudden attack caught Red off guard. Was this magic? No, it was sorcery. Red beheld an assault that rivaled Midia's. Something ordinary magic could not achieve. Though this master possessed immense magical power, it was inconceivable that she could unleash such a force. Under this unexpected attack, Red staggered slightly. In that brief moment, Midia seized the chance to cast an even stronger spell, beams of magical light shooting toward Red. He quickly swung his twin blades, barely managing to fend off the onslaught, yet he still sustained several wounds as magic grazed him. At that moment, Shiro rose from the ground. Seeing Red in peril, a surge of strength welled up within him. He picked up scattered debris from the ground, reinforcing it with magic, and with all his might, he hurled it forward. Rikka transforms into a butterfly. A peculiar beam of light struck the airborne stone, instantly transforming it into a living butterfly. Then Rikka turned her gaze toward Shiro. Invoking the monkey talisman once more, transform into a pig. A beam shot toward Shiro, and he, like the stone, morphed into a crimson pig. Shiro, how did I become a pig? Red, what is this? How can something like this exist? Suddenly, Red felt Rikka's gaze shift back to him. No, it can't be. You too, become a pig. Another beam of light struck Red. He attempted to evade, but the barrier immobilized him once again. And he too fell into the fate of Shiro, becoming a white-haired pig. Shiro, the battle at the temple's entrance continued. Though not orthodox, it possessed the strength to withstand. After a series of exchanges, one could distinctly sense the opponent's prowess. Despite possessing the advantage in strength and speed, why could they not breach the defense? No matter how fiercely they charged, they could not advance a single step, and injuries adorned their arms. With each encounter, they began to decipher the shape of the opponent's weapon. In a fleeting moment, the scent of death loomed ominously. Yet at that moment, she sensed Shiro's aura gradually fading while she remained intact. This bizarre phenomenon heightened her urgency. Thus, she ceased her pretense, raising her sword to unleash a curry stick. Sasaki Kojiru? No. Wasn't this supposed to be a duel of swordsmanship? Why was she firing a light cannon? You scoundrel! Instantly, she was struck by the light cannon, sent crashing into the temple, losing consciousness. Not wasting time, she hastened towards Shiro's magic. Shiro? she beheld a pig infused with Shiro's magic. And as the magic flowed into this pig, it dissipated. Simultaneously, the pig noticed her and excitedly ran toward her, squealing, "Oink! Oink! Wait!" Based on various clues, could it be that this red-haired pig was indeed Shiro? "Oink! Oink! Shiro!" The pig quickly nodded. She turned away in silence. "You all, change Shiro back. Is this all you can resort to?" Hearing her words, Rikka replied, "You certainly cannot, but the other one will not be so fortunate. I've set this effect to last for 3 hours. Moreover, my ability directly alters the essence of life. So his physical organs are now akin to those of a pig." The Ancient One also informed her that he was a glutton. "What do you mean?" Rikka smiled slightly. "Braised pig trotters, spicy pig heart, fooding meat slice soup, pork and cabbage noodle stew, scallion stir-fried pork, roasted meat, braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, twice-cooked pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, preserved vegetable braised pork, garlic pork." Hearing the variety of pork dishes made her salivate. "Enough. Don't say any more. Then can you please retract your saliva first?" Shiro the pig. "Oink! Oink! You are truly a demon. All right, I shall allow you to take Shiro back. But you must not, what? You want to become a pig too? Just kidding. How could I want to become a pig? If I were to change, I would want to transform into something else." Thus, she cleverly returned with her pig, all the while keeping her gaze fixed on Shiro. Shiro the pig. A foreboding feeling lingered. As for Red, she would undoubtedly be gone, but Rikka planned to transform Red back and then eliminate him, allowing for a dignified demise. The Tosaka residence. Tosaka Rin sensed that Red's aura had vanished, and through magic, she glimpsed the perspective of Red. "Sigh, I'm tired." Chapter 43. The Blade of Annihilation in the Chaotic Flow of Time and Space. "Oh, wise one, what on earth is happening? Why was I inexplicably transported away? My lord, it seems that a world card malfunction occurred, causing it to activate the moment you obtained it. However, there is no need for concern. Time will once again slow down after your departure." In the new world, Rengoku Kaijiro admired Tanjiro Kamado, who lay on the ground, praising him for mastering the constant concentration technique. "Well done, Tanjiro. This constant concentration is the first step towards becoming a Hashira, although you may still be 1,000 steps away." This statement momentarily stunned Tanjiro, yet he resolutely replied, "I will strive to improve." Under Kaijiro's meticulous guidance, Tanjiro focused intently and quickly identified the ruptured area in his veins. Utilizing the efficacy of his breathing technique, he ultimately managed to repair the wound and successfully staunch the bleeding. Kaijiro felt a genuine joy for Tanjiro's achievement, informing him that by mastering the breathing technique, he could accomplish remarkable feats. While not omnipotent, it would undoubtedly empower him. Despite the numerous injuries sustained during the battle, none were life-threatening, allowing Tanjiro to rest and await rescue without undue pressure. However, just as Kaijiro finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from behind them, an upper moon demon. Kaijiro immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready for combat. To their surprise, Upper Moon 3 had not only appeared, but had targeted Tanjiro as the first to attack. Fortunately, Kaijiro reacted swiftly, intercepting the deadly strike meant for Tanjiro. Employing the second form of flame breathing, the attack cleaved through Akaza's arm, forcing him to retreat and create distance. Akaza, who harbored a deep disdain for the weak, sought to eliminate the injured Tanjiro. This behavior incensed Kaijiro, and despite their first encounter, their clashing values ignited a fierce tension. In Akaza's eyes, Kaijiro's indomitable spirit and honed fighting prowess were nearing the pinnacle of martial excellence. "Do you know why you cannot reach the highest realm, Kaijiro? Because you are human, subject to aging and death. Humanity has its limits, so why not abandon your humanity and become a demon?" Akaza extended an invitation to Kaijiro. For Kaijiro, however, the transient nature of human life, its beauty in birth, aging, and death, was what made humanity sacred and endearing. True strength could not solely be defined by physical prowess. Moreover, Tanjiro, who stood behind him, was far from weak. Thus, Kaijiro would not permit Akaza to insult him. Regardless of the reasoning, he would never consider becoming a demon. Upon hearing this, Akaza's expression hardened, brimming with murderous intent. "Is that so? Then perish." Unleashing the destructive technique, the Arshin, with a fierce assault directed at Kaijiro. The clash commenced. The brilliance of their blades intertwined as Kaijiro's flame breathing collided violently with Akaza's techniques, sparks flying amidst the chaos. Akaza's strikes were fierce and unpredictable, each imbued with overwhelming force, while Kaijiro, steadfast in his resolve and masterful in swordsmanship, stood firm to protect Tanjiro. Tanjiro, burning with urgency to assist, found himself still unable to move due to his injuries. At that moment, Akaza seized the opportunity, darting past Kaijiro to strike from behind. Kaijiro's pupils constricted as he desperately raised his blade in a defensive posture, absorbing the impact of the strike, though it staggered him. "Step back," Kaijiro roared, unleashing the third form of flame breathing, the flame of all things. The tremendous force of his attack pushed Akaza back several paces. "Embrace your demonhood, Kaijiro, and join me in achieving that realm," Akaza taunted, having repeatedly invited Kaijiro to become a demon, yet Kaijiro remained disinterested. Breathing heavily, yet resolutely, Kaijiro charged once more. Invoking the fourth form of flame breathing, the raging flame spiral, his blade swirling with searing flames as it cleaved toward Akaza. Akaza sneered, unleashing his technique to counter Kaijiro's fierce assault. Ultimately, Akaza, being Upper Moon 3, possessed formidable strength. Previously, he had withheld his full power, but now, witnessing Kaijiro's refusal to embrace demonhood, he unleashed his true capabilities. The battle intensified, and Kaijiro gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Sustaining numerous wounds as blood dripped from his blade onto the ground, his movements growing unsteady. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, determined to fulfill his duty as the Flame Hashira, forging a path to light for his comrades. His source of strength was the unwavering will to protect. "I will not allow any of you to perish here." With a resounding declaration, Kaijiro unleashed the ultimate technique of flame breathing, the ninth form, Purgatory. He surged forth like a colossal, serpentine fire dragon, fueled by eternal resolve, charging at Akaza. The ensuing explosion resonated throughout the battlefield. As the dust settled, Kaijiro found himself pierced through the chest by Akaza. In his mind, memories flashed, his mother's teachings, his father's presence. "Ah, the new world. Aigu have arrived." A sudden voice echoed from the sky, drawing the attention of all present to its source. A rift appeared in the heavens, as if cleaved open by some unseen force. With a resounding thud, an object fell from above, and the rift began to close. As the dust cleared, the figure of a strikingly handsome individual was revealed. Gu, the epitome of grace and charm. Zenitsu trembled, stammering, "Who is that? Why did they fall from the sky?" Akaza, releasing the barely conscious Kaijiro, remarked, "Hey, you seem extraordinary, yet you carry no fighting spirit. Just an ordinary human?" A glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. "What is your name?" Yet Gu paid him no mind, addressing Zenitsu instead. "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the strongest of heaven, the favored child of the divine, the guide of the world, and its destroyer, Gu. I am the heavenly emperor." Gu, the heavenly emperor, Tanjiro thought, realizing that someone capable of descending from the heavens could not be an ordinary individual. He then glanced at Kaijiro's grievous wound and knelt before Gu, pleading, "Lord Gu, I implore you to save Rengoku-san." As Tanjiro spoke, Zenitsu and Inosuke knelt beside him, pleading, "Oh, great lord of the gods, we beseech you. If you can save him, I would agree to anything." Hearing this, the ancient spirit could not bear to witness the death of Kaijiro Rengoku. He recalled the moment he saw him perish. His heart ached with an unbearable sorrow. Such a wonderful person, gone too soon. Immediately, the ancient spirit summoned the sea angel beast to heal him. "Understood, Agu," the sea angel beast responded, arriving swiftly at Kaijiro Rengoku's side to commence treatment. The moment that energy coursed into his body, the gaping wound in Rengoku's chest began to heal at an astonishing pace. In no time, all his injuries, along with his physical strength, were restored to their peak. Tanjiro and the others could only observe as the ancient spirit conjured a pink creature resembling a doll. With a gentle touch, it saved Rengoku from the brink of death. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude to the ancient spirit. "All right, you all sit up straight and watch me work." "Yes," they replied. "Please be careful, my lord. This foe is Upper Moon 3. Indeed, 3. The ancient spirit waved his hand dismissively, turning to Akaza. "How dare you speak to me in that manner? Akaza, you shall perish." "Akaza," he continued, sensing the impending threat. Just moments ago, had Akaza truly desired, he could have easily dispatched him. "Oh, Even the most despicable beings possess their own tragedies. Akaza, do you not aspire to reach the so-called pinnacle? Tonight, I shall show you what it means to surpass your so-called supreme power. I will wield this strength to end your life. With that proclamation, the ancient spirit instantly appeared before Akaza, delivering a divine strike. Akaza, unable to even perceive the blow, was sent crashing into the ground, reduced to mere pulp. However, due to the unique constitution of demons and the fact that the ancient spirit's strike was purely physical, devoid of any divine power, it was evident he had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, this little wretch would have been obliterated. What about my shinobu? Akaza gradually reformed his body, gasping for breath as he struggled to comprehend the pain. Had he truly been reduced to such a state? Was he even human? What is the matter, Akaza? Why are you gasping? Get ready. The second round is about to commence. What? Destruction. Bam. Third. Bam. Fourth. Bam. Finally, the ancient spirit ceased toying with Akaza, who had lost all will to fight. It was absurd. Just as he had reformed, he was obliterated again. Who could possibly muster the strength to continue after such a beating? Witnessing Akaza in this state, the ancient spirit resolved to end his suffering. Exorcism. As those words fell from his lips, Akaza gradually disintegrated into dust. In his hazy state, he seemed to hear cries. Kabutsuji. Kabutsuji. Who is Kabutsuji? Memories flooded back. Kabutsuji. You must persevere. Father, from this day forth, the dojo shall be yours. Master Kabutsuji. Kabutsuji, would you marry Kaneo? Yes, yes. Kabutsuji, let us return home. Akaza's name sounded so unappealing. Indeed, I agree. Watching Akaza completely disappear, the ancient spirit sighed. Kabutsuji, may you have sweet dreams. As Tanjiro and the others witnessed Akaza being repeatedly vanquished, finally reduced to ash with a mere wave of the hand, they regarded the ancient spirit as a divine entity sent to save humanity. Apologies for our tardiness, Flame Hashira. At that moment, the fastest member of the covert team rushed to Kaijiro's side, kneeling and clasping his fists in apology. Oh, it's quite all right. Please take the injured away for treatment. No need. Such matters are my specialty. With that, the sea angel beast soared into the sky, dispersing its healing energy, and soon, all the wounded were restored to health. The members of the covert team, awestruck by this miraculous spectacle, gazed at the petite pink figure in astonishment. All right, even though their bodies are healed, they still require mental rest. Let us carry them away, the ancient spirit suggested. Kaijiro agreed, acknowledging the wisdom in the ancient spirit's words. After all, when the divine speaks, one must heed. They dared not question further, quickly rising to assist their comrades. Simultaneously, the outcome of this battle was relayed back to the headquarters and to the Hashira engaged in missions via the crows of Tanjiro and the other Demon Slayer Corps members. The implications of this battle were monumental. The deaths of Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 3 heralded tremendous news for all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, particularly the historic success of eliminating Upper Moon 3. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Takashi Fushiguro stood gazing at the sky, murmuring to himself, "The death of an Upper Moon is a tremendous victory for us, but what of the divine?" Meanwhile, the Hashira out on missions were equally astonished upon receiving the crow's reports. The formidable Flame Hashira had nearly perished, only to be saved by a mysterious individual claiming divinity. All of this stirred a contemplative expression among the Hashira, igniting a desire to meet this divine being. "Hey, Kaijiro, Tanjiro, and you too, get in my car." "Huh, does the divine have a car?" "Of course, and no need to call me divine. Just call me Ago, and you can refer to me as Big Brother." "Yes, Big Brother Ago," Zenitsu exclaimed before Tanjiro could respond. "All right, Big Brother Ago, and where is your car, Ago?" The ancient spirit silently intoned a command, and a magnificent vehicle materialized. "Yay, ha ha, slow down, slow down. Okay, hurry up. This seat is so soft. Truly, you are Big Brother Ago." Chapter 45, Fist of the Millennia Beast, treading on the Imperial Demon Kaijiro. "Are you certain this is the right direction?" "Ha, indeed. Big Brother Ago, this is the way. I could walk it with my eyes closed." As Tanjiro observed a wooden crate shifting ahead, he quickly reassured Nezuko, "Don't worry, we're almost there." "Oh, is this your sister, Tanjiro?" "Yes, this is my sister, Nezuko. She was transformed into a demon by Muzan, but rest assured, Big Brother, she won T-attack anyone." "Haha, no worries, I know." As dawn broke, after a long journey, Kyojuro Rengoku escorted the ancient spirit to their logistics and medical room, known as the Butterfly Mansion. Upon arriving, Kyojuro reported their journey to their leader at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Meanwhile, Kanazaki Aoi, witnessing the ancient spirit arrive in a flashy vehicle, shot a fierce glare at Tanjiro and his companions, who were resting awkwardly in bed. She then approached the ancient spirit respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Lord Igo." "Hello, Kanazaki Aoi, correct? May I call you Aoi? You can call me brother." The ancient spirit smiled warmly, causing Aoi to blush inadvertently as she lowered her head and shyly murmured, "You can, Oniichan." "Hee, very well, Aoi. By the way, Aoi, may I explore around here?" "Yes, of course. Then please call me when it's time for dinner." The ancient spirit, having been cooped up for so long, was eager to explore the Butterfly Mansion, which had captivated him with its grandeur and beauty since their arrival. "Aoi, you needn't worry. Big Brother is quite powerful. Indeed, Big Brother can turn Upper Moon 3 into a pulp. Ha ha ha. I aspire to be as strong as him." There was no denying it. The ancient spirits might have made a profound impression on Tanjiro and Inosuke. "Ah, I know. But primarily, it's you. Without Big Brother Igo, you would have perished long ago." Xiao Kuei abruptly shifted from her previously respectful demeanor, turning to point an accusatory finger at Tanjiro and the others, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. But the demon we encountered this time is quite formidable." Tanjiro could only scratch his head in embarrassment, offering a rather awkward explanation. Zenitsu and Inosuke, too, wore expressions of shame. They had initially believed that after training for so long in the Butterfly Mansion, they would be well prepared to hunt demons. Yet, their outing had resulted in a complete defeat, sending them back in disarray. Had it not been for the intervention of Gushur, they would likely have faced dire consequences. "Well, just rest up now. Though physically unscathed, you all need some time to recuperate," she said. Despite her sharp words, the girl harbored a kind heart, fully aware that they had just endured a fierce battle and required rest. Although her tongue was sharp, her heart was filled with concern for them. Meanwhile, Gushur, who had darted outside, took in the serene surroundings of the Butterfly Mansion. The picturesque landscape, adorned with exquisite beauty, felt like a paradise untouched by the world. Immersed in this splendid scenery, Gushur resolved to adopt this style for his future home when he established his own realm. Suddenly, he was drawn to the sound of cheerful laughter. Following the sound, he discovered a group of young girls playing by a stream, the little maids of the Butterfly Mansion. One girl, sporting pigtails, stumbled and was about to fall into the water. Quick as a flash, Gushur dashed over and caught her securely. Blushing, the little girl shyly thanked him. "Thank you, Big Brother." Gushur smiled and ruffled her hair. "No problem." At that moment, the other girls gathered around, curiously eyeing the Big Brother. "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? You're amazing." Gushur was warmed by their enthusiasm and began to engage them in conversation, sharing amusing tales from his journey and even summoning his aquatic angel. "Ah, fresh air. Why did you call me out?" the aquatic angel exclaimed. "Ah, so cute. Big Brother, what is this? What is its name?" The aquatic angel, basking in their excitement, proudly declared, "I am the ultimate form." Aquatic angel. Ultimate form. Aquatic angel. How impressive. The aquatic angel then played with the girls, who were eager to hear its boastful tales of defeating ancient beasts and demons, with Gushur chuckling at their delight. As the day faded, Kanzaki Aoi arrived, calling, "Oniichan, it's time for dinner." Gushur rose, accompanied by the aquatic angel, following Aoi back, while the little girls waved goodbye, reluctant to part. Having crossed over for a day, Gushur realized he hadn't had a proper meal yet. "I need to eat something," he muttered, swiftly returning to the front courtyard of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In a spacious chamber, only the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya, and the newly arrived Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, were present, seated across from each other, engaged in serious discussion. "I never anticipated that we would encounter an Upper Moon 3, let alone defeat it. I am truly relieved that you all returned safely," Ubuyashiki remarked with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern, Master. However, it was largely thanks to Mr. Gushur. Without him, I would have fought to the bitter end. The consequences would have been unimaginable." Rengoku expressed with deep gratitude. "From what you say, what kind of person is this Mr. Gushur, who claims to be a god?" Ubuyashiki inquired. "Ah, Mr. Gushur is exceptionally kind. He shows no mercy to malevolent demons, but is gentle towards harmless ones like Nezuko. He seems to understand us quite well," Rengoku replied. "Indeed, he is a good person, not a god," possessing such extraordinary powers to bring peace to the world. It seems highly likely that this generation of the Demon Slayer Corps will be able to vanquish the Demon King. Yukino nodded in agreement. Recognizing the potential support of someone like Gushur in their battle against Musen Kibutsuji, back at the Butterfly Mansion, Alway exclaimed, this is so delicious. Gushur basked in the compliments, enjoying the after-meal tea time. However, he felt uncomfortable under the intense gazes of the little demons. Tanjiro quickly knelt before Gushur, hands on the ground, and said, "We three hope that Big Brother Gu can train us to become powerful like you." Inosuke and Zenitsu joined in, earnestly bowing their heads in unison. "Training you is one thing, but whether you can learn is another matter," Gushur replied. Ding. Task 1. Agree to teach Inosuke. Zenitsu and Tanjiro. Reward: 3 color dominance, unlimited education. Devil fruit tree, no side effects. Failure penalty, none. Ding. Task 2. Recruit the Demon Slayer Corps, upon completion. Can return to the original world. Reward: Ultimate Dragon Beast. Failure penalty, none. Sir, you have won and used deduction reward. I almost forgot. Let us use it. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Evolution Data 3, the authority of heaven and hell. You will be the true agent of the Master, the first beneath the Master. Awesome. Gushur exclaimed, raising his hands in joy. What is happening? Is Big Brother Gu okay? Is it scary? Is he being rejected? Hee. Gushur noticed his own overreaction and cleared his throat. I agree. Agreed. I agree. After receiving Gushur's affirmation, the 3 boys rejoiced, clapping their hands. Ding. Task complete. Rewards have been issued. Upon hearing this, Gushur felt the newfound power within him. While it might not significantly enhance his own strength, it would be beneficial to teach others. He then looked at the playful trio and teased, "Don't celebrate too early. This training will be quite rigorous. Big Brother Gu, rest assured, no matter how tough it gets, I will persevere. I will surely be the best learner. I will also keep going. Is that so? Well then, if you truly learn to my satisfaction, I shall grant each of you a treasure." Treasure? What is it? Suddenly, a whimpering sound emerged from a box that appeared. Nezuko emerged from the wooden crate. "Oh, is this Nezuko? So adorable," Gushur said, gently patting her head. Nezuko sensed no malice from Gushur and recognized him as the one who saved her brother. Plus, his faintly divine aura made her fond of him and allowed him to pet her. My angelic powers should be able to revert Nezuko back, as it is merely demonization, surely not stronger than my abilities. With that thought, Gushur summoned forth holy light, and Nezuko gradually began to transform back. "Brother, Nezuko, are you alright? Really? I'm sorry for worrying you, Oniichan," she said. Tanjiro embraced Nezuko, saying, "It's fine, as long as you're back." "Thank you so much, Big Brother Gu. It's nothing. No, this debt of gratitude is too great. I must repay it," Tanjiro asserted solemnly. Recognizing the stubbornness in Tanjiro, Gushur quipped, "Alright then, once Musen is defeated, you can accompany me." Gushur turned his gaze towards Inosuke and Zenitsu. "Do you wish to accompany me to another world? Is it the realm of the gods?" Zenitsu inquired excitedly upon hearing of another world. "No, it is a world that is both ordinary and extraordinary. One might say it is the future." "The future? Yes. I want to go, Big Brother. You shall be my true brother from now on," Zenitsu exclaimed, clinging to Gushur's leg. He imagined, "Oh, in the future, there must be many beautiful girls." "Indeed. All right, my elder brother, I shall join you," Nezuko, blushing, said to Gushur. "And I too shall go." At that moment, in the infinite castle, a woman clad in a kimono suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes. It was the demon king Musen Kibutsuji. He had sensed the demise of Upper Moon 3, Akaza, and felt no trace of his presence. Damn it, who killed Akaza? His near-roaring growl threatened to tear the roof off. Musen's cold eyes radiated an endless aura of menace. As the progenitor of demons, he utilized blood-based sorcery to access Akaza's memories before death. Upon witnessing Akaza being mercilessly beaten into a pulp and the casual wave that extinguished his carefully nurtured upper moon, he could no longer contain his fury. What nonsense is this? This is absurd. I have never encountered such a thing. With just a wave of the hand, Akaza is gone, and that power. No, I must hide. I will retreat for several hundred years. Let the Demon Slayer Corps deal with the upper moons. Realizing this, Musen immediately summoned Nakeheim. "Nakeheim, gather the remaining upper moons. I have urgent matters to discuss." "Yes," Nakeheim responded. using her blood demon art to summon the upper moons to the infinite castle. Oh dear, it seems I am the first to arrive, remarked a demon with white hair and multicolored eyes, adorned with a hat symbolizing the founder and draped in a black cloak, who was the first to arrive. Kaneo. Lord Doma. Long time no see. Did you enjoy the jars I sent you? A voice suddenly emerged behind Doma. Ah, it is the jar. I quite like the one you sent. Oh dear, how frightening. Whined the hidden hand Tengu. Lord Doma. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see, Jotaro and Daki. At that moment, Kokoshibo, originally known as Michikatsu Tsujikuni, also arrived, quietly taking a seat and patiently awaiting Musen's arrival. Musen-sama has arrived, Neikaim announced, plucking a string on her biwa. The assembled demons all settled down, gazing at Musen. Humph. See for yourselves. Musen transmitted Akaza's memories to them. After viewing, they exclaimed, Lord Akaza is truly dead. What a pity. How terrifying. How terrifying. This must be a trick. Such power. Finally, Musen turned to the only silent Kokoshibo. Kokoshibo, what about you? I do not know. I have not fought him, Kokoshibo replied. Today let me show you. Just observe as this fellow maneuvers around. The primary task remains to find the blue spider lily. Chapter 47. Explanation. The following morning, in the training grounds behind the butterfly mansion, 3 individuals with dark circles under their eyes, yet brimming with excitement, stood there. You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances and nodded. They were simply too exhilarated, having been unable to sleep due to the overwhelming impact of Gushir's defeat of Akaza. Thus, the 3 swordsmen appeared before Gushir, bearing their fatigue. Ding, ding, ding. Master, teaching others yields a 100-fold increase in their learning. Oh, this is splendid. Indeed. If we followed the original teaching methods, it would take months for any progress, let alone grasping the profound techniques of flowing cherry blossoms, entanglement, or even a fleeting glimpse into the future. It would take decades to master. Then let us begin. Haha. Gushir-sensei, I have arrived. Suddenly, Rengoku Kyojuro interrupted Gushir's words with a greeting. Upon hearing Rengoku's voice, Gushir turned to see not only him, but also Shinobu and Kaneo. Oh, you must be Gushir-sensei. I am the insect Hashira, Shinobu, and this child is Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kaneo, called by name, tossed a coin into the air, and upon its return to her hand showing heads, she looked at Gushir and said, Hello. Greetings to you all. Ha ha ha. Gushir-sensei, are you training? Yes. Indeed, Rengoku-sensei. My elder brother is instructing us. Ha ha ha. May I learn as well? Ah, Gushir-sensei, can I join too? Kaneo was merely curious about the identity of the one capable of defeating or mercilessly beating Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Of course, Kaneo, come and observe. Saying this, Gushir approached a small tree and broke off a branch. This will be your first lesson, as he held the seemingly unchanged branch. It turned pitch black in his hand. This is armament hockey. At a basic level, it can be applied to your body and any object you touch, rendering them more resilient. When you battle demons, your weakest point is your body. You lack the regenerative abilities of demons, and your endurance pales in comparison. However, once you master this, the most a demon's attack can do is graze your skin. Not to mention, once you reach the advanced techniques of flowing cherry blossoms, you can inflict massive damage without even touching your opponent, and the entanglement technique can cause internal destruction. Now, let us move to practical combat. With that, Gushir raised the branch and struck it down onto the ground, creating a massive crater with a resounding boom, while the pitch-black branch remained unscathed. Everyone. He then struck the branch forcefully against his own hand, producing a series of metallic clangs and sparks. Everyone. Did you see? Your armament hockey reaching this level is already impressive. We will discuss the advanced techniques once you have grasped the basics. Alright, now, let us discuss the second technique. Observation hockey. Rengoku, do not hold back. Unleash your full strength upon me. With that, Gushir slowly closed his eyes and stood still. Rengoku, not one to waste words, drew his sword and charged at Gushir. Ha ha ha. Gushir-sensei, be careful. I'm about to attack. However, this time there were no earth-shattering clashes or fierce battles. Instead, Gushir stood with closed eyes, deftly dodging Rengoku's strikes. Am I seeing things? My elder brother seems to be predicting the flame Hashira's attacks. Tanjiro rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It does appear so. Gushir brother is indeed anticipating all of Rengoku's moves. Inosuke chimed in. Wah, Gushir brother is truly fearsome. Zenitsu bit his sleeve and all. Even Nezuko, who had just returned to normalcy, gazed at the spectacle with shining eyes. Shinobu and Kaneo also watched in astonishment, not so much a battle as a display of one attacking and the other evading. Why is this happening? Rengoku, unable to break through Gusher's defenses, paused to catch his breath and asked. Observation Haki. It allows you to sense or predict your opponent's attacks. You may interpret it as the heart's eye. When you reach its pinnacle, you can even foresee the future for a brief moment. Lastly, the third technique. I possess a type of fruit that can grant you various extraordinary abilities, such as controlling elements like fire, ice, and wind, or transforming into various animals, even mythological creatures. However, you must first master the previous two Haki techniques. Otherwise, how can I entrust such powers to you without witnessing your progress? Everyone, wait, Gusher-sensei. Are you saying this fruit can be given to us? Indeed, Rengoku, I can provide it to you. But you must promise me one thing. After we eradicate the Demon King Muzan, you must remain loyal to me. What say you? Upon hearing, the infernal Kaijiro Rengoku was momentarily taken aback, then bowed to Mr. Gu, saying, You jest. My life was indeed saved by you. And if it were to await the downfall of Muzan, I could not wish for anything more. Ha ha ha, Brother Gu. I too wish to follow you. If we truly vanquish Muzan Kabutsuji, what harm could there be in accompanying you? Very well. Do you see those massive rocks? Bind them to yourselves and run around the mountain a few laps. The morning swiftly passed. After enjoying the lunch prepared by Aoi, Gu instructed everyone to take a half-hour collective rest to digest their food, promising that the true physical training would commence in the afternoon. The morning's exercises were merely a warm-up. The midday break concluded quickly. In truth, the content was not extensive. Mastering it primarily required relentless diligence. So how does one train? Quite simply. First, find someone to strike your body with a wooden stick. While being struck, you must strive to tense your muscles. Once you gradually acclimate, guide your blood to flow rapidly with your will. Then, switch to a metal rod and continue striking your body until you feel desensitized. This embodies the rudimentary form of armament color and the foundational practice of the 6 forms. Such a training method is theoretically not arduous for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. They have mastered the breathing techniques, making the control of blood flow relatively straightforward. The challenge lies solely in whether one's physical strength can meet the requisite standards. With the theoretical knowledge conveyed, the next phase involves training of hellish difficulty. This is a relentless trial of one's will and body. If you persevere, you may indeed attain mastery. Chapter 48, The Crown of Lust. The first day has shown promising results. Persistence marks a commendable beginning. Go wash up. Dinner will be served shortly. At the dining table, the training group devoured several buckets of rice. Even the typically modest eater, Shinobu Kocho, consumed 3 bowls. We shall continue tomorrow morning. Kaijiro Rengoku displayed no fear. Although today he was utterly exhausted, the burdens he bore and the intensity of the training far exceeded that of the younger trainees. However, as long as he could reach the heights demanded by Gu and wield this power against demons, everything would be worthwhile. Subsequently, Gu summoned the Angel of the Sea to restore everyone's stamina. Shinobu and Kanawa were also introduced to this plump creature, especially for Shinobu, being a physician herself. Her curiosity piqued upon hearing that it could instantly heal everyone. Excuse me, Mr. Gu, what kind of creature is this Angel of the Sea? Upon hearing its name, the Angel of the Sea floated among the crowd, exclaiming, Humph! I am the invincible ultimate form. Ultimate form? Do you understand? Shinobu was perplexed. Gu then explained, It is a Digimon. Here we do not refer to it as a Digi-Pet or Digi-Dragon, as one lacks an imposing presence while the other is overly awkward. For instance, consider the seed beast as a dragon, hence some terms are not quite fitting. Digimon. Within Digimons, there are classifications, from the smallest to the largest, the larval stage, juvenile stage, mature stage, perfect form, ultimate form, and the legendary super ultimate form that surpasses the ultimate form. I recall that these classifications were established previously, with the official designation of super ultimate forms, such as the world-destroying beast and the Arcadia beast. Question: Is the Emperor Beast a Digimon? Generally, the ultimate form represents the pinnacle of Digimons, and only a few ultimate forms possess world-destroying capabilities. So now you understand, right? Yes. The group nodded eagerly, acknowledging Gu's assertion of the ultimate form's might, let alone the super ultimate form. Humph. Now you recognize my prowess. The crowd nodded affirmatively, yet Gu showed no mercy. Fool. The formidable combat abilities mentioned do not include you. Based on combat strength alone, it remains uncertain if you could even contend with a perfect form. However, your healing abilities are indeed top-notch. Ugh, how infuriating. I am not as incompetent as you claim. It retorted, floating above Gu's head, tugging at his hair with its fingerless hands. Originally, I was to be seated at the same table as the golden sword lion beast. How dare you associate with that waste? Nightfall at the butterfly mansion upon the rooftop. Mr. Gu, how much longer must you hide? Upon hearing Gu, who had not made a special effort to conceal himself, stepped forward. What troubles you, Miss Butterfly? Alone on the rooftop? Feel free to share your thoughts. It is not boastful for me to assert that I am the foremost in emotional communication. When venturing forth, one's identity is self-assigned, and reputation must be earned. You jest, Mr. Gu, but I genuinely have several inquiries. By all means, Gu sat down to listen to her. Thus, Shinobu Kocho gazed at the moon and asked, Mr. Gu, what is your world like? Might you share your experiences? My world? One could say it is the future of this realm. Children have schools to attend. Adults earn a living, and there are no demons. For ordinary people, it is a peaceful existence. Yet, there are some malevolent spirits. Though only a select few can perceive them, and occasionally, figures from historical myths engage in minor skirmishes. Thus, it is a realm both tranquil yet somewhat unstable. Initially, Gu intended to remark on its tranquility, but reconsidered the implications of the malevolent spirits and heroic entities. Is that so? How delightful. Indeed. Mr. Gu, are you a deity? This question prompted Gu to ponder. His template was that of a light beast, the legendary fallen angel Lucifer. Strictly speaking, he is a humanoid Digimon. The original form of Modi's beast also seems to be Lucifer, originally named Luciferon, the Italian name for the fallen angel. However, since he gained God's favor, Gu could be considered recognized, augmented by the authority of both hell and heaven, thus embodying divine favor. Yes, I am a deity. Shinobu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her forced smile fading as she eagerly asked, then can a deceased person be resurrected? Indeed, it is possible. Is it because of your sister? Yes. She found it unsurprising that Gu was aware. After all, he was a god. If he were ignorant of such matters, how could he be deemed divine? You wish to resurrect your sister, do you not? Yes. If you can bring her back, I would do anything. Is it truly that simple? Ahem. Let us discuss this another time. Gu did not deceive her. Possessing the authority of both hell and heaven, resurrecting someone was indeed within his capabilities. What? You say you will not? Then go speak to God. Ahem. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. You should hurry and rest as well. Hee. This is real. If you truly can. Gu returned to his bed, contemplating Shinobu's earlier words. Damn it. Was she teasing me just now? Surely she was. Since his arrival in this world, merely a fortnight had passed, encountering numerous beautiful maidens, and reflecting on certain protagonists who could establish harems merely by virtue of their asha. How infuriating. What can I do? Just one asha. Why should they be entitled to harem building? Truly, what an absurd plot. Look at Gu himself, with an impressive appearance, a versatile skill set, and the ability to obliterate a powerful star with a single punch. Is that not remarkable? What am I afraid of? He, Gu, shall establish a grand crystal palace. One or two, what does it matter? I shall utilize my unparalleled wisdom and strength to forge a magnificent crystal palace. Indeed, this is precisely what I desire. Thus, having come to this realization, Gu embraced a new form, no longer concealing his desires, no longer denying his inclinations, chuckling gleefully. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have obtained the crown of lust. Gu. Chapter 49. Ha. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Oh, good morning, Kaijiro. Mr. Gu, did you not sleep well? Rengoku Kaijiro observed that Koji had yawned and, filled with concern, inquired, Is there something troubling you? I finally grasped an important matter. Is that so? Kaijiro exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Congratulations. He then fixed his penetrating gaze upon Koji, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Kaijiro, do you need something? Just say it. Indeed. The master wishes to invite you to the Hashira meeting and has sent me to convey this message. That is the matter at hand. After we finish our meal, we shall depart. Ha. That sounds splendid. Though Kaijiro was unaware of the implications of the invitation, he could tell from Koji's demeanor that it was likely a positive response. Why are you all staring at me? Let us eat. Today, you little ones will accompany me to the meeting, and then you may rest for the afternoon. Yes, boss. The three young ones dared not question and quickly sat up straight, responding eagerly. Not too shabby, eh? As they journeyed to the residence of the product house. Koji had anticipated undergoing the same rigorous scrutiny as before, but upon inquiring with Kaijuro, he learned that their master had specifically waived the stringent checks, allowing them to pass directly. Koji shrugged in resignation, internally lamenting that this product house Yose truly lived up to the reputation of a family with a 1,000-year legacy. His unique approach was indeed remarkable. Upon their arrival at the estate, they encountered a pair of little girls who seemed as if they had been copied and pasted. Dressed in vibrant floral kimonos, with matching short hair, one black and the other white, they resembled two resplendent pearls, captivating under the sunlight. Upon seeing them, Shinobu Kocho, Kaijuro, and the four adoptive sons bowed respectfully, while Koji regarded the charming porcelain dolls with a casual demeanor. Indeed, the genes of the product house were remarkable. Every child was exceptionally beautiful. However, Koji had no intentions of pursuing the underage girls. Legality was paramount. And Kanroji Mitsuri. That four-eyed frog from the original work truly lacks discernment. How dare he declare that my Mitsuri deserves the death penalty? Welcome, Lord Koji. We have awaited your arrival at the product house. My father has been expecting you. The two little girls, equally curious about Koji, approached him with utmost respect. Look at their upbringing. Unmatched. Koji responded warmly, nodding at the two girls to lead the way. Guided by the two girls, they soon arrived at the main residence. Everyone is here. Upon entering the courtyard, Koji immediately spotted a gathering of Hashira, some standing, others perched in trees, and a few meditating by the pond. Indeed, these Hashira possess quite the personalities, especially Kanroji Mitsuri. Wow, is this truly her size? So beautiful. But those green stockings? Utterly tasteless. If one must wear stockings, they should be black. With a crown of desire, Koji had entirely liberated himself, unrestrained in his ambitions. As for the master of this estate, Yose of the product house, Koji could see him laid back, attended to by his wife, Amanai. Goodness, is he this unwell? Clad in a white kimono, Yose slowly turned his head toward Koji upon hearing his children's reports. My apologies, Mr. Koji. Please forgive my inability to rise and greet you. Seeing his pitiable state, Koji raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. No need for concern. You may remain resting. At that moment, a harsh reprimand erupted. Hey, what are you all doing here? Do you not realize this is a Hashira meeting? As Koji exchanged pleasantries with Yose, a fierce voice emerged from the side. Wind Hashira? Sanemi Shinazugawa. Oh, Wind Hashira? What is the issue? Though aware of Sanemi's unfortunate background, Koji could not tolerate his outburst directed at his companions. Is that not a slap to my face? Do you not know that I, Koji, value honor above all else? It seemed that Koji was poised to set a precedent, ready to confront Sanemi's audacity. Apologies, Wind Hashira. Tanjiro, known for his exemplary demeanor, quickly bowed in apology. Tanjiro, what are you doing? As Koji's ally, you should retaliate with equal sharpness. Koji admonished, feeling a sense of disappointment. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate this once. Hey, it was I who summoned my companions here. Do you have a problem with that, scar-faced one? Noticing Yose's silence, a sly smile crept across Koji's face as he turned to the visibly displeased Sanemi. What? You dare call me scar-faced? Do not presume that because you have slain Upper Moon 3 and received an invitation from our master, you can disregard the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. With that, Sanemi pulled out his sword, his demeanor fierce. Meanwhile, the other Hashira quietly observed Koji, eager to witness his prowess, with even Yose refraining from intervening. I, the stone Hashira, Jiomi Hamijima, must lament that it is my fault for allowing others to breach the rules here. Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro. Sanemi, be cautious. Mr. Koji is quite formidable. Kanroji Mitsuri gazed at Koji with sparkling eyes. Mr. Koji is so handsome. Was he just looking at me? How delightful. As for Takedo Michiro, the mist Hashira, he seemed unimpressed. Yoshiyuki, the water Hashira, thought Sanemi was not too bad. Aside from his temper, he is quite a decent fellow. However, since he is being used as a pawn today, my apologies. Rules have always been dictated by the strong, and you are undoubtedly the weak. What? You think you can act superior? I suspect your healing abilities are merely the product of a demon's trickery. In response, Koji calmly donned a pair of glasses. a chilling smile gracing his lips. Do not speak in bravado. It only reveals your weakness. Of course, Koji did not direct his words at Sanemi, but rather gazed skyward. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light shot upward, exploding into a mushroom cloud when it reached a critical point. Fortunately, it ascended high enough. But the fierce currents nearly swept everyone off their feet. How do you like that? If it had struck you, it would not merely have been a matter of disarray, it would have resulted in carbonization. Author's Daily Note. Yesterday, I indulged in an all-you-can-eat hot pot and ended up overindulging, resulting in some unfortunate gastrointestinal distress. I often experience this after such feasts, regardless of the expense. Chapter 50. I want to marry 8. Wow. Boss. I want to learn this. How terrifying. How terrifying. Haha. Truly, Mr. Koji is magnificent. Such splendor. This power is astonishing. What has transpired? Cough cough. Perhaps it's best to let this be, Sanemi. Also, I apologize, Mr. Koji. It was my rudeness. I hope you do not hold it against my swordsman. At this moment, the product Fuyozai advised. Although he could no longer see clearly, the mushroom cloud that had just erupted from the explosion was unmistakably evident. Unless one were completely blind. The mournful cries of the island of despair echoed in the air. Noticing the situation, Shimizu Shimiya prudently sheathed his sword and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Mr. Gu, apologizing. My apologies, Mr. Gu. My actions were impulsive. It was inconceivable for someone possessing such power to belong to the realm of demons. Although he was aware that all of this was suggested by their leader, he had indeed harbored thoughts of confronting this mysterious powerhouse. Ultimately, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, I am a gentle person, Fuyozai remarked. It is only natural for one in this position to act thus. Thank you. Understanding was sufficient for Fuyozai, who knew that Mr. Gu comprehended his intentions. All right, let us get straight to the point and commence the meeting, he stated. Ahem ahem. Suddenly, Fuyozai was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Are you all right? Fuyozai? Is the leader okay? Cough cough. I'm fine. I'm used to it, he reassured them. You must take care of yourself, my lord. Mr. Gu also turned his gaze to Fuyozai, specifically to the curse afflicting him. He then summoned the Sea Angel Beast. Sea Angel Beast, remove the curse from him. Understood. The creature replied, flying to Fuyozai's side. Curious glances were exchanged among the crowd regarding this wondrous being. Before their very eyes, it radiated a divine light, which transformed into motes of light and entered Fuyozai's body. As the light points surged into him, the curse that had spread to his eyes vanished at an astonishing speed, disappearing entirely. Fuyozai felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the scars of the curse rapidly receded, replaced by smooth, unblemished skin. My waist no longer aches. My legs no longer hurt, and my vision is restored. How marvelous. My body has fully recovered. This sensation is extraordinary, he exclaimed with delight, joyfully unwrapping the bandages that had enveloped him. His transformation astonished all present. With his body restored, Fuyozai no longer remained in the room, but joined Mr. Gu under the eaves to discuss important matters. Given the nature of their discussion, the two bypassed the usual trivialities of commercial flattery. One was the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the other was a mysterious, formidable entity. Let me be frank. You summoned me today to assist in eliminating that coward Muzan, correct? After a brief exchange, Mr. Gu posed the ultimate question directly. Indeed. It is precisely because of your formidable strength that I invited you to this meeting. Fuyozai did not shy away from the truth, nodding in agreement. I can certainly assist you, but I have conditions. I refuse to be the fool who does all the work without any gain. Very well. Mr. Gu, please state your terms. As long as you help us eliminate the Demon King Muzan, I will agree to anything. Excellent. Fuyozai, I knew I had not misjudged you. I have always sensed that you are extraordinary. Well, I shall say this then. After I help you slay Muzan, you Demon Slayer Corps, especially you lot, must pledge loyalty to me. Of course, you too, Fuyozai. But do not worry. I will assist you in enhancing your strength. How does that sound? Mr. Gu looked at the Hashira assembled. Haha, I'm in, exclaimed Kyojuro Rengoku, eager to join. Me too, Mr. Gu. Haha, Mr. Gu, you jest. You saved my life. And if we can eliminate the Demon King, what is not to pledge loyalty for? The Fuyo clan expressed their willingness to follow Mr. Gu's lead. The other Hashira, hearing their leader's agreement and the promise of strength, readily concurred without hesitation. Ding ding ding. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Haha. Very well. As your future leader, I, Gu, shall grant each of you one wish. Speak your desires. Fuyo's Ai smiled and said, Mr. Gu, my wish is to eliminate Muzan. Change that. Killing Muzan is too simple, Gu interjected. Fuyo's Ai thought for a moment and then expressed, I hope my children can live in a peaceful era, enjoying tranquil lives. That can be arranged. Once we finish with Muzan, I will take your family to my realm. Rest assured, my world is a future utopia where your vision can be perfectly realized. Can I bring my sister back to life? Shinobu Kocho looked at Mr. Gu with hopeful eyes. Mr. Gu did not disappoint her, waving his hand, of course. I will resurrect your sister shortly. Shinobu Kocho, it would be impossible for Mr. Gu to have no selfish motives. He promised to create the Crystal Palace. A big sister like Kane must be included. Can the rabbit demon also be revived? The taciturn Ju Tomioka inquired. Absolutely. Continue speaking. Mr. Gu replied. Mr. Gu, can my mother be revived? Kaijiro Rengoku asked eagerly. Yes, Kaijiro. Haha. Thank you so much. My lord, and I want to marry a wife. 8 of them. Hey, my lord, why are you silent now? Inosuke punched him playfully. All right, my lord. No. Yamailo. Well done. Inosuke, I will revive your mother soon. Mother? Do I have a mother? Inosuke asked in confusion, having been raised by a wild boar since he could remember. Of course. Your mother, Ki Tsujikoni. We'll talk about reviving her later, all right? Everyone present shared their wishes for revival, including the families of Shinobu Kocho and the children from the temple that Kaneo had once visited. However, aside from Mitsuri Kanroji, can I save mine for later? That can be arranged. Mr. Gu smiled at Mitsuri. Mitsuri's heart fluttered. Mr. Gu smiled at me. Could he possibly? No. How could he ever notice me? Her initial shyness turned to a mix of hope and despair. Author's note. Thank you all for your support. To be honest, I wrote this book purely out of boredom. I never imagined it would attract some readers. I will strive to complete this story. If you have any anime suggestions, let me know, and if they pique my interest, I might incorporate them. Also, the next world will be Black Bullet. Chapter 51. Let us revive. Oh wise one, how do I summon people? At that moment, Mr. Gu realized he had no idea how to rescue anyone from the heavens. However, having made the promise, he felt awkward about failing to bring anyone back. Perhaps he could even acquire the title of the fraudulent Demon King. Ding, my lord. As long as you name specific individuals, it shall be done. Surely those souls will recognize your worth. Someone wishes to snatch people from my grasp. Oh, it is merely children, then it's no concern. I will support whatever you wish. Oh, how simple. That won't do. It's too mundane and doesn't suit my illustrious persona. With that thought, the figures began to appear. Those unaware might think I, Gu, could not afford special effects. Oh wise one, I will summon them first, then please add some flair. Cough, cough. Everyone, focus your attention on me. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Mr. Gu, brimming with anticipation. Revive now. My desired souls. Boom. A radiant light enveloped Mr. Gu as he unfurled his wings, and a colossal golden magic circle appeared above the crowd. Excellent. Splendid. Oh wise one, I commend your work. Mr. Gu surely felt his prowess surging. Someone is emerging. What is happening? The first to appear before the crowd was a woman adorned with raven black hair and violet eyes. Her hairstyle was accentuated by uniquely designed hairpins, edged in pink and embellished with emerald green butterfly motifs. She was Kane Kocho, the flower Hashira. Sister Shinobu, cried Tanjiro, his eyes wide with astonishment as they shrank in disbelief. He rushed forward to embrace her, exclaiming, You've truly come back. Oh, how wonderful. Revived? What do you mean? Kane Kocho was momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon after, 2 more figures emerged from the summoning circle, Kaneo Tsuyuri and Shinobu Kocho. One was a youth with medium-length, flesh-colored hair, silver eyes adorned with horizontal stripes, and a long scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his cheek. The other was a girl with medium-length black hair, donned in a short kimono patterned with plum blossoms, and wearing a fox mask decorated with blue floral patterns. Yorichi, it's been a long time, and Tanjiro too, exclaimed Kaneo, her voice filled with warmth. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward, her presence commanding. Mother, Rengoku Kaijiro shouted upon seeing her. You did exceptionally well, Kaijiro. I am so proud of you, Rengoku Shinjiro said, gazing tenderly at her son. Following them, Kanamori Kodo and the Kamadu family arrived, with Kodo immediately turning her gaze toward Inosuke. Inosuke, is that you? I am your mother, she exclaimed, rushing to embrace him tightly. Inosuke? He responded in disbelief. The bond of blood awakening within him, revealing that this beautiful woman was indeed his biological mother. Mother, he cried, reciprocating her embrace, savoring the long-awaited maternal affection. Tanjiro, brother, they called out in unison. Soon, all the cherished individuals were pulled from the afterlife by the mysterious Gushi. Some wept, while others embraced. A poignant scene that stirred deep emotions within Gushi, causing his heart to tighten. Damn it, how can I shed tears? That would undermine my dignity. I must endure. As they comprehended that Gushi had resurrected them, all those who had made wishes bowed in gratitude. Ah, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. This is merely a transaction. Resurrecting you allows you to serve me better, Gushi said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words as he faced so many expressions of thanks. Yet, the joy and satisfaction reflected in their faces alleviated some of his past grievances. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have gained the admiration of the Lord, greatly enhancing your power. Chanda voice. We are all family. There is no need for grand gestures, and such customs are not favored in my homeland. Gushi waved his hand dismissively. However, remember that this promise is not as simple as you might think. To Gushi, the entity known as Yurichi Tsujikuni was a true leader. As for himself, he preferred beauty, freedom, and enjoyment over the throne, thus requiring Yurichi's assistance in managing this world he intended to cultivate into his ideal sanctuary. In essence, they would inhabit a dictatorial realm, while some would engage in studies or work in a shared universe. The protagonist would provide a tool enabling them to traverse both worlds freely. Now armed with Gushi as an ally, Yurichi's plans would require significant adjustments, leading him to inquire, "What are your next intentions, Gushi?" "Gather strength and enhance your abilities. Your power must be refined to serve me in the future," Gushi instructed, producing notes on dual cultivation techniques. Each of you will receive a copy. Follow the guidelines and adapt them to your strengths. Once you have honed your skills sufficiently, I will grant you a fruit that will unlock great potential. Do you understand? Understood. They chorused. Excellent. Today marks a momentous occasion. Yurichi, why not summon the former Hashira? Gushi suggested. Indeed, that would be splendid. They will surely be delighted to see everyone, Yurichi agreed. At that moment, Shinobu Kocho hesitated. Gushi, I can't see. Oh, I almost forgot. Sea Angel. Please assist Shinobu with her eyesight. Yes. The Sea Angel quickly healed Shinobu's vision, revealing the gathered assembly. I can see. I didn't expect Gushi to be so young, she exclaimed, laughter echoing among the group. Congratulations, Shinobu. So that's what you look like, Kaijiro. Your eyes are indeed striking, Rengoku Kaijiro remarked. Let us schedule training for tomorrow. Today is for preparation. It will be arduous, perhaps even perilous, Gushi announced. Fear not, Gushi. As long as we can conquer demons, we shall brave even hell, declared the Wind Hashira. I yearn to experience the sensation of death, the Mist Hashira added. Huh, Gushi. Do you think we, the Demon Slayer Corps, fear anything? The Flame Hashira laughed, while the Flower Hashira assured, I will do my utmost, Gushi. Maintain this spirit. I appreciate your tenacity. Gushi clapped his hands, admiring the resolve of the Hashira. Tomorrow, let the Blazing Knight and the Ultimate Dragon join the training as well. Chapter 52. Shinobu Kocho. Most of those resurrected yesterday were assigned to the dictatorial realm, for Gushi held dominion here. In this world, he was invincible, the creator, capable of anything. He constructed numerous small villas, fully equipped with modern amenities. After imparting essential life skills to the others through teleportation, Gushi departed. All right, starting today, training begins. Gushi announced to the 100 assembled, summoned by Yurichi to gather talented members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do not worry. Although injuries are likely, the Sea Angel will ensure your recovery, it declared proudly, puffing out its chest. To better facilitate your training, I have arranged for 2 powerful instructors, the Blazing Knight and the Ultimate Dragon. With a resounding thud, 2 towering figures, nearly 6 meters tall, appeared before them, one clad in silver and red, the other in blue. Are you certain we won't perish? Zenitsu asked, swallowing hard as he gazed at the colossal beings. Fear not, Zenitsu. Even if you were to die, I could bring you back. Gushi reassured him with a mischievous chuckle. The others looked on, witnessing one wielding a shield larger than a door and a lance taller than themselves, while the other brandished a glowing sword that appeared perilously sharp. All right, enough chatter. Let the training commence, Gushi commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, The Blazing Knight and the Ultimate Dragon sprang into action. The Blazing Knight swung his lance, unleashing fierce gusts of energy, while the Ultimate Dragon employed its weapon to strike the ground, raising clouds of dust. The overwhelming aura sent the crowd retreating in fear. Gushi had significantly restrained the power of the two digital beasts to prevent instant annihilation. Zenitsu, trembling, hid behind Inosuke, muttering, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Meanwhile, Inosuke, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Come on, show me what you're capable of," and charged forward. Inspired by his courage, the others rallied and joined the fray, a cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons resonating in the air. Although the members of the Demon Slayer Corps possess considerable strength, they find themselves somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of these two formidable training mentors. Many are struck down, yet fortunately, the presence of the healing angel beast nearby ensures that the injured can quickly return to battle. Gushur observes their performance with a slight nod. Reflecting, these individuals exhibit remarkable resilience. I hope that through this training, they will emerge even stronger. Most members engage in self-training, with only those reaching a plateau, such as the rapidly advancing Hashira, seeking sparring sessions with the digital beasts. However, none have triumphed in these encounters. At the Butterfly Mansion, a gentle knock reverberates. "Moshi Moshi, Mr. Gushur, are you there?" Yes, is that you, Miss Butterfly? I have something to discuss. May I come in?" The anxious Butterfly Shinobu inquires from outside. "Yes, please come in." Upon entering and hastily closing the door behind her, fearful of being seen by others, she appears flustered. "What seems to be the matter?" Gushur asks, noting her distress. Yet, she seems oblivious to his question, rushing into his embrace and weeping. "Mr. Gushur, I am incredibly grateful to you. Thank you so much." "It's all right, please don't cry," he responds, attempting to wipe away her tears. However, her small hand seizes his before he can finish speaking. "Mr. Gushur, I promise that if you could eliminate Muzan, I would give you everything." "What do you mean by that?" "I haven't yet defeated him," he stammers. "Ahem. You should." Before he can complete his thought, she kisses him, silencing his words. "Wait, I've been kissed forcefully." "Indeed, my dear. How infuriating. I alone should be the one initiating kisses." Subsequently, Gushur gently pries her lips apart with his tongue, guiding her deeper into the kiss. The following morning in Gushur's chamber, Butterfly Shinobu announces, "Darling, it's time to wake up." "Ah, has dawn already arrived?" He replies, still groggy. "Yes, breakfast is prepared. We are merely waiting for you." "Well then, let us go." After this exchange, Gushur steps out to freshen up, while Butterfly Shinobu follows closely, concealing a corner of a bedsheet marked with plum blossom stains from the previous night. "Good morning, everyone." "Ah, good morning, Mr. Gushur." Butterfly Kane greets cheerily. At the breakfast table, she observes her sister assisting Gushur as if she were a devoted wife. And a sly glint appears in her eyes as she realizes the implication. "Oh my, Shinobu certainly embodies the role of a bride, doesn't she?" "Sister." Shinobu shoots a glare at Kane but refrains from denying the suggestion. Encouraged by her sister's silence, Kane beams, though she is mindful of boundaries. "All right, I shall refrain from further comments." Days pass, and the results of their training become increasingly evident, with the Demon Slayer Corps members significantly enhancing their abilities. It becomes common knowledge among them that Gushur and Butterfly Shinobu share a close bond, as they have not been discreet in their affections. The Hashira have all improved their dual breathing techniques, and their mastery of armament haki has reached an intermediate level, enabling them to employ flowing cherry blossoms. Their observation haki has attained a level that even surpasses an extraordinary evasion rate. Gushur, witnessing everyone's progress, feels a deep sense of satisfaction. After training concludes one day, he gathers everyone together. "After this period of training, each of you has experienced tremendous growth. We must now prepare to confront Muzan." Upon hearing this, the group clenches their fists, their resolve firm. Additionally, this is the promised reward. Chapter 53, Miss Tamayo. This is the promised devil fruit. Gushur declares as he retrieves an array of peculiar fruits from his system space, some resembling cacti, others flowers, and even hearts. The side effects have all been eliminated. Is this truly the devil fruit? It appears quite unique. The members exclaim in astonishment. "Boss, will this bizarre fruit grant me strength?" "Indeed, I have handpicked these for you. Now, I shall distribute them." Gushur proceeds to hand out the selected devil fruits. Rengoku Kaijiro receives the flame fruit. Shinobu acquires the insect fruit. Mitsuri Kanroji obtains the love fruit. Kane receives the flower fruit. Jutomioka gains the gravity fruit. Inosuke the beast fruit. Zenitsu the thunder fruit. And Tanjiro the magma fruit. After consuming these devil fruits, you will immediately comprehend their powers. Consider this a minor boon. Today, familiarize yourselves with your new abilities. For the battle against Muzan is upon us tomorrow. And remember, I shall not intervene. It is your fight. Gusher states with gravity. The reason for his non-participation is his overwhelming strength, which could easily annihilate Muzan in a single blow. Moreover, this battle serves as a means for the Demon Slayer Corps to exact their vengeance against the demons that have wronged them. Rest assured, Mr. Gusher, I am now exceedingly formidable. Indeed, our strength has surpassed that of those demons. Following this, Gusher arranges for them to practice in the training grounds before departing to seek out a pivotal figure in the Demon Slayer narrative, Tamayo, a woman of striking beauty. She exudes warmth and kindness, her demeanor elegant, almost saintly. Gusher expands his perception and eventually detects two peculiar locations. One exhibits clear spatial fluctuations, emanating an aura that makes Gusher feel nauseated, though not fearful. It must be Nakeim's blood demon art, Muzan's stronghold, the Infinity Castle. The other location, likely the lair of Tamayo and Yashiro, seems to be filled with illusions. Upon identifying their whereabouts, Gusher ascends to their location. Arriving at Tamayo's abode, Gusher effortlessly passes through the wall. Is anyone there? I mean, are there any demons? He calls out. He senses two figures and a cat within. Surmising that the more feminine presence is Tamayo, who is eavesdropping from behind a partition. Yashiro lurks at the corner of the main entrance, seemingly poised to ambush Gusher. Well, if you remain silent, I shall enter. Should I find you, there will be consequences. With that, he strides boldly through the door. Yashiro, thud. Yashiro strikes Gusher on the back of his head with a hammer, but it is as though nothing has occurred. Aside from a wisp of smoke rising from the hammer, all remains unchanged. Yashiro? Slap. Boom. All right, come out. No need to hide. Tamayo. After a moment, Tamayo cautiously steps forth, her demeanor wary as she regards Gusher. Who are you? How did you find this place? Gusher, smiling, raises his hands in a gesture of peace. Do not be alarmed. My name is Gusher, and I am here to propose a collaboration. I have taken note of your medical talents. I can assist in eliminating Muzan, and in return, you shall pledge your loyalty to me. Do not doubt me. I have significantly enhanced the abilities of the Hashira, and they are now prepared to face Muzan in battle tomorrow. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Gusher's eyes, quickly overshadowed by gravity. How can you prove it? I do not trust mere words. Gusher nodded in agreement. To instill confidence in her, he instantly teleported to her side, grasping her hand to transfer his power, restoring her human form. Initially startled by Gusher's action, Gusher contemplated resisting. But her captured hand could not escape his grip. As Gusher's unique power coursed through her, she sensed a peculiar warmth enveloping her, ultimately releasing her hand. Gusher observed the perspiration glistening on Gusher's forehead and inquired, Do you believe me now? Breathing heavily, she recognized that her blood demon art had vanished, along with her fear of sunlight and a faint craving for blood, signifying her return to normalcy. What do you think of the situation? Gusher invited her once more. To which Gusher responded without hesitation, Absolutely. If you can eliminate Muzan, I would gladly be loyal to you. Pleased by her reply, Gusher smiled. That's excellent. Tomorrow's decisive battle will depend on them. I believe that with the power I provided, they shall surely vanquish Muzan. After a brief conversation with Gusher led her, along with the unconscious Yashiro and the little cat named Shichimaru, to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He first brought them to the Butterfly Mansion, leaving them there before departing to observe their training. At the training grounds, the others greeted Gusher upon his return, while Tanjiro sensed several unfamiliar scents emanating from him, one of which increasingly resembled that of Miss Gusher. Confounded, he pondered how her essence could be so human despite her being a demon. However, he quickly recognized Yashiro's demonic aura. No way. Has Miss Gusher been restored by Brother Gu? His murmurs caught the attention of Shinobu, who resolved to inquire further about this matter later that evening. In the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu confronted Gusher regarding Gusher's presence in his room. My dear husband, you must explain yourself. You just deceived me, and now you hastily seek another? Oh, how did she know my intentions? Chapter 54, Doma and Kaigaku. After Gusher clarified matters to Shinobu, her suspicions were temporarily alleviated. Fine, but tell me. In your world, do you have other women? Indeed. Gusher replied without concealing the truth. Really? How many? She pressed. 4. Sakura shouldn't count, though. 4? Consider yourself fortunate. After all, I have developed feelings for you. So as long as you do not abandon me, that suffices, correct? Yes, absolutely. The following morning, Gusher gathered all participants for the decisive battle. Standing tall and resolute before them, he encouraged, do not be anxious. The winds of victory will guide us. Soon, I shall transport you to Infinity Castle. He then detailed the formidable demon adversaries they would face, instructing them to strike without mercy upon encountering any demons. Without a trace of hesitation or pity. Zenitsu, come here for a moment. The rest of you, prepare thoroughly. Gusher led Zenitsu to a secluded area. Boss, what is going on? Listen closely. Your senior brother Kaigaku has transformed into a demon. Kaigaku has become a demon? Indeed, and he did so willingly. You must not inform Sanemi. I will directly transport you to Kaigaku. Show no mercy. Eliminate him. I will, I promise, Zenitsu assured Gusher. All right, let us proceed. Gusher addressed the prepared group. I am about to initiate the transportation. Give it your all. He activated the transfer, sending them to the predetermined location in Infinity Castle. Suddenly, the transported individuals experienced a sensation of weightlessness, but their arrival was swift. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in Infinity Castle, albeit at different locations, encountering various demons. Thus, they faced Upper Moon 6, the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, and the Water Hashira, Jutomioka, followed by Upper Moon 5, Nakime, and so forth, including the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, and the Boar Hashira, Inasuk Hashibara, leading up to Upper Moon 4, the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the others. Kaigaku, though devoid of markings, possessed the strength of an Upper Moon, while Zenitsu confronted the Demon King, Muzan Kabutsuji, alongside Tanjiro. Have we met before? Doma remarked upon the sudden appearance of two figures. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the distinctive Haori, exclaiming, you are the Love Hashira. But I thought I had already dispatched you. Enraged, Shinobu retorted, silence. Doma, you truly disgust me. I shall personally send you to hell. I have come for my revenge. I hope you can endure a bit longer this time. At this, Doma seemed to recall something amusing, concealing his face with his iron fan, overly excited. Dance of the insect breathing, butterfly dance. Without wasting a moment, Shinobu initiated her assault, striking Doma before he could react. Wait, no pain though he lacked pain perception. The venom from her blade rendered his leg incapacitated. Blood demon art, withered round snowfall. In an instant, a shield of ice crystals rose before Doma, protecting him. Exchange. Insect breathing, gamma blade, dragonfly dance, compound eye hexagon. Utilizing his surgical prowess, he replaced the ice crystals, then unleashed a flurry of 6 strikes imbued with gamma lightning and armed color against Doma. Doma, forced into a defensive stance, struggled against the intensifying ferocity of Shinobu's attacks. In desperation, he retreated, realizing he had provoked her ire. You have succeeded in angering me, woman. For the first time, Doma felt the rush of fury. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Blood Demon Art. Man-Eating Lotus. Blood Demon Art. Winter Ice Pillars. Blood Demon Art. Crystal Child. He unleashed his skills recklessly, and the overwhelming aura emanating from him indicated that he had exerted his full power. 100-style cannon, flower breathing. 5th form, fruitless peony. Mimicking the 100-style cannon, she resorted to hand strikes, unable to unleash the 0 form. In an instant, a colossal cannon, even larger than Doma, radiated blinding light, with hundreds of hands glimmering with darkness. As Shinobu's words fell, the multitude of hands morphed into swords, aiming at Doma. Boom. The moment the blades made contact with Doma's blood demon art, he collapsed, shattering into fragments. He met his demise without uttering a sound, reduced to mere pulp. Akin to minced meat, swiftly silenced. He met his demise far too easily. On the battlefield, the figure of Guewea remained unchanged. Zenitsu, small in stature and modestly dressed, despite harboring anger within, still exuded an air of cowardice. Observing Zenitsu with his head lowered, Guewea initiated his mockery. At last, Zenitsu lifted his gaze. The timid demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity in his cold, piercing eyes, as if he were staring down a mere waste. Guewea, he declared, Prepare to experience my next move. Thunder breathing. First form, 30 million volts, lightning flash, 8 strikes. In an instant, Kaguya, who had been standing still, felt his chest rupture. Blood gushing forth only to evaporate in the searing heat before it could touch the ground. Too slow. Trash, Zenitsu retorted, casting a dashing glance over his shoulder. The transformation in Zenitsu was striking, as if he were a different person entirely. Impossible. How could I have missed that? Kaguyu's mind, clouded by confusion, struggled to fathom that a single attack had left him battered and bruised like a candle flickering in the wind. For someone as irredeemable as you, there is but one outcome. Your execution here, Kaguya. Curse you. Stop pretending, Kaguya shouted, as a tempestuous surge of black lightning enveloped him, surging directly towards Zenitsu. Thunder breathing. 1 billion volts, 7th form, Fire Thunder God. The two figures, one black and one gold, charged at each other with unwavering determination, pouring forth their utmost strength. Like a volcanic eruption that could not be halted. Boom. The clash of gold and black unleashed a tremendous storm of thunder, as bolts of electricity intertwined, bursting forth like a dazzling meteor, illuminating the entire night sky as if day had suddenly dawned. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, Zenitsu beheaded Kaguya. The force of the blow shattered his body, most of it evaporating into nothingness, leaving only a charred head behind. Curse it! Curse it! That damned old man has indeed taught you the secrets of thunder breathing in secret. Kaguya's remaining head bellowed in a fit of rage. Ah, Kaguya, cease your lamentations. This technique is my own creation, whether you believe it or not. Impossible. Impossible. And as his voice faded, so too did Kaguya's head vanish from existence. Thank you. My leader, the author noted, I am departing for the south. This book concludes here.